Welcome everyone to our City Planning Commission meeting. We're so glad you're here. I have asked Commissioner Carroll if she will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We said goodbye to our chair, Commissioner Todd Mitchell, last meeting, and so this meeting we welcome our newest commissioner, who is our Spanish Fork friend, Darren Meller.
Yes.
We're glad you're here.
Thank you.
Okay. Our first item on the agenda tonight is the adoption of our minutes from our July meeting. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion. We accept the minutes.
And a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That is passed unanimously. All right. Our next item is to consider a preliminary plat, Leland Meadows preliminary plat. And this will be a public hearing, which I will probably need a reminder for as I continue to charge into items. Thank you, Brendan.
What we might do, if it's okay with you, is I'll present for both the preliminary plat as well as the associated zone change. And then, like you indicated, we'll hold a public hearing for the plat with a motion, and then a public hearing for the zone change with a separate motion.
Great.
And all the items tonight on your agenda, it looks like we do have public hearings for each item. And these would all be recommendations that you would be making to the City Council. Thank you for being here tonight. As you mentioned, this first item is a preliminary plat. This is for a proposed master plan development. We do have the applicant and the applicant's engineer with us. We'll invite them up in a moment to answer any questions as well as present additional information for their proposal. This is the area that go back one slide. This is the area that we're looking at. It's in Leland. It stretches from 1700 West. You can see on the west boundary over to Mill Road. The areas that are outlined in yellow are the properties that are participating in the proposed subdivision. If we go to the next slide, once again, we're looking here. The zoning is shown on the left. It's all rural residential, and so hence the need for the zone change to apply the base zoning as well as the master plan development. On the right, you can see the general plan as it's adopted by the City Council, estate density and medium density residential. If we go to the next slide, this shows how the zoning would be applied to the property, The portion that's along Mill Road would be the larger R115 lots. So those are lots that average 15,000 square feet in size. And then the portion over by 1700 West, you can see there's a master plan road that would ultimately curve. The housing product proposed around that area is an R16. The applicant refers to them as a garden home. They're basically single-family detached product that's on a shared driveway. That was something that he proposed over something like a traditional townhome unit, which would also kind of fall in that similar density range. So once again, we're looking preliminary plat as well as a zone change. Total in this subdivision as shown is 206 residential units. The breakdown, you have 122 garden homes and then 84 traditional residential lots. Once again, the R115, we're looking at an average that's over 15,000 as required by city code. And you've got a range of lot sizes, which is permitted by the master plan development. And that range is, majority of the lots is 10,000 to 30,000 square feet. And then we do have two larger lots, this one here and this one here, that have existing residences on them. Let's go to the next slide, please. So this is showing this is a rendering provided by the applicant showing the project. Part of this project entails a land swap with the Nebo School District, future elementary school, I believe, which is shown here. Let's go to the next slide, please. Once again, this is just a close-up view of the plat. So this east portion, the general plan calls for a density range of 1 to 2.5 homes per acre. These are typically larger lots. As proposed, it's 1.69 units to the acre. Let's go to the next slide. This area here, the medium density residential designation, proposes 4 to 8 homes per acre. And as designed, the applicant's proposing 5.2 units to the acre. Let's go to the next slide, please. This is just the phasing plan. It's kind of hard to read, but the first phase would start off of Mill Road. Second phase would start off of 1700 West, and then the two would work towards the middle. Let's go to the next slide, please. As required with a master plan development, the applicant has to provide a street tree plan. What this basically requires is that as development occurs, before occupancy is granted, we either have a financial guarantee to install street trees, or those street trees need to be installed so that they, the goal is that they grow uniformly and you have a common species called out for each individual street. Let's go to the next slide. Go ahead and go to the next slide. This is just showing an overall view of the landscaping that would be provided for the garden homes and then some of the detention basins. And then this large area here is slated to be a city park. Let's go to the next slide. And a lot of,
on that city
Go
park,
ahead.
I assume that will be, the city will own that property will be in.
yes.
Okay.
This is conceptual in nature, so a lot of these details would get finalized with each individual final plat as it goes through in phases. So for instance, this is a detention basin that would need to be improved before it's turned over to the city. Let's go to the next slide. This is a conceptual idea of the park. Let's go to the next slide. This is the garden homes proposal. So you'd have, in this case, 6 units off of a common drive. You'd have parking there within, and then each of the residences has a 2-car garage. Let me pull up some notes real fast. So this typical arrangement right here, you're looking at just over 25,000 square feet. Each of those units has a footprint that they can build out to, which is 33 feet wide by 43 feet deep. And they can go multiple stories. Let's go to the next slide. This is showing the arrangement with some of the setback detail. There are a few of the garden homes that are not on the shared drive arrangement. You can see their proposed setbacks there. The 20 feet would allow for off-street parking in the driveway as well as the 2-car garage. You can see the setbacks here. 15 feet is the requirement for a corner side setback. They're proposing 10 feet between them. And I think if we go back a slide, yes, this one you can see kind of the fencing arrangement. You'd have a exterior fence, and then you'd have some interior fencing that would kind of divide some of the common maintained areas out in front versus the areas for each residence to the rear. Let's go to the next slide,
Can I
please.
ask a question?
Yes.
Back here.
Oh.
This parking, guest parking, is that what I assume, or what is this provision for?
It goes towards guest parking, yes.
So the assumption is 2 parking spaces per unit within the garage?
Yes.
Okay. What's the situation for parking along this road?
Depending on the classification, you'd have parking allowed on both sides of the street. With this proposal, I don't believe there's any proposed on-street parking to meet the requirement. In some cases, code allows city council to approve a portion of the parking to be met with on-street parking, but that is not what is proposed here.
We'll have it, but it's not part of the.
Ian, if you want to come up so we can catch you on the microphone.
Or we can ask him during his time.
Okay.
Yeah,
That we'll ask you when it's time.
I'll sit up
When-
here and then.
Yeah.
Any other questions? That was a good question.
Continue. Thanks for letting me pause you there.
Let's go to the next slide. These next few slides, these are housing elevations that were provided by the applicant. We also have a video fly-through that was provided by the applicant. We'll invite Dean up to walk through that with you. This would be the product that would be in the Garden Homes cluster. Let's go to the next slide. Just different roof types, materials, colors. Next slide. A few more. And then the standard residential lots in the R115, the notable changes, well, not notable, but the slight changes, for instance, on the side setback, they're proposing 7.5 on both sides for a total of 15 versus 10 and 10. Majority of those lots are over 100 feet in width and 100 feet in depth. So we don't necessarily see that there would be a concern with those setback configurations. Let's go to the next slide. These are some of the, I think this was part of the Garden Homes, but these are some of the elevations provided that Arrive Homes would build on the traditional lots. Let's go to the next slide. 2 and 3 car garage options. With the master plan development, we do have some minor requirements as it comes to materials. You can see a lot of these are cement-based, whether it's hardy board siding, stucco, brick, stone. There's also a roof pitch requirement. Many of those are standard in the development community today, but we do have that requirement kick in with the master plan development request, and those are looked at closely with the building permits. Let's go to the next slide. Here's just a few more. Next slide. One more. Okay, so before we turn the time over to Dean, we're happy to answer any questions that you've got, and then obviously Dean and his engineering team can happily answer any questions you also have. Then at that point, we can go over the recommendation from the Development Review Committee, and then we would request the 2 separate public hearings with the 2 separate motions for both the master plan development, preliminary plat, as well as the zone change. Any questions for me at this time?
I think I have just one, and John Mendenhall's not here. He'd be mad at me if I didn't ask about the irrigation, because I know you're going to go through fields. I'm assuming we've got everything tied up with the other farms so that it's not going to be affected.
That is actually something Byron would be happy to address, as well as the applicant. Yeah.
Yeah, their engineers sent us emails that they've gone back and forth with the irrigation company, John Ludlow, and they've submitted they use Franson, the irrigation company uses Franson Engineering, so they have that submittal. It's not fully designed, it's not approved yet until we get into final, but they've started those conversations, they've met them in the field, they've been having talks at least. So.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. Brandon, you sent us some photos of some of the garden home styles of when you went to visit one of the developments that was in progress. And I'm wondering if you could put those is there a way for you to put those up? Because they look a little bit different than the ones that were submitted by.
They do look a little different. That was a project in Salem, and I'd be happy to let Dean speak to that. We weren't familiar with the concept when he first presented it to staff, so we asked areas in the valley where it's being built. The Salem was under construction. I apologize, those pictures were taken back in April, and so it's more complete now if you did have a chance to drive by. But we just wanted to share those pictures with you just to kind of give you an idea. These are the pictures that we're talking about.
Yeah.
So once again, this is in Salem, slightly different arrangement. I believe these are 4.
Yeah, and most of Leland's 4, but these are different. These have basements, so they're just 2 stories. A little bit different layout. I really like what we're going with on the 3 stories. I mean, I'll go over that with you guys.
Okay.
Tell you what the benefit of that is. It's kind of what the same as our benefit on our townhomes we do in our city that people really like.
Great.
I'll go over that.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions?
One more. So there's a proposed swap with Nebo School District of land.
Yes.
What's the status of this?
We reached out to the school district and they confirmed that it is still a viable option.
So we got the feel-goods, the warm
Yes.
fuzzies on it.
So you say a viable option, that means
They've considered.
odds are it's going to happen, or?
I can't speak for the
So-
board, but they definitely have had a presentation and discussions with the
I'm-
applicant.
We've had regular conversations with the management team at the Nebo School District. We regularly meet with them several times a year. This project and its progress has come up repeatedly over the course of the past few years. As some of you know, this has been in the works for quite a while. And the superintendent and others have expressed the anticipation of the trade happening, but they don't want to go down that path until a project has been approved by Spanish Fork City. So they, I think, are committed and invested in the concept, but won't take any action until the city has.
Well, and I ought to disclose that I am a member of the Nebo School Board, and also say that I've not been in any of those conversations that staff has had with city, and so those things don't usually come up until it's a lot more close to a decision happening. Our staff vets everything really well before they bring it to the board. So those are not conversations that I have been part of.
Sorry, Commissioner Woodhouse, I should have mentioned this a second ago, but condition 4 with the preliminary plat addresses, I believe, the concern you're raising, and that is that the Nebo School District approves the proposed land swap to accommodate the proposed development. So obviously, if they don't approve that, then this wouldn't move forward in the configuration that you're seeing.
Right. Yeah, I read that. I was just curious why they would go through all this knowing that it could be tabled, not happen. If the district doesn't decide they don't want to do the swap, it's more beneficial for them to keep the property they have.
I can share some history of that too. That will help.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And our understanding, I'm looking at our development director, our understanding is that we haven't heard any negative input from the school board. Obviously, they have to go through their process, but our understanding is that the swap is beneficial to them as far as placement of the school.
All right.
Any other questions? Okay, at this point, if Mr. Mann has it queued up, this is a video that the applicant has put together. Dean, if you don't mind, we'll have you walk the Planning Commission and public through it. Then at that point, if you have questions for the applicant or staff, before we dive into the public hearing, excuse me.
Thank you, Brandon. Welcome.
Thank you.
Will you introduce
So
yourself?
many new faces. I need to get here more often.
It's been a while.
It has.
Yeah.
So,
I was a newbie last time you came.
Yeah. It's been we've missed it. We've bought more finished subdivisions these days, but we're excited to be developing one, so.
All right, introduce yourself to us.
I'm Dean Ingram, Rive Homes, local home builder. We've done quite a few subdivisions in the city here. I'm not just saying this, but it is one of our, if not our favorite city to work in. It's been great for us, and we've had a good working relationship with staff. They've been awesome. And actually good stuff with the community too, which has been great.
All right, you have a presentation for us?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just going to play this. I mean, I think this video starts basically at the top and comes down. So this is obviously the larger lots. We start larger as we go down. We get a little bit smaller as we get down to the bottom. You'll see that almost all of these homes, if not all of them, are 3-car garages. If you go through any of our communities, that's what we build. People can do a 2-car. We will never start a home that's a 2-car. We always want larger lots that we can do the 3 cars on our customizable. Our niche, what we do, is a little bit different than a lot of builders. So you got choices of going with a full custom cost plus, the budgets grows, right? Or you can go with more of a production builder that here's your 10 floor plans and you really can't change a whole lot. You can pick some colors. We allow, you do start with one of our floor plans. There's probably 50 of them at least. We've been adding new ones to those. You get, just more fresher elevations and stuff. All those stuff still looks really good. But you'll see they can start with that. They can move any wall and they can grow the home by any square footage they want. But they start with our plan, which gets them a good price to start with because it's all pre-bid out and you're not sending out a fresh bid every time. And then we just add whatever they've added to it. So we're in between the two and we give them a locked-in price when they're out of our design center. So we're kind of that mid, customizable. That's why our neighborhoods look distinct. As far as you'll recognize when you go through one of our neighborhoods that there's a lot of variation. You're not going to pick the same 4 homes that you notice as you drive through it. So it's been extremely popular. It's hard to do. It's really hard to keep it's a lot of work when they change all that to get all the estimating and bidding done and then lock that price in. So you'll notice that's a big deal for us. And that, like I said, with that, I would say 95% of our stuff we do on the standard lots, the larger lots we do, is 3-car garage and bigger homes, obviously. You're going through kind of the garden home area here. So some of the benefits. So our townhome projects have been I don't know if you've been through like Juniper or Del Monte or some of those. They've been an absolute hit, and you'll notice as you drive through them that a lot of the city people that you'll see police cars and all sorts of stuff from Spanish Fork. It's a great product. What makes it a little bit different, I know there's probably, you're asking about parking. What's different on our stuff that's not typical with a lot of other people who try to go and hit this affordable, make everything as cheap as possible. What we do differently is like our townhomes, they're 26 feet wide. So you've got your 2-car garage and then you've got this extra half car basically so people can actually store bikes and stuff. What that allows for them not to put the car on the street like you're talking about, right? They end up putting all their stuff in their garage and they park their cars outside. Now you can't keep them from parking cars outside, but we give them enough room to do that. The benefit of these 3-story garden homes we're doing is your main floor is all on the second floor. So it opens up. You're not trying to squeeze all that in there with small rooms. You have a big great room. Dining, kitchen is all larger because you're not taking up part of that footprint with the garage. What's nice about with the garage is all the garages are between 30 and 30, I think 36 feet deep or something like that. 30, I think, or maybe even 40. Because we allow that garage to expand all the way to the back of the house. We don't need any of that as far as living space. So you end up with a garage that has tons and tons of storage to keep bikes, motorcycles, a little workshop, whatever they want. So it ends up helping out with the whole parking situation, although we do overpark our stuff. The other benefit to this configuration is instead of having, when you have this type of zoning, right, and you'll go drive through some of the neighborhoods that a typical builder will do. Because that product has to be narrow for that, that means if you're going to put a 2-car garage in, you're a garage and then a little bit of house. So when you drive down the road, you're seeing all garages, and that's the look you're going to get. Same thing, you get that with townhomes too. Although we do a lot of rear loads so that we can have that. Del Monte and Juniper you don't really drive by garages on those, which makes those look good. But as you can see, if you look at that, just where the video stopped there, when you drive by them, now you're in the exterior right here, obviously that's all fenced in, and it's probably on a collector road. Those driveways to go into a pod have homes built the other direction. So your driveways are literally typically over 100 to 120, 30 feet apart. So you're not having all these driveways there that it allows a lot more ease for a visitor to come and visit you and park on the street if they care to do that. We do have that extra stall inside. Those will be assigned to each person will have one assigned inside and then 2 in their garage plus that extra space.
So you're saying a total of 3 per each?
Yeah. So the outside plus the 2 inside plus the extra space inside the garage is honestly, that's probably one of the biggest deals that it's not required by any city, but honestly, if people would think through that and get a little more width. I mean, when you can't even open your garage door, your car doors or your truck, or your car's too deep because a lot of these guys are doing 19 by 19. There's just not enough room to pull in and walk around your car or open your doors even. We give that extra room in there in order for you to have more room to store things and put bikes and stuff. So we try to think that through. I think South County, especially, I live down here. I mean, we're all into outdoors, and there's tons of toys and bikes, and people are. I mean, if you're Fit City, I know there was a lot of heat for that. I think you guys glad it finally went through. I don't know if everybody else feels that way, but that place is packed at all times, and it's awesome. That you have those type of amenities and stuff in the city, but.
So what you're telling us is that in the garages, I can park my F-150.
Correct.
And it's fine.
Correct.
That's
all the way.
right.
And have room to walk around the front and back and probably store bikes in the front.
Right.
So yeah, it's a bigger deal than you think, because if not, you're going to notice if you drive through a townhome project that is just that small box or homes, there's always cars going to be on the street or parked outside because they have to have somewhere to put. Where are you going to put? You're not going to leave your bike on the street or your four-wheeler or you maybe have a motorcycle you ride or whatever that is, strollers, different things like that. Where are you going to put that stuff? Here you have that opportunity. We think this is a good move up. We can actually build these for, just a little bit over what our townhomes are. So we think it's a nice alternative in this price affordability issue we're having right now. Everybody sees that. The governor, obviously, and the state's trying to figure out ways to help with it. People are definitely getting priced out of home ownership, which nobody wants to see that. Home ownership is the number one thing that's going to help a young person gain wealth and be able to retire someday, and to get them into those homes and have them be able to move along. This is a good middle point rather than going straight from a townhome to a single family. They may be only able to afford it here, but at least they have a full fenced backyard. There's no common wall, extra space, and we think it feels big inside because of that. Main floor is all upstairs above the garage even too, and then your third floor is your bedrooms and stuff. So,
well, what square footage are you talking about for these garden homes?
Anywhere from 2,200 to, and this doesn't count the garage. Obviously, the garage is a big portion of this, but yeah. I think they're around a little over 2,000 would be the smallest, but I think they go up to 2,800 feet. 3 and 4 bedroom units, all bigger walk-in closets. Just bigger product. As far as I think there was a question about the school. So the school, the property they have right now was our property also. They needed our Anthem West over there by the LDS Stake Center for the young single adults on First West. That's our project right there. We traded them for that. They that site that was not usable for them because it was too close. They have to have a specific distance from their other elementary schools, and that one was too close to the one that's around the corner, just around the corner right there. I can't remember the name of it.
Riverview.
Yeah.
Riverview.
Riverview, that's it. Yeah. So we worked out a trade with them. They wanted something that had access right then. So we did the trade at the road frontage there. The problem is for them, there's a couple problems why they were on board. They have to be somewhat political, right? They can't just say they're going to do something, but they are definitely happy with what this layout is because it does a few things for them. One, it takes them off of a major collector road. That road width is that 119 feet wide? Or
17?
is it 117?
No, 1700 west.
Well, yeah, the one that, yeah, that.
I think future it'd be 108.
108, is that the width? Okay. So that, and it has to curve. So once the city determined the alignment of that road, it made it so the school really doesn't fit on that road cuts through the property and makes it somewhat unusable for the school, but also it's a busier road. Now what's kind of nice is the road above it that's still going on is still a collector road. That road is supposed to get up to the roundabout up by ALA. So it's a good access for them, but it's not a crazy access as far as busyness of a road. The other way we designed it for them is those future roads are set up that it will have roads on all four sides of them rather than having they don't like having residential homes backing to it just for that issue that, they don't want kids bothering them or them, but when you have somebody else's fence back there and you never know what's going to happen, a ball goes over the fence or whatever. This is a great layout for them, and that's kind of why, as we approached them, it gives them a rectangle spot that fits their school.
How many acres?
I think it's 12, maybe it's 12. It's 12 to 14 acres. And there is room there too. They're not planning on selling anytime soon, but they have. We're only controlling two sides of that, but that size works for them definitely for an elementary school, and it might even be enough for a middle school. I can't remember, but I think it would be an elementary school in this area possibly.
No, it's the right size for an elementary school.
Yeah.
And currently, this district's property is right here, right?
Correct, yeah. So then when that collector road, to align it, went that direction, that really kind of forced an issue with them that makes a school hard to place there, right? It's not a rectangle piece, and the ground, that road goes right through part of it, so how do they get enough ground now to build their school? So, and they told me, and I agree, they'd much rather have somebody come up ahead of time, which we did. We approached them right away as far as, hey, we're going to be doing this. What do you want to see here? And they like the pre-planning rather than having something just thrown at them and then they have to figure it out afterwards. They've been in as far as how this sits there and everything, they've been in, giving the input on that. So we gave them a piece that really works for them.
Okay, my first question is if we're looking at the low density area of this development, how many of the homes in this area are below 15,000 square feet?
Oh man, that's a good question.
How many of of the lots?
Yeah, I've got that number. Let me.
And can I tell you what our thought process is on this layout? So as you go up the hill and there's basements up top, right? As you go down, you're not. Also, I did some of the development across the Mill Road over there, Academy Park and Mulesine Estates and stuff. Those neighborhoods, I think people are pretty passionate about having larger homes around there. So I think to be a good neighbor and also for our own benefit too of having the bigger lots kind of up top where you can do basements, made a lot of sense to us to kind of make that stage so it starts really big up top. You'll see some of those are close to half-acre lots, I think, as you get up to the top. And then I don't know what the smallest are. We
the smallest
quarter
are,
acre?
I believe, 10,200 around that range. 35% is the answer you're looking for. And what the code calls out is it doesn't specify, and this was a discussion that was had with the city council, I remember years ago when some changes were made to the master plan development, but it doesn't specify that you have to have a certain percentage over, just the average has to exceed the base of the zone. And then those two large lots, there is criteria in city code that doesn't allow them to be counted 100% towards that calculation. It's only 2 times the base density. So in this case, any lots over 30,000 square feet, they count just as a 30,000 square foot lot in the calculation.
Thank you. That was my next question. I knew there was some kind of provision
Yeah.
for it, but, okay. Then, that's a question for Brandon. Can you tell us about your phasing?
Yeah, the reason why we're doing that, so we've got water coming to loop stuff. We've got water coming in from the top and we have sewer coming in from the bottom. We also want a mix of our products. So we're going to start at both ends so we can be selling. They're two totally different clientele, obviously, price points. You're double on the one as opposed to the other. So we'll start at both ends so we can do both. But we're also, it's meant to meet in the middle as quickly as possible because we're going to be putting in improvements, connecting everything, but we don't want to develop so much that we have a big debt that we're doing all at once. So just to kind of meet that need for utilities.
What do you think your timeline looks like for those phases, and just general timeline for the project?
Oh, good question.
And I know
Right.
timelines can change,
Yeah,
but just
yeah.
like, what are you thinking?
So are you as far as per phase, like how, or the
many-
whole project, or?
How many months end to end and how many months per phase, yeah.
Yeah, so I would, so months per phase, right now, we're probably, in our single family, 1 to 2 a month is, we're not somebody that just goes and throws stuff up. We're probably, hopefully we're maybe 2 to 3 on the other product a month. So it depends on the size of the phase, but you can kind of do that math. And, typically we're a little less than a year per phase. We'd like to have the next one ready, asphalt down if we can hit the right timing of it. But you're not going to see us as somebody going in there and just throwing up stuff. We kind of take our time. It takes a while for people to get through our design process because of what we let them do. So I would think that's probably a pretty good number. Might be a little bit slower right at this point. It's a little bit of a challenging market, obviously. So.
How many acres is the park that's in the middle between your two types of?
Oh, man.
And is
so
that-
a couple things with that too. So I met with Bart on that. The reason why we did it there, and for a couple of reasons, but one of the reasons is that makes that park, and he liked the idea that it's expandable. So if and ever that road goes through, that collector road, that park could expand in the future to be even bigger if they ever needed it to be.
You're saying it could be expanded?
No, it would go
over here?
that's the school. It would go that direction. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. If they need, that's somebody else's property. So they wouldn't be planning on taking anybody's property to that. But
it's
if they come in for
possible.
development, there would be an opportunity if it needed it bigger. But I think does that show on there anywhere?
In the back, we can pull it up on the plans if you don't have it handy,
Scott's talking to
Scott.
Dave. Dave, it's Dean time right now. Do you know the size of that park? No, you weren't.
Okay, while he's looking for that, my next question is, when you dedicate an area to the city to be a city park, what kind of improvement do you do, and what kind of equipment or those kind of things do you provide, amenities or anything? Just unimproved ground, or?
It depends on the city. That really has not got into any discussion, but I think it's.
In some cases, the city purchases the raw ground and does the improvements themselves. Other times, the cities will get parks dedicated to them. Other times, it'll be detention basins. That's what we see most common. And those do need to be improved so that they can function, but then also they're not an eyesore. And so there's many different categories that the city gets involved in as far as purchase, dedication, improved, not improved.
So that's just worked out after things are,
No, it's a discussion that takes place during the process with our Parks and Rec. Because they're very eager to see what they can program the space for, if it's usable space, if it's meant to be open. And so they lean heavily into what it'll function as.
okay. The street trees plan, so you even have to have a street trees plan for for this part of your development as well? Oh, that's awesome.
I think those, am I correct? I mean, the homeowner has to put those trees in when they landscape their, or is that something that's done up front on all those roads?
So the way the program works is someone has to either provide a financial guarantee if they're not ready to go in, or if they're ready to go in, then they're planted per the approved street tree plan.
Yeah, so, and the reason why we're fine guaranteed, you'll notice in our communities that you'll have people that, spend $20,000 on landscaping, but then you'll have people that spend $150,000 on landscaping. So we're hesitant on pigeonholing them into, okay, well, we want this. They still have to follow the plan with the trees and how they want that. But typically we want them to be able to incorporate that into this, whatever their grand scheme they want to do with their landscaping, so.
Great. Who follows up on that when there's that much flexibility, which I agree with? I think that's great, but.
Our building department has the pleasure of following up on that. They coordinate with us. Most commonly, the questions they hear is, do I have to plant the specific tree that's called out on the plans? I'd rather do something exotic or fruit bearing, which we don't want near sidewalks. So when the most successful time is when the homeowner is going to be there and there's irrigation available. In some cases, we do have gator bags that will keep the trees alive. But that is something that our building department, when they're constructing the home, that comes up during the construction prior to the occupancy being granted. Either we need that financial guarantee that it will be completed at a later date, or we time it so that tree goes in.
Okay.
Yeah, so at building permit, because that water's available then, right, with the house being built, we either provide that guarantee or we put the trees in, or they landscape with us, I guess. But typically we find most people are landscaping on their own, whether they're saving money or they're going exotic, the flexibility has been good for them.
Okay, that's interesting. Do you have a question, Mike? You
Nope.
look like you're about.
I
Okay.
like your question because I know that they have to have it before they can move in, so.
Yeah.
And I like not doing crazy trees either, so.
Yeah. Okay. Will you have an HOA for your garden home
Oh, yeah.
area?
Yeah, for sure.
So, but not your lower density area?
No, yeah, we are no HOA for that. Yeah,
Okay.
that's not a hit with when you have a nice lot and you're like, what am I paying this for?
Okay.
So the things that you would normally have to do would be the detention basin, but we're turning those over to the city as open space, and they'll handle that.
Can you show the overall plot? That one would probably work. So this right here is a working feedlot, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. What are you going to do? Because once these people get in, they're going to complain and pressure this guy to get out. What are we going to do are there any precautions taken to protect the existing landowners there? And what?
How do you facilitate good relationships?
Yeah, that's a good question. Mainly that's would hit those one lots, right? We really haven't had a lot of issue with that, but it's something we could address. We find that people know when they're going in what they're because of how we sell stuff, right? They're fully customizing a home. They're on the lot. They're amongst the process. We do let them know what's there, obviously. That's one of the reasons why on the Larson piece, I worked with Gary extensively on his, that we're providing him some benefit as far as some water and electrical so he can feed and water his cattle. We also put there, we couldn't do it, it's impossible to do everywhere like this, but what we try to do is figure that stuff out ahead of time. So we've surrounded Gary with all roads, which there's no backyards of anybody's home, and he loved that, and we're going to help, put the field fence up and provide him some water. Right now he hauls water to feed the cows. So definitely cognizant of there, there's active farms there, we for sure know.
So on those roads surrounding Gary, they're 100% on your property,
Yes,
and the city's haven't said are gonna only let you put in half of the road, and then if he ever develops, he has to put in the other half of the road. It won't be that.
so those are half plus, but they would stay that way until somebody developed in the future. But you still have,
So if Gary ever developed or sold and somebody, they would still have to build out that road.
correct, yeah. The other, the extra portion of that to make it a full road, yeah. And then at that point in time, they can pick where their streets are coming in and how their layout is. Because it's kind of hard to do that until you get your design and what you're putting in there. And there's so much flexibility here, you just don't know, right? So you go put something in and it may have to be changed anyways.
So will those roads be able to handle directional traffic,
Yes.
2 different cars passing? They'll be
Yeah.
wide enough as when you're finished before they're built out.
Yeah, Byron, what is that?
Yeah, it's
The
half
one's a
plus
collector,
10.
some of the minor collector, so it's going to have quite a.
Yeah, it's going to have more than 24 feet, but we require half plus 10 of asphalt. So you can fit two-way traffic on them. You just won't be able to park on the one side.
On the side that's the gravel, which
Yeah.
that's where the
Oh.
fence sits and stuff too, so.
And then you'll pipe the irrigation ditch along 1700 South,
Yes.
because that's how they get their water. That's where the water comes
Yeah,
from.
that's where the water comes from. We're piping. That's a Scott question, but yes, whatever needs to happen, we definitely are doing.
Okay.
And we've talked to the irrigation company.
Okay, all right. Does anybody have any other questions for our applicant? I have a couple of questions for city staff.
Applicant, maybe city staff, I'll go ahead and ask.
Yeah.
So garbage collection in the garden homes.
Uh-huh.
What's the intended flow of that? Also, I guess I'll just generically ask, do we have any concerns about fire access or anything like that? Or have we addressed those?
Yeah, no, we have, as far as the distances and stuff.
Yeah.
That was all part of the process here. Garbage collection is actually better than most, like I said, because as you pull them out, the driveway's, it's 20 feet wide, I think. And then you have all that room. So people would just bring their trash cans out to the street. That's what I would imagine, unless they're told to do something different, but.
Directly, the street, not the driveway, but the street.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, garbage is not going down the driveway. They'll pull them out to the street. Be a pretty easy process for them.
Okay. And then fire, I assume, would be assumed not actually in the driveway either, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Could we bring up the elevation slides? I particularly am concerned about the side elevations being right by the street. One thing that we've talked a lot about is things looking really nice and really finished when it's visible from a street. And I'm concerned that you have a lot, I actually really like the layout that you have for your garden homes, but you have a lot of side elevations facing the street, and it looks a little less finished, and I just would love a little more
You'd like to carry that stone around the corner?
character on those sides.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's
Yeah.
my
And
input.
we tried to address the side elevations and provided, you can see on the top one, it's got a pretty nice detail. The other good thing is we're bringing those fences around, so that also helps break it up. And then it's nice that it's all landscaping. It's not driveway and garages. So I think you're going to be pleased with the finished product. But if there's suggestions of some more we can do, we're more than happy to look at that.
Yeah,
Well-
like just more around here, wraparounds here at the
Wrap around your-
bottom.
Yeah.
I don't know, larger windows or some kind of finishes here on the sides. And when Brandon sent us the photos of the ones in Salem, could we bring those up? Is that okay?
Well, right here, real quick, I would,
Yeah.
like Shauna's saying, carry that stone around, that wainscot around
Your
to the
side-
fence.
Yeah, your side elevations in these
Like
Look-
looks good.
pretty decent, but the ones in the pictures that haven't been quite finished yet,
Yeah, and those look
Those
different
didn't-
now, but yeah, I mean, but there's not the same requirement there than there is in Spanish. So
Okay.
your staff is Dave's pretty tough
have-
on that stuff.
Yeah.
He's like,
We have higher
he cracks the
standards here.
whip.
you want pleasing, pleasing looking home and neighborhood when you're driving by.
Yeah, for sure. And again, I think I agree with all that you're
Like
saying.
this, yeah, that's just not very,
I think you'll be pleased with the fact that, like I said, when you're doing, I'm not going to name any subdivisions, but when you're doing narrow lot, a standard subdivision, and you're 30 feet wide to build a home in, and 20 feet of that, 18 feet your garage door, you're just all garage doors.
right.
So, yeah, the corner elevation's important. I think a lot of the things we're doing to break that up, the fencing, the landscaping, you don't have all the driveways, the concrete. You're going to have a lot of greenery along there, along with fencing. Everything is fenced around it. By the way, also, the HOA will take care of is going to be doing backyards and the whole thing.
There's no front yards, right, so my,
The side yards, there's a little bit of a front yard, a little bit of a planter stuff, all that planter stuff, everything in that pod is taken care of by the HOA.
would you show like the maybe updated pictures if we recommend this to the city council and
sure.
address that specifically with
yeah.
them? Thank you.
Absolutely. And we can even do some updates on the elevations too, so.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. All right, any other questions?
I love Shauna's love for the side of the house.
I do.
It's something I don't worry about until she points it out. I'm like, all right, good point. I love that.
Just if it's from the road, you want it to look nice from the
And we
road.
want to be better in Salem, right?
Yes.
I don't feel competitive.
Hey,
I love everybody.
We want to build.
Oh, I love them. We
I
just want to
do
be better.
love Spanish Fork.
We love Spanish Fork too, and we're a little tired of Salem right now. That's as much as I'm going to say.
Okay. All right, any other questions or comments for our applicant, Dean?
And I can come back up too if you have.
All right, thank you. Thanks so much. Okay, Brandon, could you bring up you had a good slide that I wasn't digesting very well while you were presenting it, but I'd like to see general plan designations, where it's at now, what the proposal is,
Yeah.
current zoning, yeah.
So on the left, you see the current zoning districts, and on the right is the general plan. And this is just a static image. We can pull up the interactive map if that's helpful.
Okay, so pause.
So
All right, so
the
right
project-
now, this is all rural residential.
Except for a few properties along Mill Road.
Oh,
And then
yes.
some down here on Arrowhead.
Okay. And then this, right, the land use designation is?
That's the estate,
Okay,
and then this is the medium density along both sides of 1700 West.
okay. So,
But the idea is that with the higher traffic volume roads, you'd have the higher density product.
and we would like this estate density, which is the R115, closer to these, to our friends who are already built up here.
Correct.
Okay,
But then the garden homes would be a different, are they going to be in medium?
Yes.
yeah, so
They're on the west side of the project.
all right, so where's this overlay?
So we would have to change from the land use designation now.
No. We were
No
only
general
changing
plan
the zoning.
modifications.
The zonings is what
It's
is
the-
being requested.
And I'm looking, but we have some of those lower density, estate density. Are they actually in this site as well?
Correct. So if you go back a slide, one thing that plays into this is that realignment of the road. So the idea is that your medium density product would follow that road.
Okay, so this is all the lower density, and that stays in the lower density zoning? for-
Yes, with some of the lots up here that you can see on the.
Yeah.
the
That's lower
edges.
density as well?
Lower density, but
This
that's
is
in
the medium density
medium
product.
density residential.
Yeah.
Okay, so this all aligns with general plan designation.
Yes.
We may
And
be a
what
little
we
out of
would-
alignment though, but it's with lower density.
Right.
Yeah,
That's a good.
yeah, because some of that medium crosses over
Yeah.
to what is designated
And so
estate.
the request is to change, is two things: to change the zoning, because the current zone is rural residential.
Yes.
And it's to change it to match the land use designation.
It's to R16 and R115
Okay.
with the master plan development overlay. So if we go forward a slide, this is our zoning exhibit. So you've got the two different base zones that are proposed, the R115 and the R16.
So there's the R16, that line was there, and this was all the estate zoning. So there's quite a bit that would have to be changed.
Not necessarily, because your zoning
From
lines,
1.6
your
to
district
1.15.
lines are precise, whereas your general plan designation is a visionary document, and so it puts forward principles that we want to follow. And so, for instance, the idea of the density being higher as it's clustered around this road is being followed, with the rest of it fanning out into larger lots as you go east to Mill Road. And so it's not intended to say, here's the general plan line right through here, you know, that's your dividing.
Okay.
And once again, this is a recommendation, so if that is something that you feel should be addressed or should be changed, you are more than welcome to share those comments, concerns. And so, for instance, the recommendation that you have before you, that was from June, the Development Review Committee, when they looked at the project with the applicant, they ultimately recommended to you approval for both the preliminary plat and the zone change. And in turn, you would then make a recommendation to the City Council. You can use the recommendation as provided by the Development Review Committee, or as you see fit. You are more than welcome to add conditions, subtract conditions, modify conditions. It is your ability to make that recommendation as you see fit.
Thank you. Anyone else have questions for Brandon? Okay, thank you. One thing that I think that we don't always do in our meeting that sometimes answers our questions, and it takes just a minute, but I feel like it's pretty important. We do our homework, but I think it's good I think it's good to put it on the public record, and that is to read through the findings and conditions. So the findings were that the proposal is consistent with the city's general plan designations of medium density residential and estate density residential. So we know that, and that's what we just talked about. Then that the proposal meets the intent of the master plan development overlay zoning district. And one thing to point out for the public is a master plan development overlay zoning district. For instance, if it's in a lower density, like estate density, you're supposed to have larger lots. So R115, if you don't do a master planned overlay zoning district development, then every lot must be at the lowest 15,000 square feet, right? But if you have this master plan development, then the average is 15,000 square feet, and that allows for different sizes of lots. If you have a big plot of land and it's not easily spaced, it adds for interesting layouts of neighborhoods and such. So that's what that's talking about. And then the conditions are like, okay, these are the things that we expect that will work out with the city and our applicants, and that's that they meet the development and construction standards and zoning requirements and other applicable city ordinances. So they have a lot of expectations from Spanish Fork City, that the applicant addresses any red line review comments. So during the review, they need to make sure they address concerns. That the preliminary plat approval is contingent upon city council approving it. So we can recommend to city council, but city council has to approve. We talked about this before, that the Nebo School District would approve the land swap, and that has to happen. That the road cross-section for Mill Road be finalized and referenced in the plans. Can you tell us what that means?
Yes. This one's specifically referring to the large lot on Mill Road and the fact that there's a trail and a park strip proposed. And so we just wanted to finalize something. Mill Road's interesting in the fact that it has different standards developed at different times. And so engineering has actually put together a master plan for the road as far as where modifications from the regular standards might occur to accommodate other properties that have existing structures and things of that nature. But in this section for that portion of Mill Road, it would be our standard 10-foot trail and 8-foot park strip, I believe.
Yeah.
That was discussed after the DRC, and so it's a carryover condition that we still have.
Awesome.
So that would have to be put on the 4-acre piece
Yes.
where it fronts Mill Road.
Mhm.
It's on the part that was purchased. We purchased the road width when we knew what the road width is. I was where some of the confusion happened, so.
Oh, yeah, you're supposed to come to, yeah.
So a little bit of what happened. So here's some more history. This has been going on for a long time. Originally, we were going to build this portion up here when it was first purchased. And at the time, there was not a sewer lift station. And so there were 400 connections that you could use. There was agreement with Salem City. And a lot of those homes in Millhaven, or Old Mill Estates and Mulestein and Academy Park, those all sewered to Salem, and they paid Salem for their sewer. So when we started looking at this and bringing it in to look at developing it, Chris Thompson at the time, the engineer, and Jared Johnson kind of approached me and said, hey, if you'll work with us, can you delay this? We'd love to get the lift station. We just don't want to send more sewer. We hate that complication of that. So we put it on hold and tabled it and kind of helped them with that lift station and was patient with that. So in the meantime, that road section kind of widened even more than what it was back then. So which you can see that's the purchase ground, right? So we purchased that extra width, but all that stuff didn't fit in Norton and what's your current one, but we still got everything in there, and that was the modification that was made, I believe, right? Byron can kind of, but that's kind of the history of,
Okay.
hey, we did what was at the time, and you asked us to wait. We got to figure this out because we own the road width of what that standard was, which was still a collector road. And the other thing too, really quick, the park is 3 acres. If somebody asked that.
Oh, thank you.
Then it's not just the one collector road up there. There's also there's 2. So we're putting in 2 collector roads. Obviously, we fund that, and over time we'll get paid back. But I think that was part of the consideration of, hey, there's a lot going on here, and that's a big road. And the other one's a collector road also coming on the other side. So.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, and then bonds for future street improvements for the proposed Lot 83. Can we, what does that mean?
Sorry.
Pull the plat again.
I know this is taking time, but this feels like we're being thorough, so thank you.
It's fine. I just hurt my back yesterday, so
Uh-oh.
it's fine.
Up and down.
Keep going.
Right there.
Right there. So as this road extends, obviously this property is not involved in the current proposal. So in the future, when this road extends, this Lot 83 will then now have frontage improvements that would be expected. But at that point, it would be an existing platted lot. The house here currently has a driveway that comes through this way. And so we'd be putting aside funds so that as this road extends, those funds can be applied to the improvements along this part of the lot.
You mean if that road extends, but they could keep farming for as
True.
long as they want.
Yep.
Thanks, Brandon.
Yeah.
That's great. Okay. That the applicant provides additional details of the proposed housing products, and we discussed that a little bit. And
That's some of the things that are even on here.
right, right. The applicant provides an updated street tree plan, detailed landscaping plan, fencing plan, details for improvements in the development, and that the applicant obtains approval from the irrigation company, and we've already discussed that. Okay. Does anyone have any other comments or questions so far before we go to public comment? All right. Yep, just 1 second. All right, so we are now going to open it up to public comment. That will be 3 minutes, and you're welcome to come. Make sure you introduce yourself, and we'd love to know the area of the city where you live. All righty. Thank you. Go.
Okay. Pull up the land designation slide, please.
Would you introduce yourself, sir?
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Daniel Davis. I live on Mill Road,
Okay.
and this affects me quite a bit. So, okay. There's some conflation about third acre versus R6. Right in this area right here, this is the dividing line, if I remember correctly, right
Yes.
here for the R6. Because of wobbling lasers, this is all going to be converted to R6. This is now estate. So half of that higher density is going to be asked to be changed to R6. I am in favor of sticking to estate. I have submitted to the city's general plan of third acre in their areas, wherever they've decided. I've decided that's the concrete over the years. I've been to many of these meetings, and just stick with the general plan, you'll be all right. This is going to affect me greatly because I live right here. There is a roundabout right here, and we've had a lot of back and forths over the year. This is going to, man, I'm as wobbling as bad as everybody else. This is going to go through here, right? So this affects me greatly. I have ground here. It's in Greenbelt, and I don't want to live in a subdivision, and so I'm going to stay that way. Nobody has contacted me concerning irrigation issues. I irrigate this ground, and it flows this way. And so, if somebody's talked to somebody I haven't been talked to, in the past it has ran over here, but it's not been an issue because it just helped. I have to watch that. One of my main concerns is historical water. When subdivisions move in, they find a way to drain the ground of its historical water, putting it in underground avenues like sewer, culinary water, secondary water. They put the pipe in and gravel around it, and then they drain the whole ground. And you have to put twice as much water to keep your field green. So I would strongly demand, state, that mitigation is done such that historical water is not pulled from this hill or any other surrounding grounds. You want to build these houses? Well, I don't care. So stick to third acre. Don't make them quarter-acre houses. This, as far as I understand, counts as 2 lots, right? Anything over 30,000 square feet. So that's good to hear. This should not be gamed to put more houses in. It's nice. I have no problem with Arrive. They've been around. So recalibrate that. I've been around since I was a kid. This is swamp. There have been years I went down there as a kid, and you'd sink down in the ground clear to your knees. You'll find cattle tracks to that little state. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. All right. Hello.
I'm John Henderson. I live just on the east side of Mill Road, about a block from the corner or so from the corner of where this is happening. I would second what Dan said as far as sticking to the master plan. We don't feel like they did that with the townhomes. They're nice, but we'd prefer to see that. I am glad to see that they're, at least the garden homes, they're not the connected or sharing walls. Our big concern really is traffic. And what I don't know is, yeah, that's great. Eventually there'll be a wider road there, but how long will that be? Right now, there needs to be a turn lane at Mill Road and Arrowhead because that traffic backs up. My wife says it's been backed up to our house, which is almost a half a mile. And so that's one of our big concerns is that traffic. It's a narrow road. And you have a lot of commercial dump trucks, not just a small dump truck like from Old Mill, but the large ones. But anyway, there's quite a bit of that goes down there. And so I'm just concerned, especially if you get school goes in there, when will that be widened? How far, is it only the frontage of the property that's owned that will be widened? Because that doesn't do us much good. And so that's our big concern there. We're going to add 200 homes. I'm not clear. It sounds like maybe this other, is 1,700, is that where the IHC
Yes,
is? Okay.
the Revere.
So that will go out onto there. So there will be 2 outlets. Okay, that's good. But you still have, 100 homes or so, or close to, that many will access through there, and it's already quite busy. And so I think was there anything else? Yeah, that's our main thing. I mean, we live in a Rive home, and we like the character and the nature that they're doing, like was said, and that. But I would second Dan's concern about changing the zoning on the garden homes, because we feel like nobody was listened to a few years ago. I think it was the biggest thing they had online. There was, I think, 1,000 people that got on, and it didn't feel like anybody listened or anything. And so the problem we had there was they were saying, oh, well, if it's commercial, it's going to be more traffic. I'll take more traffic because it's going to be mostly during the day. There's no traffic at night. There's no traffic on Saturday and Sunday. So they can present those plans and numbers like there's more traffic, and there could be. But we need to look at the whole picture there and what it does there. So anyway, that's, thank you for your time.
John, can I ask you one question, John?
Yes.
And I'll go real quick. If there were traffic light here or something, is that where you're talking about it backs up quite a bit on Mill Road?
Yeah, well, it's further down.
Further down,
Where
okay.
it hits Arrowhead.
Okay, where you hit Arrowhead.
Yeah.
And so like a traffic light or widening, that's kind of what you think?
Well, yeah, because right now you're stuck there and half of it turns right and half goes straight and a little bit turns left. And so a lot of times it's only one car in front of you and you have to wait through the light. But again, at certain times of the day, it's awful. I mean, you're waiting through a couple of 2-3 lights to get through, to just get out. And if they had a turn lane there to turn right, it would help, I think, significantly.
Okay.
I mean, it's still going to back up probably, but that's my concern is, okay, so it's wide right there for a block, and then we have this narrow road.
Right.
All the way down for almost a half mile.
Okay, appreciate that
All
feedback.
right, thanks, Mr. Henderson. Hey, who else would like to come and speak?
My name is Charles Albert. I have a property on Mill Road, west of Mill Road, known as the old dairy farm. And the development, I want to know about irrigation. If they take the irrigation away, where they put pressurized irrigation. That's what I want to know about. And if they're doing the construction, will they put a sound wall along my property line? That's what I want to know about. And also, I might want to make a comment. Years ago, the Mulestein Ranch was Mulestein Farm. They developed that, and they didn't want to put a retention pond in. So they talked city council and putting gabions in there. Gabions is a big wire cage with sewer rock, and there's an entrance about every lot, and they plug up every day. They can't even consume 5 gallons of water pouring on it in 20 minutes. And if if you toss any of the house owners right there, it's a steady hassle to keep that clean out. And that's all I want to say.
Well, thank you, Mr.
You
Albert.
bet.
Thanks.
All right, anyone else? Representative, you're going to come talk to us?
I'm always nice. Hello, so my name is Jackie Larson for this moment. So I am speaking on behalf of Larson Cattle Company and Gary and Sue Larson. Our property adjoins the proposed Leland Meadows development on 3 of the sites. So on behalf of our family, I respectfully request that the Planning Commission recommend denial of the proposed zone change and master plan development overlay and deny the accompanying preliminary plat. I have several reasons, but I have 2.5 minutes, so I'm going to go through it really fast. Plans. So before I address the substance of the application, I respectfully request that the city provide me, probably also you, and the public with the clear and legible copies of the preliminary plat and the supporting plans. The copies posted with this agenda are not sufficiently readable to verify the utility locations, ownership, easements, irrigation facilities, notes, or other details that are material to this application. Utility easement. So one of the most significant issues involves utility easement across most of our property. We granted Dean a 35-foot wide easement at no cost, so this development could proceed. In return, the agreement was that the city water and power would be brought to our property, and city staff assured us that we would be able to connect to those utilities without forfeiting our existing water rights or changing the way we irrigate our property. Those commitments are not clearly shown or documented on the plans before you, and these obligations were not material part of, or were a material part of the consideration. So, the preliminary plat is not clear if they're already on there, and there is also a gap. So, for roughly the past year, I've been working on resolving a legal description of our property. There's a gap of about 25 feet from the taxing parcel line to where our historical fence line is. So that being said, there's still approximately a 25-foot gap between the end of the current taxing parcel and where this easement ends. So until that boundary is legally resolved, plans show the water and power and the city's commitments are documented in writing. I will not be granting the additional easement needed for this application or this development. One other quick thing, 55 seconds. Okay. Property ownership inaccuracies. So there are also some serious concerns regarding property ownership. So the staff recommendation includes the condition which would require Nebo School District property, Nebo School District to approve a proposed land swap to accommodate the development. However, the preliminary plat, sheets 2B, 3B, and also the exhibits on the zone change appear to depict the property owned by Larson Cattle Company, so my family's property, as belonging to Nebo School District. And it does not belong to them. So I don't think it's a harmless labeling error. I was able to find the wetland delineation report that had clear plans than what were provided here, and it does show Nebo School District. So that's one other thing. The ditch, that same property, it contains a private irrigation ditch. It's not a company ditch. It's part of our vested water rights, and Utah law requires those rights to be protected from encroachment. And things are mentioned about the general plan. One quick thing with that, Commissioner Woodhouse, you might remember this. When our family agreed to annex, we were majority of the Leland annexation area. The commitment made by the city and to the property owners and to this community was that development within the Leland annex area would not be denser than 3rd acre lots. And that history is consistent with the general plan's estate density, which covers most of this area. So that being said, what's before you, I would request that you deny it. We get things situated, and then it comes back before you guys with actual accurate plans so that we know what the overlay is kind of being adjusted to accommodate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jackie. Okay. Anyone else to come for public comment? All right, with that, I will we'll close public comment. Time, oh, never mind, we won't do it quite yet.
Got more to take her, so I was going to wait and see what happens. But
come on up.
I'm Clint Muhlstein. I live on Mill Road, lived there for a long time. Just want to say one of the things that really affects this whole development is the development of the roads. You talked about your engineering study and a plan for Mill Road as well as the other roads that surround it. I really think that there needs to be a clear plan put forth before everybody, before we even do any of this stuff, because Mill Road and the other roads are a major problem. My wife goes to get on the road at 8 a.m. and has to sit there for 35 minutes to try to get out. ALA's backed up all the way up and down the road. It's absolutely ridiculous. It'd be interesting to know, can we do some kind of a study like we normally do with road studies to figure out how many cars are going up and down the road, how many drivers 200 homes are going to create going up and down those roads. It's a major thing. The other thing is we don't know for sure whether the school's going to go in or not. And having said that, these kids that live in these homes have to be able to go to school, right? And they got to have a way to walk. Well, we know that we've got, specifically with both roads that are on both corridors there, no sidewalks halfway up and down. They get developed when a person comes in and develops their property, not at the time when the piece of property is developed across the street, and then these kids are going through the brushes, through the dirt, and everything else, the weeds and everything else, tracking that around, and it's just not a safe environment. So I would highly recommend that we take a serious look at that. As Charles mentioned about, I didn't know what the name of the particular sewer system was. Thank you, Charles, for helping me with that. The J-Dance. I'm the guy that just this Monday I got to go out with my shovel and dig it all out, all the debris out to try to get the sprinkler water and all the other water that comes down through the current ALA development to go down inside the rocks. There's snakes that go in there. There's all kinds of other things that attract them because of the water. So please.
What are those called again?
They call them a J-Dance, I believe it is. I don't know.
They're a basket they put under the ground instead of curb and gutter.
Basically a cement culvert full of rocks.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
And-
Okay.
And it's absolutely ridiculous. The other thing is, back to the plan, for me, something that's really critical for me is, so I built my home there in 1994. The city council approved my plot plan, and my house basically sits about 60 feet from the road. And if you look at the way that the road is designed, I'm very interested in the plan to see where that roadway is going to go. My sidewalk runs right straight into the fire hydrant right now. That's where my house is at. So that's not a good thing, as well as all the electrical services and everything that are underground right there. So I really hope that there's some kind of a plan to make sure that I don't lose any more of my frontage and those type of things, so that I can at least get out on the road and drive. And I think those are my main topics.
Thanks so much, Mr. Milstein. Okay. Let's see. All right. Anyone else? All right. Then we'll close public comment. And with that, does anybody have any? We'll go through some of these concerns, ask staff, and ask our applicant. Do you have anything off the top of your head, Mr. Anderson, of those?
I'm not sure that I should, but I appreciate the different comments that have been raised relative to the land use map of the general plan, and just maybe want to offer a little different perspective. Clearly, staff, we've recommended that the project be approved with the idea that it is consistent with that map, with the general plan. That is somewhat subjective, and that's by design. The intent oftentimes is not to follow the line work on that map precisely. When you get to the point of looking at a site-specific situation like this, where you actually have a detailed development proposal in front of you, with therefore detailed lines on zoning districts. That being the case, I think the Planning Commission, you guys certainly have the latitude to view that however you think is appropriate. I appreciate that other people look at it and they feel like the general plan map maybe should be administered differently or considered differently, in this particular context. That's really the only thought that I have, is just that I think, that certainly is something for you guys to consider relative to the zoning of the properties that we're looking at here.
Does it always go the other way?
So,
Sorry. Yeah, let's keep the
We do
comments
it.
down. Public comment is closed. We'll reopen it with the zone change, but if you could.
And that's
keep
for the
your
chair to
comments.
decide, so we'll let her run the meeting.
right, but yeah, we can see what you're saying. Thank you. Okay, so what I'm assuming, Mr. Ingram, and maybe I can let you speak to it, but my first question is for city staff. This road is a pre-planned road. This is what's going to be there no matter what, and so he did lower density on this side of the road and higher density on this side of the road.
No, the
Is that
transportation
or is-
master plan is this 1700 west. So this is a master planned road that, in our master plan, it curves kind of east to line up with the intersection on 9th South eventually in the future. as
Okay,
it's
and so then what about this road right here?
This is just a residential road that they designed to connect the two neighborhoods.
designed by our applicant.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so
Yep.
this is the other master plan road that eventually will tie in to Mill Road.
At the
Collector.
roundabout.
At the
Right.
roundabout, yeah.
Okay, so tell us about that, Mr. Ingram.
So two different master plan roads. Part of that shifting, I can appreciate concern and stuff. Part of that shifting is we're putting in, and we agreed to help with this master plan road and jogging that through the middle of a property, and that makes it extremely hard to develop. I mean, you're talking about a curved road that you've got to figure out how to put stuff on both sides of it, and I think that was between doing that one and both different collector roads. Now, we pay for those. Eventually, after years, we get not all of it, but a portion of that back. But I think that was the consideration when we were working originally with staff a few years ago, that, hey, can this shift a little bit, because we're putting in a lot of infrastructure to solve city issues. And I think it's a joint partnership a lot of times to get what the city needs along with what we're looking to do and desire to do. So I think part of that is because of that. And it, like I said, you've got a pretty big collector road. It's a total of 5 lanes eventually built out, right?
Yeah.
So it's not a small feat for sure. So that would probably address that. You want me to address some of the other, just to help
We'd love-
out with that?
yes, that'd be
So
great.
with Charles, yeah, pressurized irrigation is stubbed there for certain. And then also those Storm Tech, it wasn't Storm Tech, what those things used to be called? They're terrible. That wasn't us, by the way. That was EPA and city saying, hey, we have to discharge the water immediately, and this is our new system. We built to the city standards. Those aren't things we wanted to put in. Luckily now they've gotten rid of those, because I hate them too. They are nightmares. Because when you build, you don't know where your driveway and utility, like you put those in and then you're replacing them during the construction time too. So they were a terrible idea, but that's not from us as builders. That's from what the city standard was, and what EPA was, how they wanted to discharge water for a time being. I don't know the whole history of that, but that's definitely not something we rose our hand up to do. It's more expensive than putting a pond in or something like that. So the new system is back to the ponds, and that's what we have. We would rather do those all day long. And then, the traffic and road widening, we are obviously widening that area. Unfortunately, we don't control everything else. I do think it's probably wise for the city. There is an issue down at Arrowhead. That is the backup. I do think having a few more ways out when that traffic does start to back up, that you can go down and hit these other collector roads, because this is a wider, I think that's a bigger road too, on the very south side right here. And then I think that
This road, right there?
yeah, aren't we finding that, was that a little bit bigger too, or?
It's
Is
a
it
local,
thing?
yeah, residential.
Anyway, so it's nice to have another access point to get somewhere if that does, but it does need, there is a signal now, which for safety is good down on Arrowhead, but I will agree with everybody here. I drive there all the time. And it's just a tough situation with this, ALA when it gets out, and maybe other times too, I'm not sure. But that's more so, I think, getting that turning lane and stuff like that, and a better traffic signal timing, because you can sit there for a little while. There's no doubt about that. But anyways, I don't know if there was other ones I can address, but that's kind of as far as where that line moved, and that's a lot of negotiation with the city and a lot of the ask of, hey, we want this collector road to go through the middle of your property. And it makes it it's a big expense. I mean, it's $1 million road, so it's not a cheap road to carry. But he says I do get interest on the money, I guess. Probably not a very good interest, but.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. Mr. Davis talked about, that you could, so I think what they're saying is that when they're seeing that, when they're looking at the map, maybe I'll go over this way so you can see better. They're saying that the line through here is really where the general plan line is. And they were requesting to have this section be estate density like this section here. We had a couple of people ask about that. And, if you did that, it would line up, you could go along with this road right here and have, anyway, that's a possibility. I'd love to hear about swamp area. They were saying somewhere in here was swamp area.
The whole bottom is.
Okay.
The whole bottom, all the water from the hill drains down into that swamp, into the bottom, and it's a swamp.
Okay, so tell us about swamp mitigation. Hold on, Jackie. Dean, can you tell us about swamp mitigation in that area?
She would know. Jackie would know because it's her land.
Oh, Jackie would know too. Anyway, tell us about mitigation.
So the engineer.
I'll defer to Jackie if she wants to go first.
Oh, no.
Okay, so I met with Dan, 5 years ago?
No,
we did a little field trip.
No, it's more like 15.
Yeah, it's been a while. So, and I agree. There's a ton of water. There's some flowing springs in there, and so first of all, there's no basements down on the lowland for obvious reasons, and we'll put utilities in. Dan talked about maintaining the groundwater. What are we, 25 feet below you? Right along there?
I don't know the elevation's as important as flow over heavy water years like 1951. Other years when the whole valley flooded, before there was any housing down in that low ground. At nighttime, you can look around the valley and see a bathtub line of houses because the old farmers knew not to put houses down.
We'd have to have you come to the mic, but we get the idea.
It's just, yeah, of course.
I grew up here. When I was a kid, we went down in that ground. Was this the puppet laser? We went down into this ground, and we shot ducks, and we ice skated. Some years it was so deep, the water would freeze over, and we'd ice skate down there. And it gets deep, and during these drought years, you don't see reality. And it's not just flowing from rain, it's historical water. It follows these shelves underground. For example, if you look right about here where my uncle's house is, if you go down under there, there's a clay level that brings the water out of it, and you can see the grass growing. Right here, where this cul-de-sac is going to be, there is currently a pond. When I was a kid, it was deep. And I have a photo from a USGS photo from 1958 that shows all the historical water. It just flows out. When I was a kid, there was a pond here. My Uncle Merrill dug it in 1972. And prior to that, my grandpa used to run cattle down in here, and we would go down and you'd jump on the ground and it would just slosh, just like quicksand. And so there's more water in this area than anybody realizes, unless you've actually been down there and messed with it as a kid. You know, it used to run down these ditches in excess.
Okay, so I've been through here with several hydrogeologists and the state enforcement engineer. So how it kind of works is don't know how lasers work. Okay, so right in here, there's a pond that's linear. It's called Junior's Pond. There's several, I want to say about 10 different water rights that are tied to that are not owned. They're not the same as the property owner. They're different people in the area. right around in here, it's actually peat soil. We've had cattle that have broke their legs in there before, and it has methane gas, and it also has a high water content as well. There is a spring and a pond here. There's another pond here, here, and the other one that Dan had just mentioned. So the way the ground works here is it's all clay down through this area. If you go across the street there, that's where the drainage district starts. But on the hillside, it's there's a string of quicksand and gravel soil. So as people build and develop, like through Spanish Fork, it acts as a sponge, and we'll get new seeps and springs that kind of pop out into the different areas.
Okay.
Also, that there is a water right here and the water rights here. There are 4 jurisdictional drains right along SR 164. I have been in conversations with the section chief of the Army Corps of Engineers and the EPA enforcement. There is a current, how do I phrase this? There's a current investigation into some other water situations of the area, because all this water here that's on the surface serves as the headwaters to Bear Creek, and that's a jurisdictional water.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. All right, Dean's engineer, I forgot your name, Scott Peterson, thank you. Okay, tell us about engineering.
Does this come better from me or from Byron, the regional studies?
You
I'm
could
happy
start.
Okay, so this has been a big issue, right? It's an engineering issue. So the water is high. There's a high groundwater, and we work in those. There's engineering processes to mitigate for that. There's a storm drain, and these will have a gravity system. So we're collecting it in the roads. We're collecting the springs, and there's even some specific areas in there that will be excavated and monitored with spring collection over time to justify the house can be stably built in the later phases. So there will be more investigation done on that to verify it in the field once we know we have a viable project. The other thing is the easement that the Larsons granted us is for storm drain. It's a gravity feed system that has an exit point to convey that water out of there. Correct.
Okay.
So, and I'll touch on the regional. We've been at this 10 years on this property, and we started out with a regional study to see what to do with the water through here, because as you know, it flows to the south and then it crosses and goes down through Salem and part of Payson. So I guess that's the bottom line is the utilities go in, and then there's a place for the water to go in the future. The peat, there is place in there with peat, and that's not suitable soils, so the soils engineers will be doing whole inspections on every home to make sure it's suitable before we put the house in, but of course no basements in there either, so it'll be a shallow footing system.
Okay,
Is that any other questions?
thank you.
Yeah.
Sure.
This is a matter of opinion. And I'm not against the subdivision, okay? I gotta know that. I just want a 3rd acre and no cheating, no gaming, okay? But the biggest thing is, right here, he is right, there's a lot of water in here. This ground would be better served for Spanish Fork to make a water park, sort of, with a walkway that goes down here, because it's on the east side, or, Main Street East.
Right.
There's nothing on the west. You make this whole area clear down to Arrowhead Trail, I don't know how you get the ground, but you make that into a cool nighttime where all these people that are going to be pushed in here or built in here can participate, and they can walk around there and enjoy the evening air when it's appropriate.
Great, thank you. Okay, Byron, what do you have to tell us?
Yeah, just to add on to what Scott said, so right now their plan, they designed some land drains similar to what's west, the drainage district's done west. These will be more ADS type pipes to collect where there's water coming out. They had an environmental company put together a report, and that's what we reviewed. And in the worst area, or the wettest area that they show, is actually why that park's there too. So we didn't want to put any homes where they showed where the actual spring is. But one of our conditions too is in phase 1, they're going to install all the land drains throughout the development in phase 1, and then we'll monitor it before the other phases come. So if there's changes or anything we've noticed, then we can make changes in the future phases. So right now, that's our plan. Regionally, it all goes south, and then there's existing culverts under SR 164, and that's where this will also tie into and continue to drain, and eventually it makes itself to Bear Creek. But yeah.
Thank you.
Are there any concerns with the existing springs down there and like the ponds and the people that own the water rights to those? Or do they, or do we know?
We haven't seen any water rights for those particular springs that are different than the property owner, but as we collect them, that's one thing we want to watch. We want to get it in phase 1 and watch it over the next couple of years and see how it acts.
Yeah, because that was one of the questions about, was about the impact to water for surrounding property owners.
Yeah, I mean, their collection is just on this property. They'll work with the irrigation to continue with the irrigation company. The company ditches will run however the irrigation company asks them to keep it running and pipe. But we don't plan on putting the pipe in anyone else's property. There's no design or desire to put it anywhere else but where this development is. So.
Okay. Let's see, what other questions do we have? That turn lane on Mill Road and Arrowhead, we know that that's not it sounds like this isn't necessarily part of this development, but sometimes things come up that.
Yeah, no, that's a good comment. Arrowhead or 164 is a UDOT road, so they've just recently put that signal in, and at the time it didn't warrant a free right turn. I think it's a through and a right, and that's why you kind of have to wait to turn left. But we could definitely get back with UDOT and do another warrant study on that signal and see if it warrants, per their criteria, a right-hand turn. And if it does, then we can work with them to see what we can get input.
Great.
I would say that's one of my big concerns. I come the other way, so it's these guys will have to wait for me because I'm turning. It's messy down there. And so it's true. If we throw a bunch more homes, it's going to get worse. I think sometimes it's an afterthought, and I think we got to figure this out before.
And yes, before, because I know, I mean, I've been in the commission for over a year now, but I've watched the meetings forever, and everything that goes along Mill Road, you have the same concerns that come up every time. We have the same concerns. The traffic flow, the road's not wide enough. Where's it actually going to go? What's the right, where's the curb and gutter going to go? And we need a turn lane at the bottom. And so I do think that should be addressed by the city, the whole length of Mill Road from the roundabout to Arrowhead.
Right, because I do know, I mean, can we commit you to that you're going to hop right on that, at least looking at least looking at the right turn lane area,
Yeah,
putting
that we
something
can
in
reach
like
out
that.
to UDOT tomorrow.
And I know that part of our lower property taxes and fiscal responsibleness for the city is that developers finish roads and the city doesn't finish roads. But that's an area where developers aren't going to be developing for a long time. But when we approve areas that impact that undeveloped road, it seems like there ought to be something else worked out with the city that can, since it's impacting. Do impact fees help with those kind of things, or?
Yeah, so the widening of these master plan roads, impact fees is what pays them back over time to help get those wider roads for future traffic.
But and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like if this is a state road and you warrant a study, this could be an obligation for them, assuming they see that's warranted. Or is it because this is not on the state road itself?
Mill Road?
Where does that line get drawn?
Mill Road's not a state road.
Yeah, Mill
right,
Road,
but 164,
is, right?
your Arrowhead is, right?
They tend to look at the city for widening on city streets. So, yeah, it'd be a city.
But for a turn lane, would that be city obligation as well?
That's what they would look to, yeah, if it's warranted.
I'd love it if there could be some kind of discussion about how to help the length of Mill Road be better if we're going to add more homes that'll access that. Although Commissioner Woodhouse did bring up about how the 1,700 getting developed will alleviate some of the traffic on Mill Road. Is that what you're?
No, I don't think it'll affect Mill Road at all.
Okay.
This development's going to have put a lot of traffic onto Mill Road.
Yeah.
So we're just started redoing our transportation master plan more holistically, or more of a reamp. We currently have a layout of Mill Road just because the master plan cross sections changed the last couple times we've looked at it, and there's existing homes, mostly the east side's built out. So we've kind of, without touching that curb, what can we fit that still works? And so we've started looking at that. But in the next 6 months or so, we'll have that master plan done. We'll have actual counts. I mean, it's down the road, but we'll have an answer here shortly. So.
All right. That sounds like a big concern. I think it was Mr. Mielstein that talked about students walking to school, and that is one thing that I do know about, and I do know that all the schools in the state need to have a school community council, and every elementary school in the state must, wait, I'm looking at you, Mr. Davis, but where's Mr. Mielstein? There you are. Every school in the state, elementary school, has to have a safe walking plan. The school community council does designate that, and they take that very seriously. They go through the maps and they look at what existing sidewalks are and where. And so even ALA, that's not part of Nebo School District, but is a state-funded charter school, they must have one too. And so the kids that aren't walking the safe walking plan are not walking where they're supposed to. And it's not always convenient to go on the safe walking plan because it's not the straight way, but they do very much care about safety of the children. So let's see. Do we have any others that sound wall along a property between two properties? I guess that would have to be worked out with between you and our applicant, our developer. So that's not something that we require in the city. Is that right, Mr. Anderson? Tell us about.
I'm going to ask maybe Scott or Dean to point out what property line we're talking about here, if it's the one I'm thinking of.
It's Mr. Albert's property right here, and then there's one lot here. What we came up with the city was we would put the wall right here because it was the back of a lot. But the frontage on Mr. Albert's hasn't been shown in the plans.
Okay. It's not shown in the plans, but that is a plan.
There isn't. The plan is only to do. Sorry, I'll show you over here. This lot here, because it's a rear lot, and then Charles' lot faces here, so we weren't putting it on.
Oh.
That's where we ended up with the city.
I think Mr. Albert had commented about sound wall during construction.
Oh.
What about these lots along here? Because they're back of lots too. Will they have a privacy fence along them, or? Yeah, that's the feed lot, which I think would add value to your project to.
Yeah, I mean, we
put
could do
a privacy fence along there.
We don't have an issue with that at all.
It's in your.
It is right.
Okay, it's in the plan.
And I was wondering if the city requires that on the back where you're bordering.
I don't think they necessarily do. I think we just did it, right? I mean, typically homeowners will you got to be a little careful because you go put a fence up and then they want to do a different style match their house, right? And you got to be a little careful with that. So
I can't think of very many situations where we haven't talked about some kind of fencing being installed at the time of development when you're next to something like that. So usually it happens, but I don't believe we have something in the ordinance that automatically requires it.
We're okay.
But it is in your plan, so that's great.
I'm being told it's in the plans.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Sure, it's out of order, but we're just.
Just a minute.
Just very quickly, very quickly.
So one thing I still don't understand is, this is like putting the cart before the horse in my book, because every person that stood up here and talked about this has talked about Mill Road and the other road on the north side being a problem. We're willing to go put these developments in and drop them in place, and yet we haven't figured out what the solution is for those roads. I really think you owe it to the people that live there, all the people that have lived there for years and years and years and own that property, to give us a plan about what you're going to do before the development goes in. I don't think it's one bit fair to just drop it in and then it works itself out.
Thank you. And you can tell that we're concerned about that too. Appreciate that.
Madam Chair, so Byron, as the city transportation expert, I have some knowledge of regional transportation, so I'm going to look for you for some support. But in my experience in planning regional transportation, the development always comes first. The way we study transportation and how we move people, we do not proactively put in roads to manage possible future development. Unfortunately, we're reactive and we rely on studies and traffic counts on the roads to invest funds in transportation. Can you tell me a little bit about on the city level? Is it similar?
Yeah, it's similar. Simply, we just don't have the funds to go build all the roads right now, right? So that's why a lot of times we'll wait for development, and then when there are larger roads needed, we work with them to get the future right-of-way what we need. Also, there's a lot of homes on the west side of Mill Road that probably doesn't want to sell property for a road. So we wait till they want to develop, and then we get it at that time, right? Yeah, so, see?
Thank you. We know.
The
Thank
signal,
you.
I think we can get with UDOT and look and see if it's warranted, and if a right turn lanes, or either maybe it's phasing of that signal, right? Those are things we can look at. And we will, but widening the whole road along, there just isn't the funds, and we're not going to go force people to give that right away right now. So.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. And then I think that, does anyone else have any other comments?
I do. I mean, we're at a sticking point, right?
Yes.
Because the developer's not going to pay for a road way out there.
Right.
But I don't know if it's fair to throw people that are out there in a pickle because we want to develop. And it seems like we don't have the money to fix it. So I don't think there's an easy answer.
No, there's not. And I think the city has some responsibility to all the people that are there now, and the people that we're going to be bringing in to the area, because we want them to feel safe. But and I know the cities, it seems to me that we bought other roads, put in for some commercial developments and whatnot, bought the right of ways up to do that, to bring in commercial development. So I think that's something the city should look at least, get a plan, put a plan together of how it's going to look to give some comfort to the residents there. Also, another issue I have is the change in the zoning, because we just approved the
General plan.
growth plan and that just months ago. And one of the statements I remember being made was, we want to get this in place so we can lock in our growth pattern and what we're doing for the next 5 years. And I see this a violation of that right there. That we went through that plan, and we actually tabled it for a month to get it cleared up because there was a possible development coming and a change that we didn't want to make the plan and then have to go back and make another change right away. And so I personally feel that dividing line between the estate and what we have now with the medium density we need to stick with that line. Because, we spent a lot of time on it. The city put a lot of effort into drawing up the plan, and technically they knew this was coming, and they should have caught it and made that change at that time, or drawn this in. So I just have a strong feeling that I don't like to see us put a plan into action and go through all the work. City council votes on it, approves it, gives it there, and then 6 months later we say, hey, guess what? We're going to change it and throw it all out, because that was done and everybody should have been aware. That's my piece on it.
Thank you. Any, yes?
I have a couple of comments. So the staff findings, and to Dave's earlier point, it does state that this is consistent with the city's general plan designation of medium density and estate density. It also meets the intent of the master plan development overlay zoning district. I really like the garden home concepts. I sit through dozens of housing presentations every year. And if you think about the garden home concept with the state home, it really offers members of the community to stay within their community as they're able to upsize in a home or downsize in a home based on their life needs. And so I really, I like this plan. I love the garden home concept. I like that you presented that and not townhomes. I think it meshes well, and I do believe it's consistent with our general plan.
I'll go ahead and make one comment about the general plan. The general plan is aspirational. It's not an actual zoning document or anything like that. And I don't know that we're even necessarily throwing that out here in this line. A lot of it is subject to interpretation, but I think we can be clear. The zoning is what actually matters here, and that is the actual line. And I think if we're talking a small amount, and maybe I'm reading this line wrong, if the line is actually, I'll do it the right way, is the line here or is the line here?
Can we take a minute just to be clear about that?
Yes.
So I'll ask, we'll
That
find
would be
a
very
point of
helpful.
reference.
Thank you.
So I think if we go to the Nebo parcel corner, that might be a good one to use. Yeah, you'll have to.
The road to the north is a good landmark.
Even better. Yeah, good point.
And what's interesting is with this general plan, it was centered on 1700 West, so then the city's now asking them to deviate from the straight
Carve it out.
north and curve it. And so the idea with the general plan is that density would then follow that
So
curve.
pan down just a little, Dave. No,
Can you
sorry.
use an arrow when you're talking about that? Okay, there's your arrow.
Do we have that on a plat then? We can
Is
compare
there a way to overlay the plat on that?
Go to the next page. One more. There you go. So you see the road to the north of 900 South?
Yeah.
So it approximately cuts that in half.
So the
Is
line's,
that fair to
The
say?
line's right here,
Yeah.
correct?
Coming right, yep.
that's the line.
Oh,
It's
right
basically
there.
from that road.
Where's our arrow?
We got too many pointers.
Okay, so right here, that's where our line is.
Yes.
I'd like to acknowledge that when those lines are drawn on a general plan map, it's general, and so really it does give leeway to move a little bit over this way or move a little bit over that way, and that's up to city council to decide. It's up to planning commission to discuss whether is it worth it to move this over because we like this. Oh, thank you. That's a great picture right there.
Perfect, right there.
Is it worth it? Like, there's a gap here because it's a general line, and we can interpret that exactly. We can also say, you know what, that some of us are saying, I want this line to be here, or even like right here where that road is proposed, and make all of this estate density. Or we can go with what Commissioner Carroll says, and she's like, I like this, so I'm willing to blur that line over this way because this is a great product. It's a needed product. It's not a townhome. It's not a duplex. they aren't sharing walls, you know, and so we very much can justify either way and be very honest about it. And what I'm hearing is some of you in our audience, neighbors, are saying, I'd like this part to be estate density. So that's kind of where our decision is on this. I'd love to hear what the other commissioners think on this, because we have to vote one way or another. So we know what General Carroll, Commissioner Carroll, I just upgraded you, where you stand on that, and we know where Commissioner Woodhouse stands on that. Sure. Yes.
So, yeah, that collector road obviously moved, and that's what you're basing off of. The other issue is you've got the other collector road. What's nice about this layout is when you get in front of the school, that's a wall and along there, masonry wall. There's 0 cars backing out onto that street across from the school where you are pulling out of driveways when school buses, and it's a collector road. So you've got 2 collector roads you're doing this off of. That's kind of how we're looking at it, that, hey, it matches well with what is there. When you put homes directly across the street, now you've got cars pulling out. And that's the entrance to the school, as you can see what they're thinking in a layout. So
And you're thinking,
anyways,
right,
I
you're
think it is
talking
good
about
to
right
have a masonry wall. It's a collector road
Okay.
where we are not having any access coming out onto that road in front of the school when you've got
Thank you
traffic
for
and
that
stuff. And then
consideration.
also, we did all the Mill Road subdivisions basically from that road all the way up to ALA. At least on that side, it widened a bit, and there's sidewalk getting all the way up there now. We do try to, development does bring that, right, as far as trying to solve those issues. I do think we have, the narrowness can sometimes be fixed with whether you allow parking on that road or not. There's still traffic lanes going there. I think the bigger issue is that the traffic light, in order for that traffic not to stack up, right? That's not
Traffic
It's not the
light
width
and
of the road.
possibly a turn lane and traffic
Correct.
light
That would be
change.
where the width would be important.
That's something
I'm not a
that-
traffic guy, but I mean, I think that's what
And that's
you're
something
seeing
that
on that
Byron
road.
says we do have control of looking at.
Yeah, because you
Okay,
Because you
thank
can't
you.
turn, the issue is you can't turn right. And
Okay.
why it's a red light, even though there's no cars coming, because you're stuck behind somebody
Right.
else.
Thank you. Hey, I'd also like to acknowledge, we know that there's others of you here that are here for another item. We apologize for the length, but it's really important to be thorough about our vetting. So thank you. We'll be just as thorough on yours. You'll be so excited to be here till 10. I'm kidding. A little. Okay, so, all right. Are there any other concerns or thoughts? Well, let's talk about, I guess we'll talk about one thing at a time. Where is everybody on this kind, especially given what, or including what Dean just told us about? Mike, thoughts?
I still can't get over the water in the road, but I also think that sometimes I'm saying we as commission and city, give a little bit of leeway, maybe too much leeway to fit more housing in, and I get why. Michelle will yell at me now. I get why, but sometimes I think that we need to, I don't think this is going to fix the road. That's my biggest issue. The project I don't mind, and I like how they set it up, and I get why they've done it, but with the water and the road issue down there, it's going to put the neighbors it's not going to be good.
Awesome.
So I can get the idea of the plan, and I like it, but putting that many more houses right there is pretty crazy till we're ready for it.
Okay. All right. Paul?
My thought about at least just sticking with the general plan is road alignments tend to matter more. If we're changing roads, that's where we'd line things up. In my ideal world, I'd like to see a grid everywhere, which is not what we have, like in the old part of town. I just comment on that because that actually works a lot easier with straight lines and everything like that. But that's not what we have at any point here. I'm not as concerned about this extra section here, sort of being added. I like the plan. But to your point about the water and concerns like that, It sounds like there's a lot that is going to sort of be discovered as we go through this process. Obviously, the point we brought up about monitoring, what the water situation looks like as we go through those phases. I wouldn't necessarily hold on that. I know we can't sort everything here, but I think those will continue to be concerns. And then I guess I'll just generally comment on traffic. We do what we can do when we get to the development. That's just how we finance things. But I like the option that we have, at least I like hearing and understand and sympathize with everyone's concern about traffic situation. And things that we do not happen in a bubble. And obviously, the situation on Arrowhead and Mill, we've commented that, and I think we've got some good comments, and I'm glad to hear that we can talk with the state. We're doing what's necessary there, and we can't solve everything, but we can solve what we can. So those are my thoughts.
Okay.
And overarching on everything.
All right, welcome to Planning Commissioner,
I'll go
Commissioner
real
Miller.
quick here.
Yes,
I'm gonna
please.
Say, Mill Road, it's the elephant in the room that it's going to be tough to address. It really is. And I'd love to see it because I drive it a lot. And I live right above this subdivision. And I love this road right here because I'm hoping it'll take a lot of traffic away from my house. I don't see the property above anything happening in there for quite a while, just from what I've heard. So I don't see that's going to matter, but I do love the idea of this road and that. But I'm also stuck on what we went through months ago with the planning and zoning on this, and we approved what we approved, and now let's just throw that aside. It's just a general idea. No, when we were told this is the way, and we can hold this line, we wanted a plan for the next 5 years. Well, it got approved, went through the city council, everything, and so I have a problem with that. I do see with that road coming up here that yes, it could push here a bit, but I would rather see a few more estate lots over here because that's what we've approved in the past. So, that's what we voted on and the map and the general plan. So that's my stand.
Thank you. Okay. Like I started Dave, did you have something?
With some hesitation, if you don't mind.
Yes.
So clearly you understand what the options are here tonight. You could
Yeah.
recommend approval, denial. There are two different applications.
Right.
You could continue this
Yeah.
for further study, maybe even to study how to potentially improve Mill Road or an intersection. For Commissioner Woodhouse, I really appreciate his perspective. I think it's hard to argue with the line work as you might take it at face value. Again, we as staff look at it a little bit differently in terms of how the general plan might work, but you also might want to revisit the land use map for this, which, like we talked about, even just going through the adoption process and finishing that up fairly recently on a big change, we expect that to happen over time, that document's pliable, or is intended at least to be that way. So we do not want as staff to be recommending that things be approved that aren't consistent with the general plan or that, aren't perceived as being consistent with the general plan. So just that thought occurred to me as well. So if that's of value.
Thank you. Okay. All right. No pressure on your first day.
First day, that's exciting.
But you know what? Would you like to give us your thoughts? It's kind of nice to have the new people to
Yeah, they're really nice.
give your thoughts.
This is a difficult project, and I really like what Arrive has done here. And I also recognize that the general plan is just that, a general plan, kind of the spirit of the idea. And so encroaching a little bit in on that estate side, I don't have a problem with that. And I do like that these are not duplexes or townhomes or apartment buildings. I really, really, really like that a lot. So I like what they've done there.
Okay, thank you. All right, I have just a couple of things. One thing I haven't brought up, only just very much a little bit alluded to. I know that this master plan development it technically meets the requirements for a master plan development. I do not love that 35% is less than 1,500 square feet, and that there are lots that are down to 10,000 square feet. That seems like a huge cheat to me. I know that you're not a cheater, you're working within what that plan is. But to me, I would rather see less lots and more of them go toward closer to the 1,500 square feet. That's just me, and I've said that for 6 years. That's always how that's consistent with me. I too am. I also really like this development a lot. I think it's come a long way. I've been here when you've come and talked to us twice about it.
Were you on the party bus?
I was on the party bus. You are an optimistic man. And I was on the bus, yes. We went on a field trip down to that area several years ago. Correct. We said no townhomes. I really do love, it was a long time ago. This is my last meeting today. And so, but my biggest concern is that I feel like if we send something to the city council to recommend, then I think we need to make sure you're set up for big success. And I feel like it's come a long way, but I feel like there might need to be a little bit more work addressing how impacts to roads. And it does sound like you have a plan, like you're willing to gamble is the wrong word, take the risk with the water and confident with the engineering on how that could work, and confident enough that you're willing to invest that much money, and there's no way you're going to build a product that's going to cause water problems for who you build it for. So I guess my biggest concern is the road too, and there's no easy answer, because I understand that about roads. Let me just address one other thing about Jackie Larson's comments. We haven't said anything about what you've said, Jackie, and we acknowledge and appreciate that you'll come and address. I personally feel like your concerns, I don't know, I just am someone who has confidence that the law will work, that you and the city and the developer will, and that it'll all work out. Like no one's going to go against the law or go against what they've said. And so I know that it's a huge concern for you, and I completely respect that. But I have confidence in the process, in the law and the legal process on that. Does anybody else have any additional comments about that? Okay, so with that being said, I'm not even sure how this is going to turn out, but we have to do two motions. I have to entertain two motions. Is that correct? Which do I do first?
The preliminary plats first.
Preliminary plat. And I guess the other option is we can also move that we continue this for another month and make no recommendation. We could, what are the other options? Does anybody have, okay. Should I just start off with preliminary plat? This is tricky. I don't know what to do.
So if you could someone could make a motion on the preliminary plat issue.
Okay.
I'll make a motion.
All right.
I move to recommend the approval of the proposed Leland Meadows subdivision preliminary plat based on the staff's findings and conditions.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye. Aye.
Okay, so we have 2 against and 4
4.
for. So that passes, but ought to make a note to the city council. Okay, now.
So we've had one public hearing, and the public hearing discussed both the preliminary plat and lots of questions on the zone change, but technically we should have a public hearing on the zone change issue as well.
Okay, especially since that's come up with how we would do that zone.
Well, and so lots of people have already commented, and so you can manage that how you want.
Can I just ask why we approved the plat before the zoning was approved?
There's a condition on the preliminary plat approval that the zone be recommended and approved with the city council. So if the city council doesn't approve the zone change, then the preliminary plat can't pass. So because of that condition, you do the preliminary plat first and then the zone.
So, but it puts us in a tight spot because it's like, okay, the plat just passed, but we still have to approve the zoning.
You don't have to. You can still recommend.
I know,
that the zone
that's
change.
when, but then, that's what, I was torn on that. Why vote for the plat if I
We're just recommenders. They can look to see
go
what
the other
we
way on the
recommend.
zoning? It looked like
All right,
a mixed, yeah, it didn't, okay.
okay. All right. So we've also had a public, do I need to open a public hearing? Okay, I'd like to open the public hearing for the zone change. Would anyone like to come and talk particularly about our zone change? And let me say high level is that the zone change is that we go down this line, correct? And that this line right here, this
No.
area here is medium density R16, and this area here is low density R1.
State.
Estate density
It follows the road.
1.5,
State density.
115.
or 115.
It follows the map.
Okay,
Yeah.
The green is one, the yellow is the other.
this is one, this is the other. Okay,
No.
no.
Map over here, the R16 would be yellow, right?
Can you show that, Dave?
They all look the
The
same color
garden
to me.
houses are the one, the other's the other.
Oh, these,
That's why I have two different colors.
Yeah.
okay, they all look the same color to me. All right.
Let's get, Scott, let's get more variety in our colors.
We need some red. Okay, thank you. I can see where that is now. All right. Please.
You know my name. I'm just thinking possibilities here. This does, it's sort of a, if you omit this from being R6, it's sort of like you feel like it's not going to cash flow. The deal isn't going to cash flow to build all this in. But not necessarily, because this is going to be a 5-lane road. It's going to hook to Center Street exit when they build it out. It's going to be a very big arterial road. It's going to drain all this one way or the other. People will go to the point of least resistance, just like water. And that means this opens this ground up for something other than, and the use could be determined at that point, that could bring a higher revenue for the developer than just R6 housing.
Thank
It's
you.
going to be a big intersection.
Right.
It's a real opportunity.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, thank you. We will close public hearing. All right. Is there any discussion? Okay, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. I move to recommend the approval of the proposed Leland Meadows zone change based on the conditions and findings as noted.
I second that motion.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Okay, so that passes 4-2. All right, that'll be interesting to hear the city council's discussion about that, and hopefully they won't talk about it as long as we do, but maybe they will. Show
Madam
up.
Chair,
Yes.
once again, just a couple of thoughts. It's not uncommon for projects to go from the planning commission to the city council, from one meeting to the next. We haven't noticed this project for a public hearing with the city council yet, and it's quite possible that, in fact, I certainly think that we as staff need to make sure that we've studied everything that we can and have approached UDOT and have some kind of sense for where they are and what that might look like from a timing perspective should there be a viable option to expect that intersection at Mill Road and 164 to maybe be enhanced or improved or that type of a thing. So just for the sake of anybody that might be trying to track this and when it'll be on an agenda, anybody that received a notice for the hearings tonight will receive a notice again in the future. We'll get different signs put up for that, and we'll get different signs put up for hearings with the council as well, but I don't think that'll likely be in 2 weeks. I don't know when that will be, but we'll take time to get what information we can on that. And just one other thought, and I appreciate what Mr. Woodhouse said. Back in 2004, 5, or 6, traffic on Mill Road became an issue because of ALA. Then it was Old Mill Estates, and I think Atlas Engineering was involved in trying to figure out how to enhance, that is, widen different parts of Mill Road in the 2008, 2009 era. Then it was Mulestein Meadows that added, so this has gone on, right? Every time there's been a new development that's come along, and what Mr. Haslam said is absolutely true. There are homes that front onto Mill Road, property owners that we typically assume don't want to be involved in road expansions and that type of a thing. So those expansions typically just happen when somebody's ready to change their land use. So I'm not entirely optimistic that we'll have any better information for residents or the council when this goes to the city council, but we're gonna try. We're gonna see what might be able to be done, and maybe what that looks like from a timing perspective and that sort of a thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Our next item is the Hollow Acres commercial zone change. Who's gonna present to us on that? Brandon's getting up and down again. That sore back. Hope you've got some ibuprofen.
I'm surprised you don't want a quick break. This is
I feel
the
like
east.
we've got to get these people that have been waiting going through.
This is, you're right. This is the east side of town. Just to be clear, this is for the zone change only. There is no plating, there is no site plan. The images that were provided by the applicant are conceptual in nature, showing how they might utilize the property that they're proposing to rezone from rural residential to commercial. This is the part of town that we're looking at. It's a growing intersection with increased traffic volumes every year, Spanish Fork Parkway and 400 North. What we're looking at is just this parcel of property that abuts Spanish Fork Parkway. This separate parcel is owned by Rocky Mountain Power and is not included in the requested zone change tonight. The property is over 8 acres in size, might even be over 9 acres. But what they're looking at is requesting just for the northern portion to change. So if we go to the next slide, on the left, you'll see the current zoning districts. The property, the south portion is R112. That was changed by the City Council and Planning Commission a few years back in anticipation of doing large lot development. At the time, there were some other proposals for the north half that were not modified or looked on favorably at that time. So what the request is, we have the RR portion, rural residential, and then a sliver of the R112 portion. On the right, you see the land use designation from the general plan. What it anticipates is some commercial presence there at the southeast quadrant of the intersection. And so you can see that potentially Rocky Mountain Power, if they ever sold it or if they ever develop it, that's something they could potentially look at, but not necessarily have to do. Let's go to the next slide. So this is an image that was put together by our GIS showing exactly the proposed changes. Let's go to the next slide. So once again, this is conceptual in nature. This is not something that's been thoroughly reviewed as far as site plan approval or compliance with the codes.
And so what we're looking at tonight is just this portion of the property. I appreciate that the applicant has provided an updated concept showing how the south portion could still be developed with larger lots, similar to what you have to the south and to the east. And so once again, this north portion, we're looking at going from RR to C2, including just a small portion of the R112 to C2. When we look at the general plan, the commercial designation, that's reserved for hubs of retail, dining, offices, and services that provide economic vitality and community convenience through accessible, well-designed development. Commercial land is highly sensitive, with success often depending on visibility, access, and proximity to major transportation corridors and population centers. Because suitable sites for commercial activity are limited, preserving these locations for commercial use is critical. So once again, the Development Review Committee looked at this in July and recommended approval, and did comment to the applicant that many of the issues that may arise from the conceptual layout, those would be reviewed and addressed with the subsequent site plan and subdividing of the property that would still need to occur if actions taken on the zone change by the city council. Let's go to the next slide. These next few images are just updated information from the applicant, and we do have a representative for the applicant here tonight. He can come up and speak to these images and the views, as well as the property. If you need to, I did include in the staff report some of the potential uses that are allowable in the C2 zone. I don't know how much detail the applicant will go to as far as potential uses that they've identified here, but we'll let him come up and speak to that. This item also does have a public hearing aspect to it, and this staff report and a later slide does include the recommendation by the Development Review Committee. Their findings when they recommended approval was they felt it was consistent with the designation of commercial, that the proposal will provide for commercial uses at an important and highly visible intersection, and that the proposal enhances commercial uses and services in the area, and that those would be conveniently located. Questions for staff at this time?
I got a question. So conceptual, we're talking zone change, conceptual, but with no plans in place, what's kind of the onus to make this change? Is it more to help with, pushing plans along?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I asked and answered my own question right there. So.
If I remember right too, this is power lines go right through this, so this is going to be a difficult.
Correct. So
see them
north is on the right side of the screen. You can see the power lines come through on an angle. And so yes, this north portion does have that impact from that angle of power lines. And so certain things like structures can't be placed under it, but parking and other improvements can.
I know we got creative in the electric park area, and this also looks creative. I think there's a general hesitancy to have residents underneath here, but this I think is perhaps less concerning. Let me ask a question. I know, again, we're talking conceptual here, but as we just noted with the road development, we would expect to see improvement along here. Are we talking trail too, or something like that?
There's a number of trails. A trail that would be on,
because there's a trail right here, and I know there's a
Spanish Fork Parkway would have a trail.
Yeah, there'd be a trail here on this side, and then there's also a master plan trail that follows the power line corridor, which on their concept they propose potentially bringing it along 400 north and down.
Okay, very much like that. So.
And we would expect a right turn lane onto 400 north too.
So it'll right turn lane.
Yeah, we have two different concepts that our engineering department has drawn up showing how improvements can be completed to this intersection. One option, if we can skip ahead to it, it's at the very end. So this option here would anticipate relocation of a pole, which would be costly, and this option would be a slip lane that would allow the poles to remain in place for right turn movement.
But that would be the pole removal or change, or that would be up to the developer, right? To foot those costs.
And that's not necessarily the emphasis of tonight's request. We're
No.
looking mainly at the zoning, but we provided this for your information.
And I do like the fact that we're putting the zoning ahead of the plat approval.
I'll make another, I mean, I don't know, we have this, actually, I'll wait to make the discussion until later. I've got some
Okay.
thoughts.
If there's no other question for staff, Forrest is here to represent the developing group as far as the request for the zone change. And then if there's no other questions for the applicant or I at that time, then public hearing would be next.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Forrest Gaskill. I represent the developer. You kind of alluded to it. We generally, we try to make sure that a site is developable before we get too far down the road on putting a lot of time and money into drawing up the plans. We want to, we work with staff to make sure that we have as much as we can provide. So this is a plan based on what we typically would expect as far as tenant uses, and then we've started working on some of the challenges, like the right turn lane and the improvements. We kind of sized it based on what we felt like we needed to be able to afford to put in these improvements. That's why it doesn't quite match up exactly with the maps that were shown that show the, I guess, the limits of the zones.
The general plan map.
Yeah. And we think it works, and there's some challenges with the power lines. We've been talking to Rocky Mountain Power. I actually came down early to drive that power corridor to get a better idea of what has been built underneath. They've given us information, but it's hard to kind of know, read through their requirements, understand what that means until you actually go and look. So I've been trying to get my arms around that. But yeah, so this is kind of our attempt at fitting commercial into that power corridor. And then, like I said, these are all just kind of conceptual buildings, sort of what we would expect the tenant mix to be, but we don't have any concrete tenants at this point. But yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay.
Even though this is conceptual, are the individual building sizes, is that somewhat accurate?
Yeah, so if you look at the plan, we are kind of limited like the best part of this corner from a retail perspective is the hard corner, but obviously there's power lines there, and so we can't put buildings there. So we've tried to plan for the types of tenants we were expecting and where they would fit. So, we have like a larger building on that north end because we have some space there and we can park on the other side. And then we've tried to put more of the bigger, multi-tenant buildings towards the south side where they will also fit that.
So right here, larger,
Exactly.
and right here, larger.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And here.
Yeah, and then we're trying to, there's some single-use tenants that we think will show up, and we've tried to fit them in places where we're kind of tighter, trying to fit,
Like a
right there.
single-use tenant. right
Exactly.
there.
So even though it's conceptual, what's the possibility that those three buildings right there along the west side turn into one building?
The three buildings along the west, turn into one?
Yeah.
Very low. There's not a single-use tenant that would have a large building like that, and for us, we've found that our sort of preferred multi-tenant size is around 4,000 to 6,000 square feet. That's kind of it's not too small, not too large. There's some costs
analysis goes into that. So recently we've done a lot of these sort of pad buildings, and they tend to be between 4,000 and 6,000 square feet for the multi-tenant ones.
You'll likely want to have multiple drive-through opportunities, I would guess. So that oftentimes is why the buildings get split up like this.
Yeah, that's the nature of the market. A lot of the current tenants want drive-throughs.
With the power lines there, have they imposed a height restriction on the buildings?
Yes, there are requirements for how close we can get to the power lines. I believe we're far enough away with all these buildings that we don't have height. The code is going to restrict the height more than the power lines would. Our retail buildings don't generally go that tall to where we're concerned about it, where we're outside of the power line corridor.
So you probably wouldn't build a two-story of any of those?
No.
My question is, the general plan has this area right here to be commercial, and when we were discussing this, part of that is that then it's this, because this isn't up against neighbors, where here you're in and out and you've got neighbors right across the street too, and they are already very impacted by the high school traffic as well. So do you not own this end of it over there?
No, that parcel's owned by Rocky Mountain Power, and we've talked to them, but it's Rocky Mountain Power. They have told me that they have no intention of developing it or selling it or anything in the near future. So.
Okay. Okay. All right. Does anybody else have questions here?
Really quickly, it's hard to tell from this drawing, but how many entrances and exits are there in this?
Yeah, so we have two on 2550 East, and then we're showing one on 400 North. And we've been working with staff to try to get those, just for the retail portion, obviously the residentials.
Oh, just for do you have an ingress here too?
Yeah, so we've got those two.
Right
yes,
here
exactly.
and right here. Oh.
And then here too?
And then, yes, on 400 North. And yeah, we've been working, trying to get the spacing right on that. Obviously, when we go in and put in the right turn lane design, that'll kind of affect where those end up.
Yeah.
And then we've also, as you talked about, towards the south side of the property where there are homes across the street, we wanted to make sure that lined up in a place where we're not going to have headlights shining into people's windows. So we tried to space that between the houses on the other side of the street.
Well, thank you for considering that.
Yeah.
And also the ingress is helpful, at least from access to certain businesses.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if you need to have an ingress and egress right here, or since this is such a small little neighborhood, if they could all just flow out in and out of there.
Cul-de-sac?
This, for the residential area.
Yeah,
Like,
but make that a cul-de-sac, is
Yeah.
what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Code-wise, it could, yeah.
Yeah, it's certainly a possibility.
It's a tricky piece of property.
I'll say this: we're a retail developer first and foremost. That's our emphasis, and so we're happy to show what we need to on the residential side. We're not trying to ask for anything there that the city doesn't want. So any feedback we'll take into consideration and try to reflect it on our plan.
It sounds like mostly what you've done is just kind of penciled in something
exactly.
consistent. Okay.
You've kind of penciled it in, but yet with the power lines, you're kind of locked into some of those locations, aren't you?
Yeah.
'Cause am I right? They can't build under, like nothing structural can be under the power lines and no tall trees. Is that right?
Some trees.
Some trees, but nothing that grows.
Yeah, there's requirements. Anything that goes underneath has to have some kind of grounding, and nothing or anything that is conductive, even with certain types of coatings, have to have grounding. I'll spare you the details. I've been digging through it this week, and there's a lot that goes into it. But yeah, as of right now, we're not planning on any buildings underneath it.
Any other questions before we open this up to public comment? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You know, after our last wild public hearing and last whole thing that we did for 2.5 hours, I just found this wonderful handy dandy paper. So let me just tell you, I'm going to open this to public hearing, but due to time limitations, public comments will be limited to 3 minutes each. The rules of conduct are to come to the front and address the Planning Commission. Each person is allowed to speak only once. Clearly state your name and address for the record. The individual speaking shall give pertinent facts that have not already been stated. Please do not repeat information that's already been given. No individual is to speak from the audience unless requested to do so by the Planning Commission, and at no time shall there be outbursts from the audience such as speaking out of turn, cheering applause. If this occurs, individuals may be asked to leave. We did all those things this last time, so we're going to show a good example this time. I apologize for being out of order. All right, we'll open this up to public comment for anyone that would like to come and speak. Thank you.
My name is Benjamin Jacobson, and I don't know why this was brought up for even consideration. This has been met with extreme animosity about 6 or 7 years ago. I was one of those individuals. I live across the street. The traffic is already horrible there, okay? We're getting a grocery store with other retail going in there. Leave it at residential, single family. That's the way it's always been. Leave it at single family residential. Clearly, whoever purchased this did not get the memo from the last meeting that we're not doing this. We are not doing this, okay? I understand property owners have a right, but no, we are not doing this. We've had this discussion once. We're not doing it again. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else?
My name is Ross Batsgard. We live at 305 North Spanish Fort Parkway. We're one of 3 landowners that still face Spanish Fort Parkway. So we know the traffic intimately. We see every car that goes along that street. Our house doesn't back up to the street behind a fence. We're right on the street. That proposal that was presented several years ago was to try to cram as many townhomes as possible on that south end because the north part was deemed non-usable. And I wasn't in favor of that at all as well. And as somebody mentioned a height restriction, that's been a cornfield as long as we've lived up there. And could we have the buildings be no taller than a corn stalk? just for the feeling. No, but you know, that field has got, something's got to be done with that property. It's not going to be a cornfield forever. And we've had that traffic problem since they built the high school. Dave knows me very well. We've talked about it numerous times. That's that last little piece of Spanish Fort Parkway that hasn't been improved, and this will resolve that problem. I don't have a problem with this. Those residential homes on that side will fit right in. I like this concept of a little neighborhood shopping area. It's not going to draw people from a regional basis. It's going to serve those hundreds and hundreds of homes that have been built up on the bench already. The traffic's there. The traffic is us that will drive by there and use those facilities. It's not going to pull people from all over town and all over the county. And I like that idea in communities where they have these little commercial hubs and neighborhood areas. Can fit very nicely with those areas. In terms of Rocky Mountain Power, when we had that last discussion a number of years ago, I actually called them. And I talked to their head real estate person, and I don't know if it's just a matter of talking to the right person or what. And he says, well, I don't have any problem having that developed. And because when I looked at it back then, I thought that full 20-acre piece, if it were developed in one project, it could be so much more well-designed. But I'm not in control of Rocky Mountain Power. I just passed that along. We talked, and I sent him a letter, and he says, that's a misunderstanding to think that we're not interested in being developed. They're not going to take the initiative because they're a big utility, and it wouldn't be worth their much time or effort on their part. But anyway, I would just like to let people know that as probably one of the 3 families most affected by this, I don't have any objection to it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Batsgaard. Okay. All right, anyone else?
My name is John Sumption. I live in the house right here that faces Spanish Fork Parkway. There are 3 impacts that I know of. One is noise across the street, commercial drive-through. One is light across the street, shining in our windows. One is traffic coming in and out. The pros for this is that it is a beneficial land use in a very difficult location under power line. The con for this is that it impacts these 3 houses like this. The concept is helpful. However, where the exits and entrances are placed is probably the least amount of impact that you will have on the existing residences there. The fact that it's proposed to be developed means that this can turn into a trail. If it does turn into a trail and this isn't developed at the same time, you're going to have a trail coming here, going to a ditch right here, going to a trail right there. And so I don't like the fact that it is only proposed that we turn this into commercial without any kind of cohesive plan for the whole section. The other thing that I do like the fact that it is a commercial use, because I think that's probably the only use that will end up developing this section right here. If it were to be developed, then you would have, this is sidewalk but no curb and gutter, and the water collects right here and is splashed with the gravel onto this sidewalk every time there's a rainstorm all winter long. You're probably well aware of that. If this were developed in one section, then trail and sidewalk, you could gain continuity here, and you could put curb and gutter right here, and it would be a cohesive development. I am opposed to the proposal that is on the table because this is not a cohesive development, and because there is no specific site plan that rides along with this zoning proposal. And because of that, as a resident, we have no leverage in being able to have control over what site plan goes in. That's the reason I'm opposed. Otherwise, I like the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Sumption. I sure appreciate all the neighbors that are the very most impacted come and give us your insight on that. That is great. Yes, Mrs. Batsgaard.
Hi, my name is Janine Batsgaard, and my home faces Spanish Fork Parkway. We're one of the 3. I am the one in the middle, and as the basic plan that you have there, right when I'm trying to come out of my driveway and facing all the high school traffic, it looks like you have people coming out exactly in my driveway. So now I'm going to have to face people coming this way, and coming straight at me, so it would be impossible for us to get out of our driveway. So I'm sure that the developer would work with that and make sure that we have a way to get out of our driveway safely and that we don't have the headlights coming straight in. I also know that there's a possibility that the lights for commercial, you can have ones that go straight down instead of spreading out, and I would assume that that would be done. And also that concern that that John Sumption said, I know that when the Edge subdivision went in, that there was money held aside so that when the other side of the street was developed, that we would get a curb and gutter so we could get the water management taken care of. As it is now, there's just a sidewalk, and it's a mess, and there's no water control. So I would assume that that would be part of it too. And I agree, it's a problematic corner, and that if there, you can't build a structure under those power lines, that probably the best use of that property would be commercial, where they can't build a structure too high and mostly parking lot under the power lines. So I don't oppose this development, but I would hope that the developers would really work with the neighbors right across the street so that we could both feel good about how things go, so that we would have some input and we'd be able to work closely with the developers and not be adverse enemies.
Thank you. Thanks, Janine. Okay. All right. Are there any other comments? Otherwise, we will close our public comment. And, all right, let's have some.
We got one more.
One more, yes. Thank you. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Late to the show. Hi, my name's Dana Drake, and I actually live on the other side, east of that development. I don't know how this works, but I'm all right over here.
Okay.
And one thing in the last 6 years that we've lived there is that this intersection gets a lot of activity with accidents. You get the whole night sky lit up. I think the whole traffic development, on the last 2.5 hour discussion, you talked about traffic development on streets, et cetera. And what's going to go on through here is you get a gazillion kids for 9 months of the year all going right there to that high school. And it gets backed up, and it's not the longest turn lane. And now you're going to add commercial. And I'm not against the development of commercial, but I like the corn. The corn's really nice to look out the back window. What you see is going to happen, in my opinion, is you're just going to have this cluster of commercial kids, and then any post activities of the high school. Was it mentioned a drive-through on every pad? I mean, I see that as a magnet for the kids, just going there, hanging out and whatever. So late night activities going in and out of that area and affecting the residents along this area here with just lights, traffic, noise, etc., trash, whatever it might be. But from my perspective, I wish the farmer would just keep growing corn. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. Okay. All right, anyone else for public comment?
My name is Colleen Drake. I live with this guy, and I agree with most of the comments that have been made. One of my concerns is as vehicles are heading south on Spanish Fork Parkway, and they pause to turn left, because this is just a 2-lane. If they pause to turn left and are waiting for traffic to clear to do so, there's just going to be a backup of cars that may take you to the intersection. I don't have a solution for that. I just see it as a potential problem. And my question is, how would that be addressed or resolved? It may be the same concern coming from the south, but I think the bigger concern is coming from the north and affecting that intersection. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen. All right, anyone else for public comment? Thank you, everyone. We'll close public comment and we'll have a discussion. All right, commissioners, what are your thoughts?
Comment on traffic. Literally nothing happens in a vacuum. I've been here since 2008. I live down on the other side of Highway 6. And when we opened up Spanish Fork Parkway to allow me to have another access point to, to everything else in town, this is one of my main routes that I take quite often. And I was quite overjoyed that this was possible, just because Highway 6 can be a nightmare. I understand that traffic, I've had both of my children go to Maple Mountain High School. I've been on the other side of that traffic. They've been on the other side of that traffic. That traffic situation came from the school. And both of these areas on both sides have been unimproved for quite some time. It's very similar to what we were talking about with Arrowhead and the Mill Road. Development's a difficult thing. I get that, and a lot of changes here, and I appreciate the neighbors talking very thoughtfully about what changes this makes here. They're already dealing with the traffic situation that is. My hope would be, in addition to the zoning, we do whatever we can and make a priority to be on this development for addressing traffic situations. I know we can talk through that ad nauseum. That said, I think the reality of this is a major corridor in town. This is one of the ways we can get there. And when the key thing was actually opening up that railroad crossing, and from my experience here on the Planning Commission, getting anything from the Union Pacific Railroad is almost like getting an act of Congress complete. So that's a key critical juncture here in our city. Looking at this, I like it. I actually talk with my son who's got a lot of friends from Mapleton. One thing we always kind of comment is, in Spanish Fork, we have a lot more things than they have in Mapleton, and this area here, from a commercial development perspective, I think would actually draw in individuals from Mapleton, and it's good for our tax base there. Now, again, we'll see what size of property things come there. I was very close to the Small Mart. Initially, I was quite opposed to some of the commercial development there. There is quite a bit of traffic that comes in there. But I'll tell you, as a resident close to that, within walking distance, I love that I can walk to all of those things from a commercial perspective. Having an area that's walkable, like a little, and I think a lot of these residents here will see something similar. So those are my thoughts.
I think my concern's the same as, especially she mentioned trying to turn with no turning lane. That could be really messy unless they're going to widen it enough to put that in there. And then I think the curb and gutter, and I think one point is to make sure we develop the whole thing and don't do just half with the walkway, which I would think we would ask for. But that's my concerns.
Anyone?
Okay, this has actually been on my radar long before I thought I'd be sitting up here. This is my neighborhood as well. And I've looked at this property with the power lines, and it's a challenging plot of land. But like Mr. Ross said, eventually it's going to get developed. And if it's not commercial, then it's probably going to be townhouses, and I'm deathly opposed to that. So as long as this doesn't get too congested, I like how you have a lot extra parking stalls that are required. And if we could work with the neighbors, like with the headlights and her getting out of her driveway, I like the corn better, but I like this project, and I think a lot of people in our area right there are the ones that are going to be visiting that besides the high school. And so I don't, the traffic is horrible. It's absolutely horrible. I have to time when I leave to work and when I come home based on what the high school's doing. But I don't think this is necessarily going to add to that other than turning in and out of there. But I like this. I like this project. I'd like to see a good plot plan.
Daryl, I want to make one comment on what you said.
Please.
I don't think it's no secret. I run a lot, and I run around the city. I think everyone's told me they signed me run somewhere. The biggest thing that I see from a traffic perspective when I'm running is schools. It seems like it's much more so than anything else, including residential. When the school hours are in place, and that's when the traffic happens. Canyon Road sees the same thing from the junior high. It's just when all the people are going to the same place. Everything else, let's not pretend like the traffic's not bad at other times, but that's when it's exceptionally bad. So I'll just comment that, the school is the biggest thing, and the school here has been the biggest thing from a traffic perspective. So,
and I'd just like to say I like the fact that we're addressing the zoning first ahead of the plat, because that we're not, and then if we can approve that, and I believe with the best use for this is commercial with the power lines there and everything, plus it'll be beneficial to the neighborhood in the long run. And as the plat is designed, I would hope with the city that a turning lane or something to help get around that corner to speed traffic up, it might be beneficial, speed things up from what they are now, even with the added traffic on the commercial right there. And also maybe, like they say, if we could get the trail in all at once, while this is being designed or, whatever, and it make sure that the entrances are addressed so they're not detrimental to the existing people across the street. But I like the idea of it. And, it is a little bit outside the approved general plan on the commercial, but it's the best use of the property. So I like it. And, and I'm sure it'll change as the design goes in and the city staff gets involved.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. I know that that when we were talking about general plan, we did this area for commercial for a couple of reasons. One is then if you have commercial here, then you are not, and if you have commercial just right here and you have residential here, then it's less impact to our three friends who are sitting in these rows in front of us. That's exactly why we did that. Now that we're sitting in this meeting, and I believe that that's the best way, least impact, then you can put a masonry wall behind this right here, so it's less impact to our neighbors that are here in the front row, right? Practically speaking, though, with this being the owned plot of land and this not being part of the same plot of ownership, I can see why this is more practical. I still am so concerned about it. I too drive this all the time. I live on this side, my grandkids live down here. So that's the way I go. There is one difference I was realizing, Paul, about the difference between Small Mart and your neighborhood and this commercial and these neighbors is a masonry wall. So you have a good masonry wall and foliage, whatever that's called, zone, right?
Yeah, and it's actually a really nice one, and I'll also comment. That was a huge discussion that we had, my neighbors, directly with the city, and the city was exceptionally responsive to
Right.
that. And that area is actually nice. It's almost a park.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
They keep it, yeah, thank you, city maintenance people who take care of Parks and Rec, please pass that along. It's beautifully kept. And so it's very similar and has some of the same benefits, but also you're already so heavily impacted. I wish that and it is not the job of the Planning Commission to maximize the finances of developers. Our job is to look out for the best interest of our residents and our city. And so at the same time, this would be a great little place for teenagers to come during lunch and do. And so in my mind, I'm thinking, is there a way to do some kind of protective barriers if you're doing a drive-through so lights are not shining over there? Is there a way to mitigate sound? I know there's ways to mitigate the lights that are coming down because there's a great big building that's going down over here that they've talked a whole lot about light impacts to their neighbors. And so that we've talked about very recently. But, and so I'm so torn. I appreciate that you have this will be a cute little development. They'll just love their neighbors. My other concern is that I think it's sometimes good to do zoning before there's a site plan, but the other times it's concerning that there's not a site plan when you do zoning, because that's our only bite at the apple. Once we change it to commercial, then it doesn't ever come before Planning Commission again because they have the right to develop it there. And so they're meeting with our good friends in the Community Development Office, and they know and understand our city and what we'd like there, but it's our only time to weigh in on what goes there. And That's the other hard part is when you have a high school there, because high school traffic is the hardest. It's not like an elementary school or a middle school or a middle school where you have high traffic twice a day and the rest of the time it's pretty fine. High school is just most of the time very high impact. I mean, even in the summertime. So I've seen at least 2 proposals for this land. I don't know where to land on my opinion on this subject. So, did everybody else say something on this? Any other comments on this before I entertain a motion?
One last comment. I think it's not perfect, but it's fairly consistent with the land use plan. We're talking a very small amount.
And it is practical with that is one landowner.
Yeah, and I think to comment on land use, or like the master plan doesn't say we own the whole thing and we can run everything. It's ultimately up to the private property owners in terms of what can happen there. But again, I think this very much fits the guidance there.
I guess and we would all look you in the eye and say, if we recommend this to the city council, that we would hope that you would definitely want to work with the neighbors so that it's a mutually beneficial, the least impact possible on a neighbor.
Yeah, and one thing we say every time we come into a city is, like, we want to build something for the community. That's one of the benefits of being a retail developer. I haven't worked in Spanish Fork very much, so I'm not as familiar with the code as I am other cities. Typically, there's headlight screening requirements for drive-throughs. There's dark sky ordinances or just requirements for lighting, and we're happy to meet that. We're willing to work with the neighbors to make sure that we're not building something that's intrusive, that, you know, we're doing all the things to make sure that we're fitting into the community. That's always been how we've done it. Our company has a good reputation. I know I can say that all I want, and it doesn't mean anything, but if you go and talk to the people we've worked with, we do try to work with neighbors and work with the city, and I think we have a history of showing that we do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're
Appreciate
welcome.
that. Okay. With that, I would entertain a motion. I'm looking for a red slide.
I'll make a motion that we approve the proposed Hollow Acres commercial zone change be recommended for approval based on the findings listed there.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
And all opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Whew, 40 minutes. Thank you, friends. We have been sitting here for 3 hours, and we'd like to take a 5-minute break before we come back. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Anderson, before we do our next thing, I'd like to take one moment of personal privilege, if you wouldn't mind. Is that all right? Okay, everyone.
He's going to sit down and enjoy this.
All right, it's my last Planning Commission meeting, and I just have to share. I'm just going to take 2 minutes to share, my friends. I made a list of some things I've learned as a planning commissioner. You ready?
They put a timer up.
Yes, do it, please. No, do it. Okay, do it. All right. Number one is, here's one thing I've learned. Spanish Fork City staff are professionals. They care about our citizens and the best practices for in city development and services. They do the work. Thank you for doing the work. People want to live in Spanish Fork, including our own kids. So that growth needs to be well planned and thoughtfully managed. I'm grateful to have worked with incredible people. Like I've said, city staff Dave Anderson, who's been patient with my questions and given me perspective and history. One of the best pieces of advice that I've gotten was something like, learn all you want about city planning and code. We professionals will support you in the details. This is Dave talking to me. You make sure you come to Planning Commission with your common sense and your connections to the community. That's the second best advice I've ever received, and the first was to thank everyone. So thank you, all of you who come with your common sense and your own experience. Thank you to Dave and Brandon, David, Ian, Seth, Casey, Vaughn, Byron, all our friends, all our city servants, current and past. What a privilege it's been. Thank you to my fellow commissioners, both past and present. Thank you for being willing to speak up and share your insights. Tonight has been a perfect example of that. You are a model of how to have robust conversations and look at all sides of an issue. We agree and we disagree. We come to a consensus most of the time, but sometimes not, as shown tonight, and we're great friends at the end of the meeting. And that's what we do in Spanish Fork City, no matter what social media says. It's easier to make hard decisions when you're flanked by sensible people, and I have grown a stronger backbone from this experience. There will be people who are displeased with any decisions you make. As far as my Planning Commission friends, I think that I drove Todd Mitchell crazy for the first 2 years that we served together. And thanks for tolerating me, Todd. From him, I've learned to keep asking where the city council stands on issues. If they're not interested, don't spend a lot of time on it. And don't be afraid to reach out and talk to our city council members. But one thing I also learned from Mitchell was, it's not my job to make developers money. It's my job to think about what's best for the community. Thanks to John Mendenhall, who reminded us that Spanish Fork has a vibrant history that we should remember when making our decisions, even if meetings are longer. Thank you to Councilman Euler, who told me to ask a lot of questions, even if it seems like everyone else knows the answer and that you think that you should know the answer. Thank you to our mayor for being willing to call a spade, listen and consider, and then make the sensible choice in a very respectful way. Thank you to Joseph Ernest for telling me not to apologize for having different opinions and for being funny. Thank you, Michelle, for sharing your expertise and helping me think outside the box. Thank you to all of you. Change is hard. This is one thing I've learned in Spanish on the Planning Commission. Change is hard, and there's fear that comes along with that. Our awesome citizens come, and their standard concerns are that their home values are going to go down, that crime will increase, and that their children will be injured. We care about the safety. We care about our safety in our pocketbook. All of us do. And it's good to think about that. And also to understand that those things are vetted by our city staff each time, and that before anything comes before us. They care about our safety and pocketbooks and our city. Thank you to our citizens who come and share your concerns about projects. We make better decisions when we listen, consider, discuss, and ask staff. Planning commissioners, keep doing your homework and keep asking questions, especially ask staff how projects will impact our community, and ask what we are not asking or thinking about. be willing to change your mind and read the land use element of the general plan, not just the map, and consider it when making decisions. And thank you for the privilege of serving Spanish Fork City and with you, my friends. All right, thank you. Okay, our next thing is Title 15 amendments.
So I'm going to be really quick. I had an opportunity last night. Shauna came to the city council meeting. For anybody that doesn't know that, new members were appointed to the commission, and the council took a couple of minutes to express some own feelings about Shauna and her service. Shauna, a couple thoughts that I had after I sat down last night. So to be brief, one of the things I have appreciated the most about working with Shauna, and the list is long, is how you've represented the city. The city as a community, the city as an organization, the civic entity that is the city. I think very few people have come to meetings that haven't felt like you heard them, like you cared, and like you were trying to do your best to take care of them. And there's a warmth that you've exhibited in that. I think you've been a great example. You've been devout and committed, and we couldn't have asked for anything more. So thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks for letting me take a quick
nice.
minute with that.
That's nice. Okay, Title 15, here we go.
Okay, this is really simple. I won't drag it on longer than I need to. The state code changed and has directed cities to have requirements for detached accessory dwelling units. A detached accessory dwelling unit is a second living quarters that's on the same property as the primary dwelling unit, where they don't share walls. So it might be a separate building in a backyard. I think, frankly, that's pretty much what it would have to be. It also potentially could be living space maybe over a detached garage or that type of a thing. In any event, right now we require 2 parking spaces when that type of unit exists on a property to accommodate that particular unit. State code has now been changed to say that if those buildings have less than 650 square feet of space for that detached accessory dwelling unit, cities can only require the property owner to provide 1 off-street parking space for that unit. That's what this change is about. It's really that simple. I included the language with the staff report that we have to match by the 1st of October. This would bring us into conformity with that. This is a really easy change for us because we've allowed detached accessory dwelling units for several years in a manner that, but for this, is consistent with this recent change to state code. I took longer even than explaining it than I intended to, but that's.
Can I ask one question about how many of these are in our city?
That's a great question. Probably into the dozens, I would say.
The majority that we see are are attached or
Attached.
internal accessory. I'd say a dozen is probably a fair estimate.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions or comments on this?
Nope.
I would entertain a motion.
Public
You gotta have a
hearing.
public
Oh, wait, public hearing. I open this up to public hearing, and remember, 3 minutes. Come to the front and say your name. Speak only once. Be nice. That's pretty much it. Anyone? Would anyone like to comment on this? Okay, we'll close public hearing. All right, now I'd entertain a motion.
We gonna have any discussion?
Any discussion on this?
I don't know.
Anyone?
I'll make one very brief comment.
Yeah.
We have to be compliant. I'll probably support this because we have to be compliant. I think more parking's better. We are a community where everyone drives. As much as, maybe that's not the most ideal thing. So it always frustrates me when we lower these requirements, but it is what the state requires, so.
Kind of sort of makes sense to me if it's like 650
Yeah.
square feet.
Yeah, you're
It's
parking,
probably 1.
2 parking stalls are as big as the dwelling,
Yeah,
I guess that's true.
right.
so. yeah.
Okay, all right, I'd entertain a motion.
Is this a recommendation?
Oh,
It is.
oh, yes.
I'll make a motion. I move to recommend for approval the Title 15 amendments in relation to accessory dwelling unit parking.
I have a motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. That passes. That is, will be recommended to the city council. All right. I'm so excited. This is about this next item. Our next item is a proposed Title 15 amendment about data center and on-site power generation facilities.
I thought you were just excited to hear from the lawyer for.
I am. I am.
Everybody's favorite part. I think this is just as simple as the last one. Maybe not. This is a proposed zoning text amendment for Title 15 related to data centers. So there's a company named Volition Industries who wants to put a data center inside of Spanish Fork City. In order to do that, there needs to be amendments to Title 15 in order to allow them to do that. Volition's not the first data center that's tried to come into the city. They're the first company that's made it this far. The others have been deterred for one reason or another with the process and with their options or what they were trying to propose. This company has gone a little bit further with respect to all of those aspects, and they've actually prepared and submitted proposed amendments to our code. There's 3 different sections where this comes. Based off of their submission, we then took their proposal and we vetted through that. We went through all of those details. We looked through what we thought made sense. And so you can see, as this is up there in front of you on the screen, anything that's there in blue is their amendment. And as we scroll through some of these amendments, you'll see the red. Those were changes that we made with respect to their proposal. So the first thing is definitions. There's 5 definitions that are key when it comes to a data center that Volition is recommending or proposing, and that our code would need to change in order to allow. And we have gone through these definitions, and there's 4 of them, and all of them are important with respect to what their proposal is. So the key, I mean, we've got a data center that's there defined, but with these data centers that we're talking about, there's 2 important aspects. There's this energy storage system, there's an ultra-low emission generation technology, and on-site power generation facility. So essentially, their proposal is that all of the power be generated on-site, that they not connect to our grid essentially at all. And so these definitions are what make sure that they follow through with that, right? That if we allow this as they're proposing, then they wouldn't be connected to our grid for any of that data system. And then, so those are the definitions. Then we move to the second section, which is it's the light industrial zone. And of course, with zoning uses, we have permitted uses, we have conditional uses, and we have uses subject to conditions. Their proposal was that they would have a conditional use permit. Our changes are that these would be uses subject to conditions. And that way we outline those conditions beforehand so that they're not arbitrary and it's not on a whim every time that somebody tries to come and do that. But we limit those conditions to very specific things. And if they meet those conditions, then they could be allowed to have a data center inside of the city. So there's 2 uses there you can see that would be subject to uses subject to conditions. That's a data center with on-site power generation facility and an on-site power generation facility that wasn't a data center. So any kind of data center that doesn't have their own on-site power generation facility, doesn't meet that definition, would not be allowed inside of the city under this proposal. Any questions about that? Uses subject to conditions. And then the third one are these regulations, and you can look through those regulations. Hopefully you've been through some of those, but this is all related to on-site power generation facilities. It talks about the purpose, where these apply. It's an I-1 zone. The technology that's related, and that really relates to the emission generation, the ultra-low emission generation technology.
I have a question. Is it okay?
Sure. I may not be able to answer it. Some of these questions may have to go to the applicant, but you can ask me and I'll tell you.
Okay. we did specify ultra-low emissions technology. If for some reason that's not employed, do we restrict non-ultra low emissions technology? I'm going to be specific with something I'm thinking. If for some reason they're unable to power it at the capacity they're looking at, they want to roll in a diesel generator, which can provide the power, are we explicitly restricting that?
It is excluded. If it is not ultra-low emission generation technology, it's not allowed.
Okay. And so based on basically our definition of what ultra-low, which looks like it aligns up with what we're getting from, or what's in the proposal.
Right, so based off the definition, based off of what's in our code, and it's my understanding that they're even potentially going to enter into a development agreement to agree to all of these things as well. So we'll have a contractual agreement potentially with them that if they don't follow through, we have contractual remedies that are a lot easier to enforce than code violations, so to speak. So
Yeah, and
that's my understanding. The applicants can speak to that, but
and we'll ask about that. I think the reason I bring that comment is there are all sorts of supply chain issues when it comes to data centers, and sometimes certain hardware cannot be obtained, and there's competition for that at all levels, and so that is sort of a stopgap that I think is materially different from what's being presented here, and I just want to make sure that we're clear on that language.
that makes sense to me. I don't know anything about the supply chain of data centers. So.
If you wonder why anything electronic is so expensive.
Sure. It makes sense, like I said. And then a few of the other things that are included in these conditions, again, electrical isolation, they're not going to be connected to the grid. Of course, they could choose to connect just their office and maintenance custodial stuff. We added that in case they wanted to, but everything else is for the data center energy production that's completely separate from the grid. There's conditions here related to noise, related to air quality, related to setback, screening and height, even related to the water use, wastewater discharge, even once they're finished, the decommissioning, right? What happens after they're all the way done? There's conditions here that are in force or in effect under this proposal, and then everything else is based off the other codes that we have.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
And I am sure that this has been asked, but on number 5, with the electrical isolation, with the red text that says ordinary office maintenance, custodial, other portions, is there any way to use that as a loophole to?
No, so it's my understanding that the city would require them to produce their system plans, and that would show a separation between the two, that there's no way there would be any kind of crossover between what the city is providing to these minimal things, the office maintenance, custodial, similar portions of the facility versus the data generation. And so they would have to have, if they want to connect to the city grid for those things, there would be a total separation between, there'd be no crossover, I guess, between the two. That's my understanding what we'd require.
Thank you.
Under this code. And that way they'd be paying for city power for the limited portion if they wanted to do that, right?
Okay.
And then, of course, the last one is sort of the catch-all, which is all the other code sections in the city still apply, right? And so unless it's trumped by these things. So
One more question on the last section with wastewater discharge.
Sure.
I know we're talking in the proposal about having a closed-loop cooling system.
Right.
Listened last night for Hundex, and they said, if there's any concern, there's certain, it would not necessarily be discharged into the city water supply. Is that excluded here? Because it actually sounds like it's not excluded here.
So it's my understanding based off of this code that it is possible that they would discharge the public sewer system, but if they did, they have to comply with the city's every other pre-treatment aspects under the code.
Yeah. So they do have, so as it's written, they have the option to discharge in our sewer, the public sewer.
Under these conditions, that yes, there's not a condition that restricts so that no discharge is made into our waste.
Okay.
Yeah, so those are the conditions that a data center would have to follow. If they met all of those conditions in the proposal and we pass this, then they would be entitled to approval, or that would be a permitted use inside of the I-1 zone, and inside of the I-1 zone only.
How would that be monitored? wastewater discharge, how would we monitor that? How would the city monitor that? Do they have a way?
I'm not an expert in wastewater management. Maybe Byron would know how we would monitor that.
As far as flow, you'd have to put a specific flow meter in there, which we typically don't do. But as far as testing and stuff, the pre-treatment usually has a sampling manhole where you can go down and sample. So we would have the capability of taking samples as often as we felt like we wanted to. Flow, if we were extremely concerned about that, there are flow meters you can put in there. It's not typical, but it's possible.
You can trace illicit discharges, right? Like through the system, that type of thing. Understood that you could track somebody down if they were, like if
Certain chemicals were in the water when it hit the
Yeah,
plant.
typically we go to those sampling manholes and sample them and see what's in there, yeah.
Okay. But to my understanding, they're not going to be a lot of discharge, right?
That's a great question to ask the applicant, I think. So,
So that's the proposal with respect to the Title 15 amendments. Are there any other question for me?
I want maybe an explanation. And I know you asked for the question before. I didn't ask this. If you're moving from conditional use permit to basically if you meet these conditions, that basically says this applicant, any other applicant, as long as they meet all those conditions, we wouldn't have any public hearing or anything like that. It would essentially be an administrative action, no requirement from a legislative perspective, no planning commission that would actually comment on it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And why would you do that when that conditional use rather than subject to conditions?
So it's legally, you're in a much better position to defend the decision when you have the conditions outlined beforehand, all set out directly like these ones are, versus having a planning commission review and come up with their conditions sort of
Arbitrarily.
I didn't want to say that, but yeah, arbitrarily compared to these conditions that are in place. So it's best if we come up with the conditions beforehand, set them out just like we do in many, many other instances in our code, right? We have uses subject to conditions where we set out all of those conditions beforehand and we keep those conditions pretty tight, right? In my mind, these conditions are very tight. And there are review of those things. We tried to keep it that way so that it was very limited in what could ever come in terms of a data center. But the idea is you keep those conditions tight and defensible, and so you're on a good foundation if you were ever to try to deny someone who is applying to put a data center in. If you have a conditional use permit and it comes before the planning commission, and you come up with any kind of condition that is not defensible or is a little arbitrary, where you find ourselves in the middle of a lawsuit, right?
Gotcha. That makes
condition.
sense. I
So
appreciate.
it's not that we don't trust the planning commission at all. We do, and we appreciate your input.
But we're not professionals.
But when it comes to defending that sort of foundational position, we're in a better legal position if we do uses subject to condition.
With something like this, that sounds like it's an important thing to do.
That's how we feel.
It also, this seems like it seems like this is really working to protect the citizens of Spanish Fork from big impacts of.
That's the goal. So the applicant can address the impact that they anticipate having better than I can, but it's our understanding based off of what we've studied with respect to this data center and their proposal is that they have it's our understanding that the impact is quite small. There's no effect on the grid, the power grid. The water is minimal. They can address exactly what that is. And the emissions are ultra low emissions. That's the standard that they're going to follow. So
I'm going to ask one thing in terms of power limits. We basically said any power limit is acceptable based on conditions. Is that correct? As long as you're off the grid.
no, so there's a minimum actually instead of a maximum.
A minimum of,
I want to say I can't remember the number. I can find it though. I think it's in red.
50.
Generate a minimum of 50 megawatts.
And no maximum?
There's not a maximum listed.
So it could be, well, I guess I'm just asking, it could be any size. It could be a 2 gigawatt, 4 gigawatt, or whatever,
Right.
as long as it was off-grid and over 50.
Right. Under this current proposal.
And I know we'll have comments later, but I think even if this is low impact, some limit is, I think, perhaps pertinent here. And I think that's a concern I would have. So I'll just note that.
And you can make, so then, guess next steps, if you're done with questions for me, then the applicant would come up, then you'd have a public hearing, and then your own discussion, and then make a recommendation, whatever your recommendation is for the city council.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Quick introduction. So maybe even a warm up. First of all, I really, really appreciate the work that our legal department has put into this particular issue. Quick high level observation. That's the result of having worked with this particular applicant now for a number of different months and having been a part of research that's been done by city staff on a level that I haven't seen on any other development-related type of proposal or issue before. And I'll just leave it at that for now, but would be happy to answer any questions that you might have of me. From my perspective as the zoning administrator, I also really appreciate this in terms of its content, its level of specificity and detail, the fact that the different conditions that have to be met before the uses that are contemplated here can happen in Spanish Fork. They're measurable, they can be tracked. This is really, really, in my view, well-suited to consistent monitoring and administration over time. So that being said, just another maybe thought on this is new zoning language. Jeff Chavez is here with us tonight. He represents Volition. Jeff, I'll just let you jump in, make your presentation. If you guys have questions, please don't hold back. We've peppered Jeff with plenty. I think he's very well prepared, and if you have any questions tonight that anybody can't answer, we certainly can track down answers to those questions. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Good evening. Thank you for having us. Appreciate your late nights. Before I got involved in some of this, I didn't realize how long city council sometimes went. So appreciate the work that you do for communities. I think that some background is appropriate, and I think it will add some context as you consider this proposal. My name is Jeff Chavez. I'm the CEO of Volition. We are a 3-year-old company, kind of 20 years in the making. Previously, I was CEO of a company that focused on water conservation, purification, and clean water generation. I work directly with Professor Omar Yagi from Berkeley, who is the world's leading water purification and atmospheric water generation scientist in the world. I also work directly with the University of Limerick in Ireland on their advanced technologies around water. So initially, my work in water conservation and water purification, we're going back into about 2015 or 2016. It was at that time, for the first time, that I began to become aware of the huge amounts of water that these sort of unknown, large, sprawling data centers owned by AWS and others were consuming. At the time, it was under the radar because data volume was nowhere near where it is now. I began to understand that millions of gallons of water were evaporating monthly in these communities. So this was my first kind of insight into a real problem with the way that large data centers, hyperscale data centers, were being built. Shortly thereafter, I began work in renewable energy, the water transition into renewable, and began to do a lot of research and investing in renewable power generation, wind, solar, and other types of systems. In that work, I began to get my first glimpse at the grid restraints and rapidly accelerating residential utility rates, especially in California, where it was moving at 6% a year. And we began to understand that the upgrade needed to the grid was being passed on to consumers. And we also started to recognize that there was about to be a massive increase in requests to build major data centers. So our work initially was on building microgrids, so on-site power generation systems that could help large industrial areas have power on site that would be at a lower cost than the utility and at a fixed rate, so that they could have a better economic scenario, and so that we could begin to create some ease off the grid by providing a kind of parallel on-site power solution. So I think my background has sort of prepared me for what we're doing now, because Volition was created for the purpose of solving the problems that are now really widely visible throughout the US, throughout the world. When we began 3 years ago, it was because we had realized that we could engineer a viable solution to the problems that large hyperscale data centers had created. Oh, do I have a...
Oh, to advance?
Clicker.
Oh, clicker, sorry.
That's, yeah, you can just move it along for me. We'll go back one. So, oh, thank you. Oop. So the primary concerns with data centers that we became really aware of, and now everybody is aware of, and I think that's a good thing, it's questions around the use of electricity, water, noise, air quality, and we have made, from the time that we began, an initiative to be extremely transparent about those problems and how we can effectively address those problems. So a big part of our company is transparency, and I think Spanish Fork and our approach here has been a demonstration of how we're doing that. We began working with Spanish Fork about maybe 8 months ago in initial conversations. Seems like this might not be going. Let's try. I think this might be.
Yeah, just holler.
Yeah, so let's stop here for a moment. To that end, we officially kind of came out into the marketplace several months ago and began just a proactive communication with Utah County in particular. Let me give you just a quick look at some of how we're introducing ourselves and then tell you a little bit about the feedback we're beginning to get. So I think if you click on that, it'll play a very short video. We didn't set out to build data centers. We began by looking for ways to reduce energy costs in communities across America. We realized soon after there was a better way to build data centers that worked for the community. That's our mission. We all know that there's no stopping our need for additional data. Data centers are going to be built whether we're comfortable with that or not. But growth at all costs can have a negative impact on communities. Data centers are dramatically stressing our grid. In many cases, they use huge amounts of excess water, and most of them are not low emission. Our data centers are different. We don't require a huge amount of land, and most importantly, we never touch the electric grid. We use no power from the local utility. Everything we build is based on our natural gas infrastructure with a fuel cell that runs with extremely low emissions. We use the same water over and over again. What's more, all of the technology we use on our properties are extremely quiet. We can do this better. Giving back and sharing resources with the community is at the center of our purpose. A share of every site's revenue flows straight back into the community that hosts it. At Volition, we've made a commitment to be a good neighbor. And that's a promise we'll keep.
So if we can go back to the slide.
This has allowed us to begin to get some feedback. Certainly, there's a lot of feedback that's knee-jerk, and that's okay because these are real topics that we should be tackling head-on. In that spirit, prior to any final approval that could occur here in Spanish Fork, we're taking a different approach on an open house setting. We're running 3 of them the end of next week here at the library, 2 hours each, so that we allow for real dialogue with anybody who wants to come and have a dialogue with us or express their opposition. That's fine. There won't be an argument. We'll just be sharing our engineering and our process. So I think that will be informative also for the city to understand more of the community's feedback. Our hope is that we will just have a good opportunity to educate on what we're actually doing. So let me take you through just a couple slides that will outline the key topics. So when we look at a data center in Spanish Fork, there are really 5 key pillars of our approach. One, that we genuinely bring our own power. We will never touch the grid. We have near 0 emissions in the technology that we utilize. We utilize an extremely small amount of water, and while I'll come to this, there is no disposal of the water at any time. So there is no scenario where we are offloading water. And I'll touch a little bit more on that. We believe that we've identified a building where this is an extremely useful repurposing of an existing building. And we do believe that by being here, there's a meaningful economic and educational impact in the community. So if we can go to the next slide. The fuel cell that we use, I'll be talking a little bit more about it. It uses natural gas. There is never at any time a need to connect to the grid. There will never be a future request. Our whole business is built around natural gas technology. There is no time in our scenario where we have an interest in or a request for utility power. It's just not the way that we operate.
Can I pause you right there? Where does your natural gas come from?
So our natural gas, we purchase directly through Enbridge, and we upgrade the amount of natural gas coming in. I'll be talking also a little bit more about that specifically.
Okay.
But we upgrade the infrastructure at our cost to the property.
Thank you.
There is never a time, Paul, where we will introduce any diesel generators or backup. So we build our system in a way that it has its own backup redundancy in it. So it's called N+1. So if we're producing X amount of power, we have on site another backup scenario with the same technology if something goes down. But our proposed amendment also precludes any use of diesel. There is no scenario where we will ever use diesel on our property. Back just one real quick. So I didn't realize Shauna, that
Oh, there.
so on this third point, so Enbridge, we negotiate our own rate with Enbridge. We've had approval now for their engineering. If we move forward, they have already provided us with the engineering to accomplish that in about 8 months to open up the natural gas pipe so that we have all the natural gas there that we need. So if we'll go to this, the fuel cell is dynamic, and these began in operation over 25 years ago. They were really kind of ahead of their time. They are now proven to the point that they are now providing a great solution for our time. Bloom Energy is really the leader in this technology, and effectively what occurs is that natural gas comes into the fuel cell and there's a chemical reaction that occurs. That chemical reaction produces electricity, but the natural gas is never consumed. There is no burning, there is no ignition. The byproduct is electricity, and it is heat, and it is a very small amount of pure water that is produced by the system. There was a great question, Paul, about supply chain, and Bloom is now the popular tool to be used. And they do have a supply chain shortage pending. Thankfully, we have a 4 to 5 year relationship with them. All of our inventory is already secured. We also have relationships with every other major fuel cell manufacturer in the world. There are not a lot of them, but there are 4 or 5 of them. We're also in line with them for any backup equipment that we would need. All of them meet our sustainability requirements if we were ever to have to use something other than Bloom.
So I'll make a comment on it. I get what you're saying. You have those relationships. I know who you're competing against. You're competing against Oracle, who just in New Mexico, April 26th, switched over from their plans to do on-grid electricity to this as a solution because New Mexico had concerns about emissions. Rightfully so.
Yeah.
Oracle has a deal with OpenAI for a very large commit. In fact, if you follow Oracle stock, tightly related there.
Yeah.
And I'll just make this comment. I don't speak for my employer or anything like that, but I am in the tech industry. I work for Adobe, but in no way do I speak for them at all.
Yeah.
I am intimately aware of the supply chain issues. Everybody has them. The big boys have them.
Oh, yeah.
The little players have them. The Microsofts of the world have them. Even Elon Musk himself has them. And you're in a realm where you're competing there. When I say that, I'm saying you're competing in a world that is entirely changed. This is all from GPU consumption, which is entirely different than the data center problem you were talking about before. The reason why I even bring that up is I say, I think you're going to run into problems. And it's not because of your ability to execute on that. It's just because this is the market and world we live in. There is such a voracious appetite for generative AI that is a huge concern there. So anyway, that's even why I bring that up.
No,
so I
it's
could
great.
go on forever, but I'm sure you're intimately
Oh, yeah.
aware of these details.
Yeah, these are called long lead items, and so we have identified access to everything that we need on the property, and this fuel cell is already secured.
Already secured in terms of you've secured actual inventory, you have delivery dates and things like that.
MOU security on the amount that we need and with our client. So there's a deep history between us, Bloom, Oracle, all working together, and we just happen to thankfully have access to all the inventory that we need. We also have identified.
So is Oracle your client?
No, not in this property. Not in this property.
Who's the client for this? Well, I think I heard yesterday, Nscale, is that correct?
Yeah, most likely Nscale.
And are they reselling that to yet another, like another?
Yeah, they'll have a large brand that rents space in the facility. So supply chain, thankfully, we have a really good handle on, and we have great relationships, and that all factors into our ability to build out the project. But I think what's important is that a slowdown in supply chain does not equal a change in our engineering. It just means that where we anticipate having something done in the middle of 2027, it could be done in the middle of 28 if there was a major supply chain issue. But there's no switching engineering, because this is the only way we build.
I know we'll go back and forth on some questions. I want to catch one thing before we go forward. Low emissions, it's not zero emissions. We're still talking.
I didn't say zero emissions.
Yeah, we're still
very
talking
specific.
CO2 greenhouse emissions.
And we'll get to
correct?
that in just, I'll walk you right through it.
We'll continue on.
We're really careful to never say zero emissions because we're not. So let's head to next slide. So on emissions, to give an idea of the way natural gas operates, we end up emitting ultra-low emissions that fall below any state or municipal standard anywhere in the country, especially in particular in California, where it's most stringent. Bloom operates there, and so we meet and exceed every emission requirement. To give a little bit of just day-to-day context, for example, in the property that we propose to work, our entire development will be equal to about 4 to 5 semi-trucks per year. So if in that building, instead of data center, we just had 4 diesel trucks running routes, that's about the amount of emission that our entire system puts out. And we've just recently received what's called the new minor source permit in the state of Utah. So they have finished all of their analysis, not of a fuel cell standalone, but the cumulative construction of our project. And again, we've been approved meeting all of those standards. The next slide, I think, actually gives us a little bit more detail as another comparison. So in this location, you can see that all of the key particulates and emissions, for example, if we are at 5 tons a year, compared to a natural gas turbine, a diesel generator, a Utah grid, average reciprocating engines, all of these tools that have been used on industrial facilities and on data centers all throughout the US are emitting 1,000 times plus more emissions than anything that we have on site. So while we are not zero emission, we are ultra low emission unequivocally.
What time frame are we looking at? Is this a year?
Per year.
A year emissions?
Yeah, per year. Next slide. Water is my background. Water is something I've always been passionate about. And some time ago, companies like Trane and Carrier began to innovate and engineer, just like Bloom began to innovate a better way to produce energy. The cooling companies began really innovating on how to do this better. We now, over the last 5 years, have access to a closed loop system that means that we fill the system one time. In this property, the initial fill is 500,000 gallons. That is the same amount as 2 average Utah households per year. And we only do that once. We fill it once. Annually, we use 250,000 gallons for a part of the process that has to do with just creating humidity in part of the technology. So you're talking about an annual use of about one home. Everything that we use falls far below what is currently permitted on this property. There's already a 4-inch pipe. We will never touch the amount of water that is already allocated. We will never request any additional water rights. And so this is a fact that is a little bit blurred in media right now, because most of the conversations are referencing technologies that are totally different than this, or that are much older. And so this is the facts of our system. Let me give you just kind of a logical, thought on that. If we are investing huge amounts of capital to build this system, but think that we could then get away with a bait and switch and say, well, wait a minute, we need more water. there is no scenario where we or our capital partners would ever take a risk like that. We have designed this so that what you see here is exactly what it does. From the standpoint of any water being dispelled, there is no scenario where we are offloading water. The only time that we would ever offload water is if we detected through our daily monitoring that maybe there was some bacteria in our system. We can't have that because it will degrade the quality of our system. And so these systems are built in such a way that you're able to close off sections, and when you remove water, you're pumping it into a tank, then treating from that point, testing your water, finding out if you have to refill the whole thing or if you can update and improve that water so that you can reuse it. So I just wanted to address the questions about water and the technicalities. Even if we were in a scenario where we had to test water, 2 households of water, it would never be released into the local system.
Can I ask a question? And I think I heard that, and I think it's a pretty compelling story here in terms of water consumption. I think the reason you run into other issues is similar to what you said, right? AWS in different locations, water's a different situation. Could you maybe, and it doesn't have to be forever, but could you dive into the details of how this actually works? How is the water actually cooling the infrastructure, the servers, and everything like that? I know you're saying a closed loop system. Give me like a
the short version is you think of maybe a radiator in your car. So we have water that is coming from a cooling system. So we have water moving through cooling. And that cooler water then hits the computer that has been running and gets very hot. And it's called direct to chip. So the water actually flows over the chip itself. That water cools the chip and is now a warm, hot water coming out the back end. It loops around, comes back through the cooling system, comes down to another, several degrees cooler into the 70s, 60s or 70s, and it comes back through. And that is literally the very basic version of how the system flows and cools.
Same water recycled over and over again.
Over and over again.
So you have to cool this water. You do that with some sort of refrigeration device that requires energy. Is that correct?
Yeah, so all of the power that we have on the system, on the property, is also powering those cooling systems by Carrier and Trane.
Gotcha. What portion of your, let's say 250 megawatt facility, what portion of that is committed to cooling? And maybe this is too technical. I'm just kind of curious on that.
So that would be considered, there's about 25% of all of the power you use on the facility that is called parasitic use. So that powers IT, that powers cooling. So that's about a rough number.
Rough number.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's go to the building. And so this is where we get into the land use. So this is proposed at what is known as the old Finger Hut building. It's 1 million square feet. And it is in a pretty ideal scenario where we're not requesting to, buy up a bunch of land and build something new on the skyline. And the exterior allows us to utilize that in an efficient way with the power that would be on site, primarily on what would be the east side of the property. So let's go to another slide where we get into this a little bit further. This is an important comparison about the use of this property. So we are buying this building, and we also know that there is another company bidding to buy the building. We won't buy the building until we know if we're moving forward together, but all of that is in place. And but of note, this building is built for distribution. There's 36 loading bays. For sure, the other buyer would be utilizing this at its full capacity for distribution. That means 3,500 trucks a month running out of this facility. Massive amount of emissions coming just when we calculate those trucks running from the facility just out of Spanish Fork to the freeway. In our case, we will have 100 or 200 employees coming in and out of that building. There's no delivery, there's no heavy diesel, and we are dramatically cleaner and quieter than the proposed use that will likely happen when this building sells if it's not to us. So we think it is genuinely a more effective use of this facility. If we go to the next slide, when we're completed in this building, what we have is equipment that is extremely quiet. What I failed to tell you about the Bloom fuel cell is its lack of noise. And the way to compare it is, if you all remember the first time you ever had like a Tesla or a Prius pull up, and it's like, I didn't even hear that thing. Still kind of weirds me out. When you stand near the Bloom fuel cell, it's the same thing. It is, you just don't, you hear a very, very low, it's not even a hum, it's just like a super quiet fan. So all of the equipment is under 65 decibels, that's conversational level. As soon as you start to pull away from it, you drop below that. We have no light pollution. We have no change to the skyline with a new structure. And very uniquely, this building will house over $4 billion of equipment that creates, if we look on the next slide, a really substantial impact to the community. What's also important to note is that we have zero request of this community. There is no request for a tax incentive. There is no request to participate in our infrastructure. We are making no request. Our business model stands on its own. There are some federal incentives that we're able to write off in the normal course of business, and we'll pay taxes in the state of Utah normally.
I have a question about this, and I'm not super familiar, and I may even ask staff to comment. Whoever can comment can. If we had a different tenant, would their bill be the same for taxes?
Property taxes are based on property value, and it's impossible, frankly, I think, for you to be talking about these kind of values unless you're talking about, I've come to know them as GPUs, a lot of them in a compact space like this.
So the actual value of the capital investment is what drives tax, is what can drive the tax. So the capital investment is going to be the servers, the infrastructure, the network switches, the so on and so forth.
As well as the real estate itself. So you have personal property tax and the real estate. And particularly with the personal property, there's
the cost of generators.
Man, the phrase has now left me. The equipment there's depreciation.
Yeah.
But with this equipment, it gets replaced so frequently.
Well, it has to. You
Really
have about a 5-year depreciation cycle, and then the stuff is essentially ancient.
And then it
right?
gets replaced, right? So
Yeah.
you typically hold that value pretty strongly compared to some other types of equipment that you might see in a situation like this. So to be candid, this is a strong performer for a municipality in terms of revenue generation.
Okay, based on capital investment. Okay, thanks for that understanding. That's one thing.
Is that'll be the only revenue generator is the property tax? There won't be
In this case where they
sales tax.
They won't be purchasing power, there's no sales tax. Yep, it's just property tax.
On the next slide, you'll see that our intention is to also directly contribute to the community. So aside from the tax revenue, we are allocating a minimum of $500,000 a year. We'll probably push over $1 million because we'll ask our tenant to contribute with us. That will be a contribution to the community for whatever beneficial use is appropriate. We will be hosting ongoing quarterly professional training in the community so that we can help professionals understand how to transition if they need to, or to just step up into an IT or data center related career. We will provide this training to the high school level, the university level. There's a long history of learning and development in our executive team, and so this is something that's genuinely part of our DNA. And in addition to that, direct contribution on the next page, or the next slide, we proactively will be proposing our development agreement that holds us accountable to everything that we've discussed. Our water use cap, no grid connection request at any time, a decommissioning plan that illustrates how we would utilize the building or decommission if there was a major economic change, enforceable noise limits, an absolute covenant for no diesel generation, and an annual public reporting on all of these covenants that we will make with the city of Spanish Fork. So, we think that this is a genuine net positive to the community. We've gone to great lengths to ensure that wherever we build a data center, our intention is that the city forgets or never knows that it's even there, because we operate sustainably and efficiently. We would love to do this project here. With that said, we're looking at other places also, and we've gone as far as we can to bring this then, to the city's final decision about moving forward together or not. And we fully respect the outcome. And I would say that, our process of working with the city of Spanish Fork has been really phenomenal. I live in Provo, and we intend to headquarter here in this building if we move forward with this project, but it's been a pleasure working with the city all the way through, so thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes,
Just
sir.
2 slides back, it talked about local hiring. What kind of a workforce would you have on this facility?
So in the construction, it's impossible to man this facility all locally. While it's being built, we'll see trades on this property, in excess of 1,000 people. We work with local contractors and engineers who are able to pull from the state of Utah first. So there's call it a 24-month window of construction. The first delivery of about 25 megawatts would be scheduled for almost exactly a year from now, and then it would build into the end of 2028. So absolutely, any tradespeople in Spanish Fork, they'll have a job here for 2+ years building. Beyond that, we hope to employ those next ongoing, call it 200 people in our building locally as much as if we can find them here, we're going to have them work for us at Volition in that building. They're good jobs. There's nobody in the building that would be earning less than probably $85,000 or $90,000 a year. So it's a good industry to work in. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's kind of how the employment path looks. And we don't make a claim to being a huge employment benefit to the community. A lot of data centers say that. I'm not sure why they say that, because at the end of the day, you really don't have a huge staff on premises.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I've got a lot of questions.
Sure, absolutely.
I hope to not spend forever on this.
No.
But I want to bring up something that that was discussed last night with the city council, just kind of for perspective here. Total power consumption, what I heard, and back me up if this is true, maybe I heard this incorrectly. Total power consumption in the city of Spanish Fork right now, peak usage day, middle of summer, 90 megawatts.
Yeah.
So you would be producing more than 2x the amount of energy that's consumed in the entire city of Spanish Fork.
Yeah, that's right.
And the reason I want to just say that, and that doesn't come from nowhere. Now, the Bloom Energy server that you're talking about, I just did a quick search here. I asked for the largest deployment of that anywhere in the world. Currently it says, and again, this is just a search result, probably generated in the very same infrastructure that you're talking about building here. We're talking 20 to 80 megawatts, South Korea, and this is for power.
Well, that's just incorrect, though. Bloom has over 500 megawatts running now.
In a single site?
Not in a single site. Yeah, not a.
What is the largest single site deployment of this technology?
Their newest one, well, right here at Nova, Bloom and Oracle is the tenant. Bloom is running 50 megawatts there, right here in Utah. So there are large deployments of Bloom happening. And now that they have been in such demand, so Oracle, Anthropic, they're scooping up like a gigawatt of capacity.
Right.
So
nowhere is so 50 is the largest. Now I looked up Nova last night. They have on-site diesel generation to supplement what they're doing. Now I know you're not talking about doing that.
No, it's not the same design. But I'm saying
I know it's
they
not
have
the same.
daily running Bloom at that facility.
And the reason why I say that is because power is such a difficult thing to get. I mean, that's the reason why you even came into this industry, right? Based on the story, what you just told us, right? But they're adding that on. And I believe that's in West Jordan. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So, to be really clear, what you're asking about doing here is something that has never been done anywhere before, even using that platform at this scale on a single site. Is that correct?
That's true.
So I'm just going to pause and tell you what my concern is about that. My concern is that we've written a Title 15 amendment to accommodate your plan. And the water consumption story, I'm just going to say from my perspective, sounds awesome, right?
Yep.
I have long showers. I probably consume well more than that average stuff in my household. The energy situation, though, I think is something that is very unsure in terms of what can happen here. The CO2 emissions that you're talking about, those are real. Those may not affect our health. Those may not even be as regulated as much as we're looking at. And with the current administration, there may not be so much concern about that. But the CO2 emissions that you're talking about, I did some numbers here. We can say left and right what's going on, but you're talking about probably 2 or 3x the amount of CO2 emissions that come from everyone driving cars here. Now, CO2 is different than the NOx or the smog considering ones. And I will grant your smog emissions exceptionally low, right? So for air quality, breathability, PM 2.5, you're way better than those cars there. But the CO2 emissions are real. I think the political climate here in Utah is maybe not so concerned about CO2 emissions, but CO2 emissions are greenhouse gases that cause climate change. And that's absolutely something you contribute to. Now that said, and again, I don't mean to just go in one direction.
That's okay.
Am I in the right ballpark when I'm talking about the CO2 emissions there's still something that you do, right? And probably at a volume that would exceed the entire CO2 emissions of everyone in Spanish Fork average driving. I know you probably haven't ran that, so I know I'm putting you on the spot.
I don't know if you want to talk about it, Ryan. This is Ryan Mazzelli from Volition.
Okay.
Hello, Ryan.
Yeah. Hi, Ryan Mazzelli, Head of Development. And, so on the max system size, just to quantify this, it's really about capital expenditure.
Mm-hmm.
So when a developer can come in and get approved for a diesel generator, it's much cheaper for them to stand that up than to put, let's say, 50 megawatts of Bloom.
No, I understand. And I understand you're not talking about diesel generators here at all. And we're talking about including that as an exclusion.
Right. So
it's more on the development side of let's try to make this as cheap as possible than make this as environmentally sustainable. So cost over, pollution. So on the CO2, there is no CO2 that is emitted from the system. These are the pollutants that are shown up here. So that's nitrous oxide, carbon monoxide, volatile organic compounds, particulate matter, and sulfuric dioxide. What you can equate these pollutants into CO2 equivalent. So there are like multipliers to NOx or carbon monoxide to create a CO2 equivalent of tonnage. So there isn't direct CO2 coming out.
So can we say this is not contributing at all to greenhouse gases?
No, this is where what you see on the screen here is what the system will be emitting into the air per year.
Could you give me a comparison from your perspective on how these emissions compare to, say, like emissions from something else? Let's just in values that we can talk about, right?
Do we have a? No, I think the comparison is if we were running 3 to 4 trucks out of the facility, it's the same. So. Of course, this is not zero emission. This isn't
3 to 4 trucks of nitrous oxide, right? Or
no, 3. If we had 3 or 4 diesel trucks running in and out of that facility as a delivery service, that's the same amount of emissions our entire system produces.
For CO2?
All emissions.
All emissions.
All emissions. So this is something that is drastically below anything comparable and falls below the state and local requirements. So we're clean. This is a clean design. It's not zero, but it's very clean.
So you're telling me the CO2 would be equivalent to 1 or 2 trucks?
3 or 4 trucks.
3 or 4 trucks. And that's it?
That's right.
So let's take a step back. There's a power generation facility just south of here in Payson. I think we're talking about 120 megawatts for that, right? So you're about twice the size of that thing's. I'm not sure on the emission detail there, but to just give a sense, you're 2x that. So I guess the whole point I'm saying is you're generating a lot of energy here.
That's right.
That could conceivably power probably more than the entire town. Can you give me a per house comparison to how much energy you're doing? I guess if we said 90 right now for all of Spanish Fork.
Yeah, we're more than double. We're more than double. So Paul, my question I think to you is just
go ahead.
The amount of power. I'm not sure how that matters if our system can produce that power and produce it clean. What I would say is that there is no other scenario in Spanish Fork that would ever accommodate, I think, another building like ours. This is about the largest, property in the region. If somebody came along and wanted to do this also, they will have a very hard time finding another location in Spanish Fork that would accommodate this. And any time from this point forward, because of supply chain, they won't even have access to anything until 2028 or 2029.
Yeah.
So there's not going to be a rush here in Spanish Fork.
And I know I'll question you on the supply chain thing, only because I'm going to go off for a little second here. Elon Musk built the Colossus data center in Tennessee. Are you familiar with how big that is in terms of energy consumption?
Yeah, it has no comparison to us.
It's the exact same size. It's 250 to 300 kilowatts.
Right, but it has no comparison to us. Totally different design.
In terms of its energy consumption, it has no comparison. That's right. Yeah. But in terms of its power consumption, it's the same size. So I want to talk about what that looks like. And this is like maybe even just to level set this. And please, everyone, go ask these questions if they're right. But at that size, the actual revenue that they bring in from an Anthropic, I think they were running their own Grok AI that wasn't necessarily popular, right? They switched over to leasing this out to Anthropic. Revenue was $1.5 billion per month for this lease. Now, the reason I bring this up is you are playing in the space that Elon Musk plays in. Elon Musk is the wealthiest person in the world. And I do not say this to be, anything other than like you're competing in that space right now. There's a lot of money that drives this, which is, and this is quite a challenge. I'm saying this is going to be a difficult thing to land with all of these infrastructure concerns, with all of these supply constraint concerns. We give you that opening. The opening might not just be for you, right? The opening might be for whoever else wants to come in here. The other question I would have for you, you say there's supply constraints that could keep others. Are you looking at other parts of town if this were to be open up? The reason I ask that is when I go and consume AWS services, they give me 3 availability zones or 4 availability zones or whatever they are. And what an availability zone matches to is yet another data center that is close to that data center, right? So I can have multiple availability. Now we get GPU consumption is different than availability zones. But what you could say is if you were offering the Spanish Fork data center, right, the provided services, you could offer multiple availability zones, which could be in other portions of the town. Is that something that you've considered?
No.
Okay.
I'm.
But you get what I'm saying.
There is a property in Stockman Flats that could work. So we've identified another place that could potentially work on a smaller scale. So I'm not sure if that's exactly what you're asking.
Yeah, I'm just saying
we see 2 locations that could work in Spanish Fork.
And you're considering both of them just for kind of one, or are you considering both of them for us sort of, we do 50% here or 70% here and another 20% here? Is that right?
No, I don't think we're looking at it that way. Regardless of what else is going on in the industry in Elon, none of those things apply to us at all.
No. I'm going to take exception.
No,
they do apply.
So
yeah, go ahead.
They don't apply to us at all in the sense that we currently have more demand than we could fill in the next 10 years. So whatever Elon and everybody else does, it doesn't matter. Volition is carving out its own little niche in the industry. We hope to be a leader in really great design so that we're better output than any of those designs. But what they do and where they do it is irrelevant to us.
Yeah, well, I would take exception with what happens in the industry doesn't affect you. It affects all of us. The price of semiconductors,
Well, that's
the
not
price
what
of
I'm
everything.
saying. I'm saying that for our business model and where we intend to go, those other developments we're not concerned about, and we'll manage the supply chain, and if certain things have to be delayed, they're delayed.
What differentiates you from an Oracle? Because Oracle's literally trying to do the same thing, right, in New Mexico, right?
Oracle is a massive software company. We are not.
They're also a hyperscaler.
That's right.
And they've been doing
we're
that
not.
for a decade.
Right, and we're not a hyperscaler.
They're a hyperscaler like Microsoft or AWS.
Right, and we're not that.
I mean, not quite at the level, right?
Yeah, we're just a little company.
Well, how do you as a little company succeed in this? Because you are playing with all the big players.
Yeah, we'll do fine.
Okay,
Yeah,
I have a question.
We'll do fine.
This goes along with this. One is, how many data centers do you have? It's kind of 2. How many do you have? How big are they compared to what you're proposing? And what hangups have you had and how have you resolved them? That's 3 questions, I guess.
So Volition as a brand, this is the first data center as a brand. Our team has built over 500 megawatts of data centers, and our team is the same team that just finished the Nova data center here. That's all the same closed loop, direct-to-chip cooling, big deconstruction, spectrum engineering. Those are all our extended team. So we have a world-class team of contractors and developers and engineers and supply chain experts. Hunt Electric happens to be one of the greatest kind of supply chain partners you can find in the world. They're phenomenal. So the team collectively has built hundreds of megawatts. Volition was formed exactly for this purpose only 3 years ago, and it has taken us these 2 years or so to develop the relationships with the major brands in the industry to the point that now we have more backlog than we can manage because of the approach that we're taking. Challenges, this is a complicated business. And it's funny because my brother owns a donut shop called Bismarck Donuts in Orem. And I told him I should have just got into the donut business with you. This is a complicated business. And so we have to manage the relationship with the community. That's where it starts. Then we have to manage the construction of a massive project. Embedded in that is supply chain and managing your schedules on when something may or may not be delayed and how that will not implode a project, but push a project out where the demand for this data space from Google or from a Fortune 500 company that may reside in our building, they want the space now. And so trying to keep them happy with the reality of a schedule is a challenge, and to say nothing about the massive capital-intensive nature of this business. So we work with capital partners all over the world who sit behind our design as debt and equity providers and partners in the project. So there's a lot of moving parts. But we have a phenomenal team and we have great support. And wherever we build our first locations, they'll get built. They'll be great. They'll be great facilities.
And you have others. So wherever you build your first location, Spanish Fork, if this is approved, Spanish Fork would be your first location, or you have some others that are approved being built, or is Spanish Fork
There's probably 4 others that are in initial, what we would call pre-engineering, pre-approval. There's San Jose, California. There's we're looking at a facility potentially in Austin, Texas. So we're unique in that a customer, for example, a public company called Akamai, is working with us on a totally different, they've said, we're looking for 5 locations. So these are the regions. So we're with Akamai right now. We're working on finding appropriate locations. And most of them will end up being smaller than this. They'll be in the 25 to 50 megawatt range on our ongoing kind of national expansion. I think over the next 5 or 6 years, we probably will have 4 or 5 locations in Utah.
Okay.
Jeff, what are you actually planning on putting here? Is it GPUs exclusively? Are you talking about maybe a more traditional?
It's all high density compute.
All high density compute. Yeah. GPUs are going to be a major component of that.
NVIDIA, yeah. So,
okay.
And the other thing that's of note, because it's a topic, we don't do any work for the U.S. government, and we don't do any work for anybody involved in surveillance, whether they are private or public.
Your main customer that's going to be here for this product, I'm just inferring, but are we talking Anthropic or OpenAI at some point?
Neither of those are in play for this building now. We've had conversations, but there's no OpenAI or Anthropic planning to come into this building.
What are you talking about? Or
I wouldn't get into the details. I can't.
Yeah.
But I can answer that. Okay. So, yeah.
Capital investment. I mean, we're talking huge dollar amounts.
Mm-hmm.
You have this lined up?
Yes. And
who are these? I don't know what you can disclose, but I'm obviously going to ask as much as I can ask on that.
Oh, yeah.
Because, I mean, that's what makes I say it, like, in this day and age, this is a race, right? This is a competition. It's an international competition. It's a competition between hyperscalers and everyone. And there's a lot of money that's driving this market. We literally had the highest, value of the Dow 2 or 3 days ago, based in large part on this sort of, I don't know if I'd call it speculation. But, I mean, are you financed?
Right? We're capitalized. So we have local partners, but I have a long history of capital relationships, primarily in Manhattan. So if you know who Jefferies is, they're a major, one of the leading bankers in the world. They are our primary kind of broker, our investment banker, and they take our project into a wide range of, capital markets that specifically fund in the billions into data center infrastructure. So that's how we're backed.
I'll make one comment about what you said about reaching out to the community. I don't think that Sam Altman's or the Dario Amodei, this is Anthropic and OpenAI's, did much service towards AI as being, I don't know, from a public relations perspective.
I agree.
Us all, they were explicit that this is going to take away jobs, that all this automation is going to make it so we can do all sorts of things, but the primary thing was going to actually take away jobs. I think they've changed their tune quite a bit because I don't think that's played out particularly well for them. I guess I just want to make this comment, and you've made this as well, and if you have any other comments on this. When you were talking about before 2022, that's really when the world changed, right? That's when we had generative AI, and that's when GPUs went from, I don't know, being video game providers or Bitcoin miners to actually providing generative AI, which is something I'm sure many of us here have used, and is really where all this value is coming from. Once that changed, the fundamental mechanics of data centers were entirely different. The power consumption, the reason why, I think even the reason for you doing what you're doing has changed to that, just because generative AI requires a lot of electricity. And so I think there can be a lot of misinformation out there, but at the same time, like, you are, for lack of a better term, a pioneer here. And pioneering is, I would say, full of risk, full of unknowns. And perhaps the biggest thing I question, and again, I think you've done a great presentation here, but the biggest thing I question is the operational expertise to execute on this. That comes with time, that comes with experience, and that's something that I think even those who have this experience can struggle with quite a bit.
Yeah.
That's one of the concerns I have. So sorry, I kind of went off on a tangent there.
No, that's okay. One thing that's hard to see is you get this little group of people coming in here. We're kind of, we're off out here in Utah. We're not in the center of so many things. However it's occurred, our little company happens to be at the center of all of the major companies that are involved in this industry. So for example, our architecture, our design happens in concert with, for example, the NVIDIA team. So when you look at conversations around, we're going to put 250 megawatts of Bloom, and nobody has done that yet. But what you do have behind that is a whole industry that has spent several years validating Bloom, testing it, its workload capacity, and you now have every company in the world puts their stamp of approval, meaning if you say to NVIDIA, and NVIDIA will be a part of our building, that we're going to build 25 megawatts, 100% powered by Bloom, they say, we're in. So while we were one of the earliest groups in with Bloom saying this is what we want to do, now there's a bunch of people doing something similar, but we were having this conversation many years ago. And so the industry has fully validated the fact that these fuel cells run on what we call a 5.9 reliability. That means that they're running 99.999% of the time, and they have been doing so for over 10 years in a variety of environments. So I'm just letting you know that we have a
you really would be, if I mean, again, let's see who gets there, but what you're talking about, if you could execute and deliver in a year or two, you'd be a pioneer in this.
Well, we are.
Absolutely. And so
we're small, but we're leading in the industry. There's things happening that will cause our little company to be known worldwide. Fortune magazine is doing an article on us right now. So we're kind of unknown, but we're soon not going to be. And I think part of that is just because we have really great partners that we're tied to so that we can execute this well. When it comes to like the long-term operation, again, that's a scenario where initially we hire third parties that have been running the day in and day out monitoring of a data center, for 30 years. So there's nobody who will be new or elementary at any part of our operation.
I want to ask one more, and I could go on forever, so I'll try to stop here and let others speak.
Yeah.
But the one question I have that I've heard, heat. What sort of heat effect will this have? Could this change, not emissions, but I'm actually talking
actual
actual
we meant
heat.
to hit it. If you'll go beyond where it says thank you, there's an appendix. Okay. So heat on this property with this technology is fairly complicated because we have heat coming off of the cooling. We have heat coming off of the fuel cell. We also integrate heat capture. So there's a whole lot of the heat that comes out of this system that never hits the atmosphere. We pull it directly back into our system. There's another part of our efficient design. We pull it right back into our system to actually power a portion of our cooling. So we have a combination of a whole lot of heat capture, but even in the most extreme scenario, the modeling shows that at the facility itself, so right on property, in max capacity, the temperature on that facility could be about 5 to 6 degrees hotter than just a quarter mile down the road. It is a benefit that we happen to be right where we have wind power. That wasn't by design. We just happened to find this building. But it is useful because the wind that comes off of that canyon radically decreases this even 5-degree increase. And when you start to look at what happens 500 feet outside of the facility, a quarter mile, half a mile, it's less than a quarter mile that not even a degree of additional heat. In a scenario where there's like a day where there's no wind, that's kind of the scenario where it would accumulate. So we are well within any expected range of heat off of any type of industrial facility. So heat is another topic that has been widely discussed without accuracy. To give you a comparison.
Is there any heat that could be generated from the emissions from your power generation? Is that part of the heat equation that we're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, the Bloom fuel cell creates heat. Yeah, that's the...
amongst other, the cooling and so on and so forth.
Oh, yeah. There are scenarios where right at the actual exhaust of heat, you're talking about over 400 degrees. I mean, that's how these systems work. And so, but in its cumulative use, and you look at how it's used on the property, you're not going to see an increase of more than 5 degrees. And that is not the amount of heat that's going to in any way affect the city of Spanish Fork.
What about a house like mine that's a quarter mile from this facility?
Quarter mile from the facility?
Correct.
You're looking at potentially on the worst day, you may see a degree different increase. But if there's any wind blowing, you don't have any increase. There's no increase.
So to be clear, it's not a zero impact.
No, I didn't say that it was.
Yeah. Even on the heat, right?
Right.
Yeah.
We're 5 degrees hotter on our property.
And could even affect neighbors like you.
Right, or Mike.
Yeah.
My question is, okay, I want to go back to natural gas.
Yeah.
Natural gas consumption and how does that impact? I don't know anything about natural gas and the stores of natural gas that are available. Or is that a limited? Is that?
So natural gas is widely considered a cleaner fuel.
Right.
So you'll see some like fleets of buses sometimes, and they say powered by natural gas. So natural gas is widely considered as better than petroleum, better than diesel.
Right.
But it's still not 100% clean. But it is dramatically cleaner. And that's why many environmentalists, many cities actively adopt things like a natural gas burning, like I said, a fleet of buses or other vehicles.
Right. Is it a limit? My question is, so I heat my home with natural gas and my hot water and et cetera. And so is natural gas a limited commodity, a limited resource?
Yeah, natural gas in the state of Utah, natural gas use for residences and businesses is completely and totally bifurcated from where we would draw natural gas from. So there is literally not a scenario where our natural gas use could have any impact on the city of Spanish Fork.
Can we click a little closer on that? So are you pulling from a different pipe infrastructure or something, or you said you will pay for the capital upgrades?
We upgrade from a main.
That main would still feed us here in Spanish Fork for winter.
But the city has an allocated usage that is subsidized and cannot change in price. So that is.
But you're still affecting the actual,
No.
marketplace for this.
We're not. Yeah, the amount of natural gas available in the U.S. infrastructure, our use, even though it's a lot, has literally no impact on market economics.
Let's assume Bloom's power generation's very successful. As we go forward, I mean, honestly, like
In a decade, could there be an impact? Of course.
yeah, you get where I'm going with that.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, honestly, like if we're talking about power generation for this style, I'd want to turn, and I think Dave mentioned this before. There's a power generation project in Nephi, similar technology, right? Wouldn't we want to do this for everything? I think we would. And all of a sudden, it might be a natural gas supply constraint instead of the electric.
I would encourage you to, because Paul, I know you dig into stuff, so I would actually encourage you or any of you to maybe just search on this a little bit, and you'll see that when you compare the U.S. grid, its age, its strain, the entire grid is a very scarce resource, and that has been an accumulation over decades. Natural gas is massively more abundant throughout the entire U.S. There has not been, a huge draw. That's why it's always been quite cheap, quite affordable. And there is so much natural gas available that it will take, a 3x or more increase throughout the U.S. to begin to see what will be an incremental change in natural gas. Now, see, we hedge against that and we buy our rate over, and we don't want it to go up, but it doesn't move the way utility does, and there's not a pass-through to consumers, especially in Utah, the way there is with utility power.
So you'll be buying your natural gas from Enbridge months in advance. You're going to watch the price and you're going to buy it.
Yeah, we lock in.
Way before, and lock in the price way before you use it. Similar. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what do you see, say, supply shortages and everything goes crazy and you can't get everything in that? What would be the downside? I mean, say we approve all this, Spanish Fork moves, you go forward, come to Spanish Fork, go forward, and everything falls apart in a couple of years. Is there a downside to Spanish Fork? Is there going to be a cost to the Spanish Fork?
No, I don't think so. I think what you're looking at is instead of a 250 megawatt facility that has a $4 billion value and a $40 million tax implication, we could be sitting with a 75 megawatt facility that has $1.4 billion in value, and Volition would have a whole bunch of extra space in that building that we never fully utilized. But the model for us still pencils very well. So the cost of the building and the potential of having it not fully occupied is a very small line item on our P&L. So even if we were sitting with a building that we didn't fully end up utilizing, and we had 25, 50, or 75 megawatts there, it would still be a very healthy business model.
If you were operating at 50% capacity, you're still going to make a profit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let me put that a different way. If I have 250 megawatts of capacity and that whole capacity is only running at 50%, that's not good for us. But we contract in a way that we know that the client will be moving up to 70% or more into the facility.
So you're going to be contracted for 25%, another 20 to one contractor, contract, 40% to another contract as you build out. You're not going to build out 100% and then try to sell.
Well, we know that just this client will take all of the capacity that we can provide. But what I'm getting at, Dave, is that if there was a supply chain issue and we just couldn't get the cooling and the fuel cell, then our design would be halted at what we could build. So we'd be stopped at 52 megawatts, 48 megawatts, 70 megawatts, and our client would be mad.
And they wouldn't be able to go anywhere because it's a supply chain and nobody else could.
Yeah, everybody will be in the same boat.
Okay. So my biggest reason for going there is just to see if there was a risk to Spanish Fork City, but
Jeff, Can I comment on that?
Please.
We would be very, very concerned if there was a large power user, even a fraction of what we're talking about here, that wanted to tie into the system and have capacity in the system dedicated to it, power infrastructure dedicated to it, and that type of a thing, that type of really expensive investment that does have a cost to us as a power provider. If it were that kind of a scenario, we'd be looking to have financial guarantees and that type of a thing to protect the city as the provider of that utility. One of the things that's distinct from this group and other people that we've talked to that we have not been able to, really get off square one with is the idea that they don't connect to our power utility. That really removes, as best as we've come to understand, really any risk to the city for what they're talking about doing here.
Yeah, that's what, from what I've listened to tonight, that's what I see.
Yeah.
I don't see the city being on the hook for any risk. They're not committed to sell X power. They don't have to upgrade your power system, anything. They don't have to put in a new substation, nothing.
Yep.
Yeah, the Enbridge upgrade, for example, is a $14 million expense, and that's our expense.
And that's your expense through Enbridge.
We pay Enbridge.
Nothing to do with the city.
We pay Enbridge directly for that cost of upgrade.
Could you comment a little bit on I have colleagues and friends in Ohio and everything like that. Their rates going up. They've got data. They're huge. Why is it fundamentally different, like you paying for the upgrades on Enbridge, whereas in other places, ratepayers are paying for upgrade to electrical infrastructure? Is it something, I got to assume there isn't any reason why, if you wanted to consume grid power, you couldn't just
we could
pay
go somewhere
for
and
it.
negotiate, yeah. So number one, that's just not our model. We're not doing that.
Yeah, I get that. But why is that the case?
I think that's the case because they got away with it for a long time. And I think it's starting to change. Regardless of what you feel about an administration, this change happening where the administration, it's interesting because we were already saying it, but now they're saying, hey, you have to bring your own power. That's a massive shift. So now even the hyperscalers are having to find ways to produce on-site power. Many of them will use natural gas, and many of them will go to a bunch of diesel. So they'll still be having big emissions problems. But this is changing, and utilities are getting more and more pushback about just pushing their rates through to the residents. So I just think they got away with it for a long, long time.
Well, a lot of those are also asking for tax incentives and whatnot to bring their plant in.
Yeah, they look for every little margin that they can. Our model and my intention in this model, even though, for example, we happen to have a federal tax incentive that lets us write off some of our power generation equipment, my intention always has been to make sure that our business model works without any federal or local incentives. To me, if your company can't run without incentives, you don't have a good business model. So we get a benefit right now of a little bit of a federal, rebate, but our model will operate without that when it ever, changes, and it will someday.
Can I ask, you go first.
No, I'm ready to.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess my one comment is I appreciate that. Well, number one, this is a very compelling business model, business solution to a lot of problems. And it's really compelling and really awesome if it succeeds. I appreciate that that there's a development agreement and a Title 15 amendment that protects Spanish Fork City and community, environment, etc. I think that's all I have to say.
Yeah.
I dove deep on this. As you see, I heard that you talked to the Provo Planning Commission about this. Provo passed an ordinance to basically ban anything over 50 megawatts. But one thing I thought was interesting, I don't know if you can comment on this, is they were also proposing requiring data centers to be grid connected. What was that? And I know there's some connection to the Utah municipal power authority, which we in Spanish Fork are. What's the situation?
I
there?
just think the situation is that the leadership of Provo just doesn't want to have a data center in Provo. So
Why do they want to keep it grid connected? That was one thing that I think you were.
Well, because if it's grid connected, it limits the amount of any real capacity to be developed in Provo. Provo can't stand up anything more than maybe a few megawatts if somebody wanted to build a data center there. So we had interest, primarily just because we're currently based there. I live there. We identified a couple buildings that would work. They made a proposal to ban certain things. I came to the city council and made a very strong argument about why it's beneficial to Provo to look at this kind of a model. And between the time that I made that proposal and the time that they came back to reconvene, we never submitted an actual request to build there. We identified other buildings that were more attractive. Stockman Flats, this building that we're contemplating, a few others that were just better locations. So there was no reason for us to, try to have a battle with Provo about doing it differently if they were not wanting that. There are many places we can go, just like this. Like we would love to be here, but we don't have to be here. If it doesn't work out, it'll be okay. But we'll build in other places.
Is the main draw to Spanish Fork the building?
It's a phenomenal building. That's my attorney. That's our corporate attorney, who is a hardcore cowboy, and all he thinks about is the rodeo. And then he'll sit in the back of a city meeting and just yell out the word rodeo.
World famous now.
We're very
Post Malone got us on the map.
Yes.
All right. Okay, Paul, how are we doing? Are you ready for public hearing?
Oh, yeah, I'm ready to. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Shauna, one thing.
Yes.
I appreciated the feedback. I don't know you, but I commend you for the feedback that I heard yesterday and tonight on your service. And I did take note that apparently you know how to handle belligerent people in this setting. And I made a promise that I would not do anything belligerent so that Shauna would not take me out.
Thank you. Well, you heard a little bit of that tonight, right?
Yes.
Well, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Appreciate you. All right, and let me just say for the record, at the beginning when I said I'm so excited, it's just, I love to learn about new things. I had no agenda coming in or no preconceived ideas about what was being presented. So, okay, that's just for the public record. All right, we will have a public hearing. Remember, 3 minutes each. Come to the front, and each person allowed to speak only once, and state your name and address for the record, and all the other things.
Dan Davis.
Hello, Dan.
How you doing?
Great.
Hey, you control a crowd good because it's really hard for an ornery person to get ornery at somebody that's smiling at you.
Good. We'll all keep smiling.
Okay, so first of all, is Volition public? Are they a public traded? Private. Okay. Boy, that's something to think about, isn't it? Dan Davis, I'm employed, or I self-employed here. I like the idea. I think the building's a good use. They've solved the water problems and the heat. Sounds like the heat situation that's one thing I had a question about was that Spanish Fork, property tax, not necessarily much else. So there's a difference there than what's already there with the trucking. Island should mean islanded forever. So if the gas prices do change and there's some caveat that where they go after public gas, then that means that could be a problem. So write into the ordinance that any future interconnection requires full public reapproval. Third, this is a big one. Space data centers are a big hit right now. Elon talks about them a lot. Dyson Swarm being placed right now around the Earth. Orbital, a company, has filed for 100,000 orbital slots. Elon Musk is somewhere up in that area. LEO type satellites where they're easily exchanged after they reach their life. is a real serious thing. Across the country, over $120 billion in data center spending has been moved off company balance sheets in 18 months into entities specifically designed so that the parent can walk away. The Bank for International Settlements, a central bank, just named this one as the biggest risks to global financial stability. The computers inside depreciate in 3 to 5 years. It should last 30. Fingerhut came in offering 520 jobs, spent the money, then it didn't work out, so take that into account. How much time have we got? Man, I can yak. So I just say, take all those things into account so Spanish Fork doesn't get bit if this goes south, because data centers, it's kind of a shell game. Orbital data centers, the tech will get worked out. Land-based terrestrial data centers will stay, and there will be a transitional period until the tech reaches for orbital, but orbital is, in my opinion, and I think it's the way to go. No batteries, rejection into space. That tech's getting worked out. The V3 rocket's already launching things, and other people are launching things to prep for that. And they'll PEZ dispense those satellites out, and it'll become a Dyson swarm. And so think about that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Appreciate that.
Hi, I'm Megan Banks. I grew up here my whole life. I actually lived right at the mouth of the canyon, grew up right there. I strongly am against data centers, and all of that sounded well. I think, honestly, I don't trust it. I think it's for the rich to get richer. I'm highly against even the small amount of environment with the heat that we have right now and all the fires going on is a very big concern for me. And I hope there's some protests against this, honestly. So that's what I got.
Thank you. Thank you, Megan.
Alan Westman. I've been a longtime resident of Spanish Fork. And I attended the city council meeting last night, so a lot of this presentation was familiar to me, and I've sent some questions the way of the Volition folks and appreciate their engagement. There is a lot that they've presented that on its face seems compelling and is plausible. There are some things that I have concerns about. The thermal output, the heat, is one of those. As these computer chips consume energy, they're doing some useful work with electrons, pushing them around in patterns and in interesting ways, but then that energy becomes heat. And there's no moving parts, there's no mechanical, there's no other place for that energy to go except for heat. And although they talk about having heat recovery technologies that allow them to be more efficient in the amount of power they consume, that heat consumed by those chips still has to go somewhere. 250 megawatts of power translated into heat is, to me, not a light industrial use. And so speaking to the amendment that is before you, I feel that it is improperly sized. This should be, and I should qualify that. Depending on the scale at which they operate, how many megawatts they're consuming and megawatts of heat that they're producing, it seems like there needs to be a threshold stated in this amendment that says this is light industrial and now this is heavy industrial. Because we're talking something on the scale of a power plant. Flaming Gorge Dam produces 150 megawatts of energy. The Gatsby Power Plant in Salt Lake City on North Temple, if you're familiar with that, near the state fairgrounds, that is 350 megawatts. And so we're talking something in between that, on that scale. That is the amount of heat that will be produced. I don't necessarily buy the there will be a minimal amount of heat noticed. I think that heat will also be apparent even when wind is blowing, because there will be a plume of heat directed whatever direction that wind is going. So I would urge the commission to maybe take a moment and ask for the legal team to go back and include some provision related to heat output, because that to me is one of the critical emissions that is not mentioned or accounted for in this. Thank you.
John Sumption. You said you had a lot of background, and it sounds like a good niche. Why isn't everybody else going down this path? To me, it sounds too good to be true. If I believe you, and why isn't Anthropic, OpenAI, Oracle knocking down doors, walls, buildings to get it independent of you? Another question about finances. Hypothetical 5-year depreciation cycle. That means quick depreciation and correspondingly quick tax revenue decrease. In addition to that, is there any city revenue from purchase of your services? I don't know, that wasn't stated. How do you contain the noise pollution? What are the mechanics of that containment? What are the frequencies of the noise? Is it high-pitched? Is it low-pitched? How far does it travel? The noise regulations in the thing I saw on the screen said 65 decibels at the site, 55 decibels at the nearest residence. Based on what you said, it sounds like it would be much lower. Why isn't the regulation match what you say about how much noise, correspondingly lower level of noise? You said no work for U.S. government, no work for private or public surveillance. What about when you change your mind? What control do we have if we don't want that kind of workload in Spanish Fork? You said the natural gas turns into water. Sounds like a great chemical reaction, fuel reaction. Where does that water go? Is there any benefit to using that water inside Spanish Fork for irrigation or whatever else? What inspection regimen do you commit to for accountability and enforcement on heat, water, and noise?
Thank you. Appreciate that.
My name is Rod Yelm. I live in the neighborhood east of Larson Elementary, and I've lived here for nearly the last 20 years. But I came to be ornery. I'd seen the I'd seen the post the Spanish Fork made. I appreciated the transparency on that, and I noticed that 80% of the people that reacted to that were angry about it. And I came largely because of so many concerns of data centers and other places. And I have changed my mind. Paul, I couldn't ask for somebody to have asked more tough questions than you have tonight. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate you. And you didn't give an easy interview to Jeff back here. And I had a great conversation with Curtis, another one of the representatives in the hallway earlier. If everything is true, I'm a fan. I'm a big fan. I think they would be a great asset in Spanish Fork if everything pans out and if everything stays transparent. I love what I've seen so far, and I want that maintained. I want you to keep them to their word, and I will be too. That's all I have to say.
Thank you
Thank you.
very much. That's one of my principles that I learned in Planning Commission is be willing to listen and change your mind if you need to. Good job. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carla Shade. I live near Maple Mountain High School. I am not fundamentally opposed to AI data centers or any data center, but I would like to ask you to exercise caution as you move forward with regard to this data center and future data centers, because the amendments not only apply to Volition, which appears to be a dreamy data center that we all would like versus a hyperscale data center, but our health and environment are sacred, and no community should be forced to sacrifice clean air, clean water, or safe homes for a commercial enterprise. And I don't speak to the integrity of this company. We have numerous examples nationwide where promises were made and then broken. Wastewater was returned to city sewers, larger buildings than planned, unauthorized energy generators, large amounts of heat released, and sound levels promised and exceeded. They made promises just like we're getting promises here today. We need a way to be able to have enforcement of guardrails. I appreciate the amendments that you put in the research that you have, but I think you're right that a contract would make these things more enforceable in the future, not only for this data center, but future possible data centers as well. This company, as they mentioned, has no current data centers or a history or a track record that we can look at. This is basically all mostly conceptual. I mean, they've done the research, they've done the engineering, but something like a community benefits agreement or contract entered into by the data center developer and Spanish Fork could ensure that the developer provides measurable, enforceable items and guardrails for the community and our host environment. So I would ask that you exercise caution and remember that we're not just dealing with Volition that seems to make all these promises, but then future data centers because of the right to build. That I would like to see measurable guardrails, enforceable guardrails in place so that we can protect our community and the resources that we all value. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm writing down your words. Okay, who'd like to come speak next? All right. Seeing that there's none, we'll close our public hearing and we'll have a discussion and questions with the commission. Let's just go down the row.
First, I want to go to lunch with Paul so he can explain to me
Right?
what he even said. I think my biggest concern is this seems to be happening so fast, which I get, but there's just so much that I don't have a clue and understand. And I know we have meetings set for the public. I'd like to kind of see how they turn before I start making any promises in this.
I appreciate the discussion. Thanks. I grilled you with a lot of questions, but I think it's appropriate. And I'll actually say for the citizens, I think we had some excellent feedback. If you go look at the dialogue online, it's nowhere near what we heard here, and I absolutely appreciate the feedback from every citizen here who spoke. It was good feedback. I guess I'll go back to what kind of the theme that I had here, and it's not that I had a preconceived notion. I saw our agenda. I literally looked at it yesterday after work, and then I spent a lot of time going down this stuff. And a lot of this stuff is stuff I'm aware of as well. But we're living in a world that has unique events happening right now, very much related with artificial intelligence. So this is just directly why we're having this discussion here. I'm just going to say I'm not inclined to support this right now. My main concern is this is a pioneering effort. I get that Spanish Fork does some very unique things here. We have SFCN, our internet provider that is excellent, that's unique with everything else. We have, I would say, very much a world-class city that has put together a wonderful community here. I deeply feel like I'm not ready to experiment with something like this here in Spanish Fork. Not at this time. I get the world is changing so much. I get, at some point, with the rapid velocity that we're seeing with innovation and improvement, we may get efficiencies that make data centers at this point unnecessary. Or we may find, similar to the Dyson sphere comment, which is very science fiction, but also very, very much what we're looking at in terms of energy consumption, that we may, continue to increase our energy consumption infinitely on into the future. With that said, I don't know that I want to experiment with that here in Spanish Fork right at this time. I will say, though, that, if we do pass this, I think the comment for some thresholds here, even around the higher threshold, would be willing or would be pertinent to at least consider. So that's my thought.
Very compelling presentation, learned a lot. I can see the potential benefits for the city and those that live around it, particularly some of the other uses that could be used in that building. I really appreciate, Paul, your engagement and your questions that you asked. That was very helpful to me. I do have a question for the city staff. With this potential agreement, it was not too long ago that we were talking about a different entity with very deep pockets, that the city would have an inability to defend, pursue, go through a legal process with an entity that has deep pockets. If this was approved and it goes forth and there's violations for the agreement, and we're talking huge amounts of money that most of us can't wrap our heads around. Can the city, with your resources, really stand up to that kind of financing?
I guess
I have a thought, but
from as we talked about from a legal perspective, it's best, your remedies are a lot better if you have a contractual agreement than if you're just a code agreement. So the fact that they were willing to enter into a development agreement makes it a lot more feasible for us to try to enforce or to take on a company of whatever size than if we're just.
Okay, thank you. And I'll also echo the sentiments. I appreciate how transparent this has been. I love that you have open houses coming up. I am leaning towards, I feel it's a little premature. I'm not opposed to the project, but with the discussion and the points that Paul made, I feel like it's a little bit premature, particularly that there's no model. This hasn't been done before. They are pioneering, and I would say that my house is hot enough. I don't even want 1 extra degree temperature this summer.
Okay, I think maybe I'm a Pollyanna, and I really appreciate Paul's expertise and words tonight. It kind of opened my eyes a little more. I've already said that I appreciate that there will be a contractual development agreement. I appreciate the willingness of Volition to enter into that in good faith. I too feel like if this is true and this really works, then it really could be an asset to the entire industry. Somebody has to start. It seems like what's happened here protects Spanish Fork. And I appreciate knowing that Spanish Fork that there have been other data centers that have wanted to come into Spanish Fork, and Spanish Fork has said, not here, we're not doing that here. Like, they're looking to protect Spanish Fork. And that this is a very different thing than other data centers. I appreciate how open you are and willing to have the conversations until 11:30 plus at night, and have done 8 months of work already with Spanish Fork City. I am a supporter, and I think that I would feel good about supporting the text amendment and then letting the city council continue to discuss that. I really would love it if there was a way to really publicize these open houses, because there's a lot of people that have a really bad taste in their mouth about data centers. You say that word and you put it on social media, and everybody is like, heck no. And I think you come and have a conversation, and you keep having conversations, and there will be reasonable people that ask really good questions honestly, and can see that this is not like other data centers, and then make some decisions. I don't know what to say about the heat. I live right there. We're hot at my house too. We love our Spanish Fork wind at our house. It's a gale. We love it. So I don't know what to say except for that I think that I would support trying.
Okay, I want to thank Jeff. That was an excellent presentation. I think I'm a lot like our good friend Rod here, who had his mind changed today. And I'm excited about this, and being a pioneer doesn't scare me. I think this town and this city and this state was built by pioneers. But I am very cautious. We need to have some serious transparency, and that the contract, I think, is going to be the kicker there. And I appreciate your willingness to enter into that. I'm excited. I'm excited to see that happen. I think this is a good thing, and I feel like Spanish Fork is being protected on every angle that they can be protected, and so I'm on board.
All right. Thank you for all the effort you put in and answering all the questions. That it was really good presentation. I'm in favor. I look at, there's many of the questions you say the heat, the effect of the heat. Okay, we have parking lots in this town that increase the heat that much. Costco, Macy's, Walmart, Lowe's, all that up there. That whole shopping center. They increase the heat also. It's a new technology. It's exciting. I like the pioneering aspect of it. The Spanish Fork City is not going to be on the hook for a lot of infrastructure development, any at all, to my understanding, which I like. And this amendment, the difference between this amendment at this time to Title 15 and the one we dealt with a few months ago is that one we buried our head in the sand to give the entity coming in free rein to do what they want to do. This one, we are holding them to certain conditions, tight conditions. They're legally binding in a contract. And I like that. And so, I'm for it. I'm not worried that it's new technology or anything. This city was built by pioneers, and I'm excited for it, so I'm in support.
All right, any other questions for staff? Somebody saying you want to add any kind of?
Oh, I had one more thing I wanted to say.
Sure.
As far as the water consumption goes, I have a suspicion that they'll probably use as much water on their the required landscaping around the building as they're actually going to use in the building, as long as all his numbers are correct.
All right, any of the concerns that have come up that Dave could answer off the top of your head, and then we could have, oh, and Jeff can come and talk with us too. Sure, come on up. Mm-hmm.
Just real quick, maybe to the three of you, I appreciate that there's some pioneering going on here, but I don't feel like I made it clear enough that the Bloom fuel cell has been running for over 15 years, over 500,000 units in a variety of natural gas settings on properties all over, like a whole series of Costco. Now, these are powering portions of industries. In the last 4 years, they have made a major entrance into data centers, Equinix, huge deployments. Now, in the last 2 years, you have over what will be 3 gigawatts of power that have been purchased now by the most dynamic, thoughtful technical companies and utilities in the world will be now simultaneous with us deploying over 5 gigawatts of power just in the next 24 months. So that is a large swath of investors, decision makers who have vetted this system for over 15 years. So I just want to make clear that Bloom is operating in a wide range of scenarios all throughout the world. The cooling is not new for us. Our team just built this exact closed loop cooling for NVIDIA, for Oracle. So I just wanted to stress that, yes, we're pioneering in the sense that Volition happens to be the first one who has said, we don't even want to use the grid. We're just going to use all natural gas. Natural gas, the infrastructure, is more than 25 times more reliable than the grid. It doesn't go down. So we feel like the risk is modest in the design, and we feel like failure for Volition would mean that for some reason we only built 25 or 40 megawatts out there, and you would still benefit greatly. We would have some explaining to do to our investors, but that's the risk we take. So I just wanted to add that. And the other piece is, it is true that people are knocking down the door for us now. When I say that we're not housing OpenAI or Anthropic, that doesn't mean that we haven't had long conversations with OpenAI and Anthropic. At the end of the day, there's a financial decision to make about terms. So we know what we can get from a term standpoint in the marketplace. So if OpenAI, Sam Altman wants to get us to agree to pay, for him to pay us 30% less, we can say no to OpenAI because we don't need to agree to those terms. So there is a massive line of now people who are saying we want to build our facilities this way. So those are just the extra little pieces. I do feel like allowing the city council to consider this is a worthwhile support. And I really don't think that we fall into a category of an experiment here. I think we've spent many years along with others doing our due diligence on this.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yep.
I want to bring up one thing. Again, thanks for the additional comments there. If we were, I still don't think I'm a yes on this, but I did like the suggestion that was made by Alan here for some sort of thresholds, because right now it sounds like, you could really be at any size here. I think crawling into this instead of sort of, running at a pace is, I think it's prudent. The pioneering aspect, it makes a lot of sense. We have a pioneer heritage here, but we also don't hear so much about the failed experiments that happen as much. And that's the concern I run to. Anyway, so I'm saying, if we can add some language, I don't know if there's some feeling up here that there would be any more thresholds we want to add, if that's not necessarily what we're looking at. I don't know, is there any interest amongst this, throw out some numbers or something like this, step into this? I think I saw, Dave, last night you had some thresholds you were sort of considering. Was that correct, or was it somewhere else?
I've had a lot of thoughts over the course of the past few days, the several hours now that we've spent talking about this. So I'm not sure that I know exactly what you're referring to.
Yeah, I'm thinking, you can build up to 250, even if that's what's being asked for, if you go beyond that or something like that. And I'm not saying this just for threshold's sake or something like that, but it's like, to the point that was made here, if we sort of open this up, and this is, not conditional use, well, Volition may or may not succeed here, but we've sort of opened us up to, hyperscaler, whoever comes here.
Yeah.
For better or for worse. But I'm saying, do we want to have any guardrails up here?
If they come here, they'd be on conditions.
Correct. I'm saying, but do the conditions, do we want to say there's a maximum size you can build out? Or do we not want to say that?
Do you mind if I just share
Yeah, go
a
ahead.
perspective? I think I'll even say representing staff.
Yeah.
And I appreciated what you said. I think it was one of the first things that you mentioned tonight about thresholds. We're talking about 250 megawatts for this project. And I'll take that a step further. It has not been uncommon for us over the years when we have a new idea that gets presented to the city to write law, zoning language that's tailored pretty tightly to the particular details of a use or idea.
Yeah.
A lot of the effort that both the applicant and our legal folks have undertaken to draft the proposal that's before the commission tonight really has been to try to say, hey, we're going to take this step here that can be undertaken if this set of really tight conditions is met. And I say really tight, that's my opinion. I think it really is a tight set of conditions. I completely appreciate the value in saying, along with thou shalt not incorporate, or otherwise maintain the capacity to produce more than a certain amount of power. Given what we're talking about here, having that threshold included to this language to say no more than 250 megawatts, that certainly aligns with what I think we as staff are really trying to work with the applicant to do, which is to compartmentalize this as best as we can. And I appreciate what's been mentioned a few times in terms of this being a change to the city's code, which does mean that potentially other people with properties in similar situations that are willing to meet the same criteria, they'd be eligible to do that. But certainly capping it at 250, that lines up really with what we're trying to do as staff.
I guess the other threshold I'm concerned about is heat, right? And so I think that I'd be willing to recommend this to City Council with the caveat of considering threshold capacity and have one more consideration about heat. Or you can tell us about things that you've considered about heat.
This is the first conversation, frankly, where we've really talked about heat in terms of degrees and something that's quantifiable.
I mean, 5 degrees doesn't sound like that much, or even 1 degree doesn't sound like that much, but it is.
It really is, and it's a real thing. And I'm not familiar with data centers, and more importantly, maybe fuel cells and the kind of heat that they generate. But I mean, you go back 30 years, and the concept of urban heat islands and how impactful they can be on communities, which simply, usually it's the result of a lot of asphalt.
That
Unshaded
makes sense.
asphalt and that type of a thing.
Right.
I've read enough about that I know that it's certainly not uncommon. And I'm just saying this to provide some
Yeah.
perspective. And Commissioner Woodhouse said it well. You get 4 or 5 acres of asphalt, and it's very likely that in a micro setting, that's raising the temperature more than 5 degrees.
One thing I'd like to say, and I think it's pretty clear here, that this would, we'll see what happens, but this would be one of the largest build here. We don't operationally know what that means. Even when we make the claims, it's theoretical until you actually run the program. And I think with it being theoretical, it would be prudent for us to put some guardrails in place. Because, as much as this is pioneering, and pioneering is a great thing, you can't understand what actually happens until you try it, until it happens. And then you see operationally what happens. That's with anything. And, I won't claim to be an expert on the Bloom Energy, but we're gonna figure out what happens once we run at that scale. If it's not you, someone will figure it out. And when that happens, there's potentially unforeseen consequences. For us to know what those consequences look like, the only thing I think that's helpful is put guardrails and checkpoints. If it was as simple as us coming back to a meeting and saying, hey, 250 works great, let's bump it up to 500 or something like that. We have another hearing like that, right?
And come back for another text amendment.
Well, honestly,
But let's see what happens when we actually run the experiment. I don't mean to say experiment, when we're actually operationalizing this, right? Like, it's like all the traffic stuff we discuss. We can talk left and right about what it means when we approve new developments, but as soon as we get the house and the high school and all that stuff in there, we see what the traffic actually looks like, and we see if our projections were real. That's when the rubber meets the road, because that's what really happens.
absolutely. Let me just point blank. Adding a 250 megawatt cap to the language, is that palatable? Does that seem like that's a good step to take? That's what I'm taking, or that's what I'm understanding.
Is that palatable, Jeff?
Couple things just operationally to consider. The land only requires, we can only go so far on this land.
Because of the size.
Because of the size, right? You can't put a gigawatt out there. There is a chance in our final engineering that we might not be able to power 250. It might turn into 180, it might turn into 160. The other aspect is that we have to overbuild on the property. So there is for 250 megawatts, we may require a cumulative of approximately 350. So my request, because of backup power on site, also potentially, if we know Bloom works well, where we have risk with Bloom is if in year 4 their output is 10% lower than we expected it to be. There could be a scenario where we would need to increase Bloom on site to make up for any degradation. So our request would just be that if you put a cap, we would probably request that the cap is 500, just in case we had to add anything to make up for efficiency degradation over time. And there is a scenario where we actually, in engineering, may not even be able to produce what we're proposing here. It might be somewhere, we know it'll be over 150. But those are just a few things to consider from an engineering standpoint that we would, if we're going to make a change, we would request that the cap would be probably 400 or so that any extra buildup to make sure we're producing the power we're committed to producing, because the fuel cell could drop off in output, that's our only request.
And Jeff, I really appreciate that comment right there. Because as you walk through this, you're kind of saying, you're going to see some operational things over time.
Yeah.
And I think it really speaks to my point there. I don't think any of us really know the number, but I appreciate you even coming back, operationally, you may have to have threshold, and this may be a 2x or, 1.8x threshold, or whatever it is, right? But I think you're echoing exactly what I'm saying. It's like you're going to figure it out as things you will figure out when you're running it.
Yeah, and we support a cap. I just want to be sure there are details in the engineering that we haven't needed to get into, but that's one of them as we contemplate backup power and having space on site. If there's some degradation in performance, then we will be obligated to the client to increase our ability to stay at, if the agreement is 200 megawatts, for example.
Is that, are those numbers that?
Ryan has something he has to say. Say it.
Yeah, so there's two ways we can look at it. So there's nameplate capacity. So that's how much of potential, say, units that are on site. But then there's the delivery of power. So any power generation facility will have an excess amount of nameplate that then goes to what is actually going, let's say for a grid-tied system, a power plant here in Lakeside, right? That has a higher nameplate than what's actually being outputted every day.
Yeah.
So that's where the numbers shift here. So to our customer, we're saying, we will give you 250 megawatts worth of power, but that's going to require the redundancy and the degradation over time. So that nameplate capacity is what is not fixed.
Not fixed, right?
Yeah.
So if we gave a buffer there, and honestly, we'd recommend this to the city council. We give a buffer. You guys go do some homework and figure out like if the number makes sense. Maybe we throw in a buffer just to recommend it, and then, when the city council comes and looks at this, we've got time. There's discussions. I don't even think it has to be set hard, but a part of me is like, 400 sounds palatable. That might not be the right number that we even end on. That might not even make the most sense here. But we throw something out there as sort of a yardstick, and then we figure out if it makes more sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think making the point with the concept that you want a limit. You don't want the 2 or 3 gigawatt kind of thing, or at least.
Well, you start somewhere.
Put that off the
And I can say, our request, if we're going to do this, our request would be 500. We don't have to go pencil much more. We know pretty much that we're going to we would approach 400, and I think just as a buffer, that would be our request, so that we never risk having to ask for something again.
Although you get something approved for 400, and then you see how things go, and it's actually a really good public opportunity to come back and say, this is how things are working at Volition, and we would request to have that a Title 15 amendment to have that threshold raised because of this reason. So in some ways, it seems like it would be good to have 400 and then come back later.
The challenge, Shauna, will just be that in pretty short order,
Yeah.
once we have the final specifics of the client's request, the full capacity, we already know that we'll have a nameplate need on site of more than 250. We will know the final amount pretty quickly, and I'm comfortable that it's going to be south of 500. It's going to end up somewhere in the 400s. So I'm just throwing out a number as 500. And we also know that property cannot support any, not a megawatt more than, it's impossible to build above 400 total megawatts of any useful backup or otherwise system on that property. You can't do bigger.
Okay, that makes sense.
But I still think it's worthwhile we gotta consider beyond that property too, because we're opening up the world. I know you guys want to compete and be running the, but it's more than just that property. When we make these changes, I think I heard Congressman.
But you're talking about on a site, right? So for example, if we were successful together here and we began to build this building, and then we had a need and we knew that Stockman Flats had a really ideal location where we could build 100 megawatts. Would we be approved to do 100 megawatts in a separate location in addition to 250 megawatts sitting over at Canyon Logistics? Our understanding would be that, or if there was a cap of some sort, that would be specific to a location.
Well, then.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Yeah. There will be no other, I can assure you, there will be no other request from our company, I think anybody in the industry, to build anything larger than what we're contemplating here. There's just no scenario that works in this, in this area. And every other building, any request you would get from a total copycat of Volition would likely be a request for a data center that's 100 megawatts or less. Okay. Just based on existing buildings available.
All right.
But the innovation drive will come, right? If these fuel cells are wildly.
But they'll get smaller.
Yeah.
So things will get smaller from here anyway.
I'm just saying, we can't see the future, but I think the yardstick in place there. I think it's a reasonable discussion. So.
Maybe, and I really appreciate this discussion.
Yeah.
This is helpful. We tried maybe to author some adjustments here. Another thing that we talked, at least loosely, as staff about, and I think this is something we can execute on, the idea that there's a quota built into Title 15, that the city shall, can
Yeah.
approve a certain number of these types of facilities.
We have a similar
That's-
sort of, I mean, I know we're not the entity here, but, like with the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control, there's a quote on licenses for liquor licenses, right?
We have a quote on pickleball courts in a
We
certain
do?
part of the community.
What?
I think it's something like that, so.
Cannabis.
You know,
That's
so
important.
Is that public knowledge?
It's in the code, you bet, yeah.
But,
We have a quota on parks too, don't we? In terms, or something like that, or at least a
It's kinda-
guideline. It's more of a guideline.
Yeah, so if that is helpful, I think that also aligns with the spirit
Yeah.
of
Pioneering.
this proposal, which is, through the vetting that we've done so far as staff, we're really comfortable with this, frankly. And
In
I
my opinion,
appreciate.
I don't know what numbers should be, but I think maybe even just, maybe we can even just throw a condition that we'd like you to develop what would seem reasonable. I think the numbers we talked about here probably sound reasonable. And I love the quota idea, too.
Okay,
And threshold.
so threshold on power.
Yeah.
In one respect or another. Byron just suggested, maybe it's output power, which I think, it's nameplate versus actual. So there might be a way to kind of get to the same point where you can make sure that you're delivering on contracts and yet.
And have enough backup on.
Because like we said in an earlier conversation tonight, we want people to be set up for success. You want to, give them the right tools and the right chance to be able to be successful.
But I think even at the same time, protections
Correct.
for the city. And I
Correct.
think of them as guardrails, too.
Yeah, correct, yeah.
Are there, so kind of focusing back to just those two things, kind of max size on power creation, thinking through and proposing at least a number of facilities that would be allowed. It may be anywhere in the city. And I'm thinking one or two, out of the gate. Are there other aspects, other metrics that
I think
come
just
to mind?
to go back and I understand about heat islands, it's probably okay, but I think if there hasn't been a robust conversation about heat, that it would be nice to have staff have a discussion about
deeper
it.
dive.
Yeah.
I think that'd be helpful for everybody.
Yeah.
For sure.
I think so.
Yeah.
All right. Well, with that, if there's no other,
So would we make a proposal for these sort of additions on there, or do we just kind of, we said what we said to you, and that's.
Trust you to take them to the city
course.
council.
Yeah, I'm sure they're listening, hopefully at 3x speed. at
Depending
this
on
point.
where you want to go, I'm definitely going to reiterate some things to
Yeah.
make sure. It's your recommendation to the council, not what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
So we could make a proposal that we add this on to whatever we approve tonight, right?
yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, I would entertain a motion.
So I'll make a motion to add limits to the Title 15 change. I don't know the best way to word
Limits on power output.
Threshold on power.
the power output, Byron, whatever you said, that's what I want to kind of like. So that's the proposal. And then also a quota. We'll start with 2. And again, city council, if you're listening, come wordsmith these numbers to what makes sense. I know one of them is here as well, but that's what I'd say.
And a discussion about heat impact to the community.
I'll make a motion for that we add that to this. So
So are you recommending for approval with that?
Well, here's the
addition?
thing. I'm not going to recommend for approval, but I want to add that on to what we're voting.
Okay.
Does that sound strange? Because I know that's kind of like me having my cake and eating it too.
Okay, no.
But that's
Okay,
exactly what I'm going to do.
So that's good. So with that, you've made a motion to add those to this, just to Title 15 amendments. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor? Aye.
This is just adding this onto this.
Correct.
Okay.
Any opposed?
So we're voting on just adding, we're not voting on the thing?
Yeah,
We're voting on the thing next.
but I will be clear. I'm planning on voting against next.
No, I mean, I like what you're adding. I still think this whole thing is rushed. That's my whole
Yeah.
problem with it.
Yeah, that's okay. Okay. So did we vote? All in favor for adding those things to There's
I think it
discussion.
was
Aye.
aye.
Aye, okay. Any opposed?
I'll say no.
Okay. All right, so that passes with one dissent.
Did you vote, Madam Chair?
I support that,
Okay,
yes.
Great, so
Who
5,
is the nay vote?
Commissioner Woodhouse.
Commissioner Woodhouse. Okay. Now I would entertain a motion on the Title 15 amendment.
Okay, I'll make motion that we accept the proposed Title 15 amendment, data center and on-site power generation facilities
Recommended to the City Council.
as recommended to the City Council.
Do we have a second? Am I allowed to second? I'll second it. All in favor? Aye.
Yes.
All opposed?
Nay.
Nay, no.
Okay, what happens when it's a tie?
That's not a majority vote.
Right. So the motion fails, and so there's not a recommendation for approval that goes to the city council, but it still goes to the city council for their discussion. So the city council will hear what you've had to say and can consider it, but it's not a recommendation necessarily from the planning commission.
Okay, all right. And we'll look forward to your, thank you so much, Jeff, and your team, and we'll look forward to your open houses at the Spanish Fork Library next week. Thanks so much. And that's all for that item, and we have one more quick item with the Planning Commission, and that is we need to elect a chair and a vice chair since, and you guys can leave if you want, unless you really care about who's the chair and the vice
Or
chair.
do we do that now, or do we do it when the?
Do we wait until we have the new member?
We can do that when our
Oh.
new member
I'd
comes
certainly
in.
prefer that you do it tonight, so you're ready to go next.
So you have somebody
If you don't mind
for
taking a
next-
minute.
I just have a process question.
Process question?
So does this go to the city council or not?
Yes, it goes
Yes.
to the city council.
And the city council can still make a decision on whether it proceeds or not?
Correct.
Yes. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Really very
Appreciate the
much
discussion.
Okay.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yes, we probably do need to have a chair and a vice chair for next time.
Which you can select however you'd care to. Oftentimes, it's just nomination and.
It is Thursday.
Right. Yes. Is there anybody, I mean, are there those of you that are willing to be a chair or a vice chair?
Don't matter. I'm not sure.
Be willing to do either.
Okay. What about you, Paul?
Willing to either.
I'd say go by seniority.
Oh, yeah, how is seniority? You two are wait, Mike.
Mike is.
On what?
Mike, are you more senior than?
It's Michelle, Mike.
Michelle, Mike.
I think you beat me by at least a month, right?
Michelle, Mike,
by
then
about
Paul.
that.
I'll nominate Michelle
Michelle would be great.
for the chairwoman.
All right.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes. Okay, Michelle, you'll
I'll
be
nominate
awesome.
Mike to be the vice chair. Can I vote no?
I think you can vote no.
You'll be outnumbered.
Like, are you totally?
I'm going to
opposed-
support Michelle.
Are
No.
you totally opposed to being the vice chair?
Nope. I will help Michelle.
Okay.
And you'll be chair if Michelle cannot be here.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we have
Tell
chair
them
and
And
vice
before we
chair.
leave, Shauna, thank you.
Yes.
You've been great.
Thank you.
Lots of years, taught me a bunch.
This was my
Appreciate it.
I'll make
longest
a motion
meeting in
to,
4.5 years. You wanted to stretch it out.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Oh,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Midnight.
It just couldn't be done.